With the new abilities he finds himself wielding, Duin is pulled into a whole new realm of inter-gang disputes, romantic dilemmas, and a major conspiracy behind the death of his father years ago. Thanks to this incredible blessing given to him, he might just find the answers he seeks. Duin Ha is an average 18-year-old high school student, with one exception. He hates video games. You see, Duin is what's known as a game shuttle. Thanks to being an easily bullied dude, he's forced to play games all the time on other people's accounts and grind for them. As if that wasn't bad enough, they use it as an excuse to make fun of him. He does not even want to play you hypocrites. While playing on about 8 different devices at the same time, Duin is spoken to by none other than Aranju, a beautiful and popular girl at school who he has a crush on. As it turns out, she plays a game that Duin's grinding as well. After offering to advise her on how best to play it, he's shocked to learn she actually knows his name. Yeah, because that's so hard to know. Unfortunately, in his time distracted by Arin, Duin ends up dying in one of his games. Oh well, oh no, wait, he just lost a really important item with that death, and that was the game he was playing for Cho Woo-min. Who's that, you ask? Well, this guy. So huge bully, you get the gist of it. He's pissed that Duin lost him the item. Even though Duin offers to give him the same item from his own inventory, Cho Woo decides to be, well, him. He beats the crap out of Duin anyways. Good times for him, that is. Not so much for our boy Duin. Cho Woo tells Duin that he started the game Roast RPG. He wants Duin to get him the legendary equipment, Fire King's Greatsword, within a week. If he doesn't, Cho Woo's gonna strip him naked and beat his cheeks in front of Arin. That sounded way too sus. He's gonna beat him up as all. Luckily, Duin's actually a huge game otaku. Wait, what? Oh, he just hates playing as a game shuttle. He actually loves playing on his own accounts. That is actually understandable. What's more, he's already a max-level player in Roast RPG. Oh, whoops, never mind. The level cap's doubled since he last played, so he's actually super behind now. Also, drop rates for items are worse now, because the game studio is thirsty as, they're smart businessmen. So they've introduced a new feature that's pretty much the only way to get decent drop rates, microtransactions, and so 144 hours, or 6 days straight, passed with Duin getting nothing but the crappiest drops possible from the hardest bosses he can beat. Guess he's getting his cheeks beaten after all then? No, not like that. Luckily, a max-level player shows up and one-shots the boss he was fighting at the last moment. After making a request, Duin's accepted into this player's party and ends up piggybacking on their success. Convenient. Within just minutes after that, Duin not only gets the Fire King's Greatsword Cho Woo wants, but also the Fire God's Greatsword. That thing's way more OP. Being an honorable guy, Duin hands it over to his partner. After all, this is all thanks to them. With his task finally accomplished, Duin logs out of the game to get some sleep, and then dies from exhaustion and malnourishment. Wait, he what? Next thing he knows, Duin's in pitch-black darkness with a game-like system pop up in front of him. After assigning him the class Powerless Game Shuttle, Rude, the system assigns him a quest and respawns him in the location decided by the administrator. Suddenly, Duin's reliving the events of the day he spoke to Aranju. As he looks at what's clearly a character status screen for himself, he receives a pop-up. His class's characteristic effect has been activated. All XP that he's ever gained in any and every game will now be applied to him as the player. As the system starts calculating how much that is, good old Cho Woo drops by for the beating he gave Duin before. Hurry the heck up, system. Unlike last time though, Arin comes back to the classroom while Duin's being beaten and steps in to defend him. Unlike himself, Duin can't stand seeing someone else being hurt. As Minwo raises his hand to Arin, he steps in and punches the bully in the palm. Yeah, he caught it. You're screwed, man. Oop, never mind. System finally finished up its system stuff. In a single moment, Duin's class goes up to Superior Game Shuttle. He gains an attack skill straight out of a game and he demolishes Minwoo. As he sits in shock at what he just did, Duin receives a message in the form of a system pop-up. It's from the administrator, but Duin instantly realizes who this is thanks to their weird speech. It's the same person who helped him in Roast RPG. Next, he receives a pop-up saying he's defeated the monster Cho Woo-min. With the XP from that, he's reached the max level. He's now a Seal Game Shuttle, and starts getting dozens of pop-ups telling him each of his stats have been maxed out. He can now use all the skills in all the games he's ever played. And they're gone. Yes, a Seal Game Shuttle is just what it sounds like. Since he's now too overpowered, The system sealed all of his stats down to 1 point. Just great. You got a golden key that's classed as a legendary item, so that's cool though. As if that wasn't bad enough, he ends up running into Shin Jaemin later. Who's that, you ask? Well, this guy is a massive delinquent. Probably not a great guy. You get it. Unfortunately, Jaemin was actually outside the classroom and saw what happened between Doowon and Cholwoo. After that, he's convinced Doowon is some secretly powerful guy or something. Wanting to get him as an ally, he invites Doowon to a drinking party that night. Doowon, being the only protagonist around with any common sense, turns him down. Good on him. Wait, no. Never mind. Turns out this is a quest. If he doesn't go, Doowon has to suffer the worst pain in his life in a very sensitive area for a full hour. Needless to say, he ends up accepting. That night, Doowon ends up entranced by the beauty of the girls Jaemin's with and sits with them in a karaoke bar. Just when he's starting to think Jaemin might not actually be that bad, he shows his true colors. Turns out he's bullying a wallet shovel to pay for all their stuff. Yoo-jihan, a kid from their school who Jaemin regularly bullies. Unable to watch how badly Jaemin keeps humiliating him, Doowon goes to the bathroom. It's not like he can do anything about it with all his stats sealed, right? But he can't shake the feeling that Jihan's situation is the exact same as his, with Cholwoo. He can't just let him suffer. Heading back into the karaoke room, Doowon decides to do the only thing he can. Fake it till he makes it. As he prepares to stand up to Jaemin, the delinquent's friend shows up. A high schooler. Totally. Yeah, I believe that. This dude looks like a damn mafia boss. Terrified, Doowon backs off and says he just wanted the mic. It's his turn to do the karaoke after all. As he gets on stage, a pop-up for a new quest appears. One who judges injustice. He must smack Jaemin's head with the mic. Oh man, he's screwed now. The quest displays a 30-minute time limit before Doowon will be hit with the same penalty as before. Despite the threat of this though, he can't bring himself to do something so dangerous. After they all sit down, Yuk Man-chun, Jaemin's friend, questions how someone like Doowon could have beaten Cholwoo. Jaemin assures him that it's true though, and makes his offer to Doowon. The real reason he invited him here. He wants Doowon to join their gang and use his power to make them the strongest. That way he'll never be bullied again. Great sales pitch. Doowon's about to fall for it, but some whispered words from Jihan give him pause. Can he really side with the exact same kind of people who've made his life hell for so long? At least he'll have a better life, right? Determined to withstand the pain of his penalty, Doowon goes to the bathroom alone. As he prepares for what's coming though, he realizes he can't go through with this. When Jaemin comes into the bathroom after him, Doowon smashes his head with the mic so hard he collapses. You go, boy. With Jaemin unconscious, Doowon decides to try and free Jihan. He grabs Jaemin's phone and starts sending troll messages to Yuk. With this, he'll be lured outside and Jihan can escape easily. Wait, what's that shadow over him? Bam, yeah, Yuk. Saw right through him. He's gonna beat the crap out of him now. Smacks our boy silly. No, really. I think some of his brains got knocked out his ears. With Doowon knocked down, Yuk goes to check on Jaemin. On the ground, Doowon begs for a way to fight back. Just then, his skill window appears with a lock shape on it. Finally, he has something to use his golden key on. As Yuk checks on Jaemin, he hears Doowon standing back up. With the blue energy surrounding him, the shuttle is prepared for round 2. Doowon may have been a loser, but he'll never be beaten by a bully again. His plan flops. Yeah, that seems to happen often. Unlucky. The skill that was unlocked is Falcon Drop. A super powerful dropkick that'll knock anyone out. Just one problem. It costs 120 mana and Doowon only has 100. Great. After Man-chun beats the crap out of him, again, Doowon starts thinking. The golden key gave him the skill, but he got a copper key from beating Jaemin as well. Maybe that will increase his mana. Doowon desperately tries to go back to the bathroom with a key drop, but, well, Man-chun's still here. After getting beaten to a pulp, Doowon pulls a sneaky on Man-chun and tricks him into letting him go. Yes, he's as stupid as he looks. After reaching the key's location, Doowon manages to grab it and raise his mana by 100 points just in the nick of time. Man-chun's right on top of him when Doowon finally becomes able to use Falcon Drop. In one smooth motion, he pushes off the thug's knee to jump up and drop onto Man-chun with a kick hard enough to shake the floor. With this victory, he receives another key, a silver one. No time to celebrate though, Jaemin's here. Also Man-chun's older brother who works here. Also a few dozen other guys they're friends with. Yeah, Doowon's screwed. It was a cool story while it lasted. With no plan to speak of and his mana exhausted, things ain't looking too great for our boy. At least not until the bar's manager barges in. As it turns out, someone called the police to report underage drinking happening here. If they don't want to get arrested, everyone has to leave now. That is convenient. Oh well, never mind. There's the catch. Do-won's so exhausted from everything that's happened that he collapses. When he opens his eyes next, he's in the women's bathroom with one of the girls from Jaemin's group. What the hell is going on here? Oh, she saved him. Cool. Turns out she saw his fight with Man-chun and was pretty impressed with the Falcon drop. She was the one who called the cops. Cool. She tells Do-won that he owes her a wish and he should remember that. Definitely won't come back to bit him in the behind. 3 days later, Do-won wakes at his apartment from a long sleep. I'd be exhausted too after a day like that. Right after dying and coming back to life, a week in the past no less, his first action is to log onto Roast RPG and find the player who's now the administrator of his system. Unfortunately, that player's ID has been deleted. He really doesn't want to talk to Do-won right now. With that out of the window, Do-won decides to collect his thoughts on everything he knows about this system. Bullies are classed as the monsters of this game. By beating them, he gets keys as a reward. Bronze keys unlock some of his sealed stats. Silver keys unlock passive skills. Gold keys unlock special moves or active skills. Right as he's finishing up his thoughts, the doorbell rings. Thinking his takeout food is here, Do-won starts rushing to the door when a pop-up comes up. Quest. The boy becomes a man. At his door stands the girl who saved him the other day. The first thing she does is walk in and tell Do-won to take it off. Oh cool, she just wants... Wait, what? Oh, another misunderstanding. She just meant it's way too hot in his apartment, that's all. What you think she meant? After entering the apartment, she instantly heads to Do-won's wardrobe and craps on his fashion sense. Did his mom pick all his clothes for him? Yeah, she kinda did. She tells him he's gonna need a better outfit and takes Do-won clothes shopping. After finding him an appropriate getup, she tells him she needs him to look at least a little cool if he's going to spend the day with her. After all, that's her wish. For the rest of the day, Do-won allows the system to guide him on what to do. From going for a meal, to watching a movie, to spending time at a cafe, and even going to an arcade. Wait a second. This is a date. Since when does the system get you chicks as well? Sorry, lost my cool there. Definitely not jealous of this guy. Over the course of their day, Do-won learns the girl's name is Sion. At the arcade, they even run into a super buff guy who tries to bully him for talking to her. Luckily, she steps in and tells him that Do-won is her boyfriend. Huh. Okay, so that happened. I guess they're official now. As the day comes to a close, Sion leads Do-won to their final destination for the day, a sauna. Oh boy, things are about to get steamy. Get it? Alright, I'll shut up now. Do-won starts panicking since he's an Ultra Turbo Pro Max Virgie pure young man. Yeah, that's what he is. Luckily, or perhaps not so much, it turns out they're not here for anything inappropriate at all. Sion's actually brought him to see a meeting, the Gwanak-hu Region's bully organization. That's a thing. That sounds ridiculous. What the hell? Oh, and they're announcing a bounty on Do-won's head for beating Chulwoo and Man-chun. No biggie. There's also 497 of them, so it'll be pretty hard for Do-won to avoid them. No biggie. I'm not in denial, you're in denial. Right as the announcement's made, Do-won's pop-up changes to the final stage of his boy becomes a man quest. As it turns out, Sion has brought Do-won here for a specific reason. While the Gwanak-gu bullies have initially decided to make him a target, she puts forward the suggestion to make him a leader candidate. Someone who becomes the boss of their own group, area, or squad. Basically, a higher-ranked bully. She votes to make Do-won the leader of Boromedong area. Since he's already proven his strength by beating the bullies he did, it shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, can't argue with that. They're all cool with it. Well, except Do-won. He really doesn't want to ally with a bunch of bullies. But on the other hand, his only alternative is to fight almost 500 of them. Yeah, alright, maybe it's not a bad idea. Sion reveals to Do-won that she's only doing this because she'd prefer him over the other candidate for the position. Who's that, you ask? This guy. Well, ain't that just dandy? Since they're both candidates for the leader of Boromedong, the bullies decide there's just one way to settle things. A fight. Yeah, not a lot of brains, but plenty of brawn around here. Do-won decides to stand his ground and goes flying at Kang with a falcon drop. Unfortunately, it fails. Yeah, Kang's got some crazy high defenses. With his mana too low to attack again, Do-won is left defenseless as Kang catches him in a headlock. As the man chokes him out, Do-won remembers why he seems familiar. This is the same guy who was a fat, ugly bully back in middle school. Even as far back as then, he made Doon's life miserable and humiliated him at every turn. And now, even after all this time, even after gaining this incredible system, he has to put up with that again. Not a chance in hell. Standing back up, Doon calls out to Kang. From this point on, he's going to destroy him. After throwing his jacket to the ground, Doon rushes at Kang with a plan in mind. The passive skill he got from the silver key before should help him win this. Not only does it allow him to inflict a critical hit, it ignores all of the target's defenses. With this move, he'll beat Kang. Yeah, that doesn't go so well. Turns out the skill has a 1% chance of activating. Our genius Doon figured if he just gets 100 hits and then one of them will have to be the crit. Clearly someone didn't pay attention in math class. That's not how probability works, bro. Instead of landing a crit, he just ends up humiliating himself with a display of incredibly weak punches. Tired and annoyed, Kang grabs him by the neck and slams him into the ground. As Doon starts yelling in rage about his actions in middle school, Kang proceeds to pulverize him. Though it seems like his will to fight has completely left him, Doon stands one more time after the latest beating. Everyone present watches in shock at his courage. Yeah, about that, truth is he's staring at the emergency exit. Our boy's trying to pull a runner. While distracting Kang with some half-cooked stories of them being friends back in the day, Doon makes his move and fails. Kind of. He trips on his own jacket that he dropped earlier. However, this causes his palm to hit Kang's chest as he's falling. And what do you know? The critical hit finally activates. Kang sent flying into the elevator doors with a bang and drops limply to the ground. The other bullies are amazed and start theorizing about the skill they just saw Doon use. Blind luck, boys. Blind as a bat in purgatory luck. Oh, and look at that. Kang's back up, and more furious than ever. Fun. Wait, why is Doon smiling? I was being sarcastic. This is not going to be fun. Oh, damn it. He's riding the high of the crit finally activating. He feels damn near invincible right now. Use your brain, Doon. Oh, never mind. There he goes. Luckily, Doon actually does use his brain this time. While finting another chest shot, he goes up and punches Kang's nose sideways instead. The universal weakness of all beings. After that, he grabs Kang's nostrils from behind and starts pulling them up like a nose hook. With no other option except losing his nose, Kang forfeits, leaving down the winner of their battle. The new bully representative of Baramadong is Ha-Doon. As Doon's celebrating, a machine behind him that was damaged in the fight comes into contact with a puddle of water. You know what that means? Boom. The whole bully council is quick to clear out of the building in a violent stampede. That place is on fire, yo. No? Yeah, okay. I'll shut up. On the street outside, Doon learns that Sion is still up there. Being an utterly hopeless sim. Gentlemen, Doon rushes back to save her. Despite barely knowing her, he can't help but care about her. When he arrives back to the floor they were at, he barges through the door and calls out that he's there to save her. Wait, where's the fire? Ah. Turns out the meeting organizer put it out with a fire extinguisher. It wasn't actually that big of one at all. Well then, this is awkward. Later, Doon drops Sion off at her home on the way back to his own, though he's clearly not sure what to do or say. Sion is. Turning to him with a smile, she thanks him for coming to save her and heads inside. After that, Doon opens the system pop-up to receive his rewards for the Becoming a Man quest. When he does, he sees something shocking. The first day of 12th grade has arrived. Before anyone else, Doon arrives at school to set up all of his game shovel equipment. When he does, though, he's surprised to find someone's actually already in class. To his shock and fear, it's someone Sion warned him about, someone she told him to always avoid. The most dangerous bully in Wanek, Han Young-sun, is a student in his school. Luckily, Young-sun ends up not fighting Doon. Amused by something he said, Young-sun tells him he's fine with them being allies. As per that alliance, he will make sure no one from Silendong, his area, will mess with Doon anymore. Thank you, good sir. Very cool. Weirdly enough, as the first day of school goes on, Doon is surprised to find that nobody's tried to make him play games yet. Not only that, the usual bullying that happens isn't seen either. Everything's abnormally peaceful. Young-sun must have kept his promise to keep the Silendong folks in check. When he heads to the bathroom during break, he even runs into Shin Jaemin. Unlike his expectations, though, the guy treats Doon like some sort of superior. Doon did clap his cheeks pretty hard. Well, not like, you know what I meant. Later in class, he even gets a gift from Arin. Turns out she's thankful for his help with Chowu before, and she wanted to get him something to help since he got hurt back then. So she got him a live octopus, and she wants him to eat it. What the actual hell, woman? I don't care if it helps with stamina. You better not eat that thing, Do-won. Before he can, a strange new guy walks up to Do-won and demands that he play games for him. Oh, thank God. I mean, oh no. Yeah, that's the one. Furious at someone interrupting his talk with Arin, Do-won walks up to the guy's seat and slams his phone onto his desk. With a smug look on his face, he tells the guy to play his own games if he doesn't want to die. All right, might be getting a bit too cocky now, buddy. Oh, and what do you know? I'm right. Do-won doesn't realize it, but this guy is So Sungwoo, the Bong Xiandong associate of the Wanak District Bully Council. Sungwoo, surprisingly enough, actually seems to be a pretty calm guy. He admits that he didn't mean to be rude, he just heard that Do-won enjoys playing games, and he does it for others. With that misunderstanding cleared up, they turn away from each other. Unfortunately for Do-won, Arin was taken out of the classroom by a friend of hers before she could see him stand up for himself. That was like his whole reason for doing this, come on man. But wait, it's lunchtime. So maybe if he hurries, Do-won can make his way to Arin and eat with her. That would be incredible. Unfortunately for him, he's stopped by someone grabbing his wrist. Turning around, he's surprised to see Jihan, but Wallet's shuttle from the whole mess with Jaemin. He's trying to warn Do-won about Sungwoo. When Do-won asks why he's a problem since he seemed pretty reasonable, Jihan admits that's true. Sungwoo is actually a really calm person. He doesn't bully people for no reason. He doesn't even get mad at anyone who provokes him. But there's one thing, one offense that flips a total switch within him when someone cuts in line in front of him. Wait, is that it? Of all the things, that's what drives him to violence. Well, can't say. I don't get it though. Down in the cafeteria, Sungwoo's actually brutalizing a senior student with his ridiculous speed for that exact offense. He really hates line cutters. With Jihan's warning and the incident in the cafeteria fresh in his mind, Do-won's actually pretty happy. As long as he doesn't cut in line ahead of Sungwoo, he'll never have to worry about angering him at all. That's great. Now, if only this system felt the same way. Yup, right as Do-won's heading home for the day, the quest pop-up appears, full sprint. Within the next 10 minutes, he has to run up to Sungwoo and cut ahead of him. If he doesn't, he'll face the promised penalty of penile pain. Try saying that 5 times fast. After rushing across campus to find Sungwoo, Do-won comes across a nerd laying beaten in an alley. After accidentally cutting ahead of Sungwoo due to being in a rush for class, he was beaten into the ground by the bully. Seeing him crying, Do-won offers a napkin to wipe his tears. With just 2 minutes remaining for his quest, he tells the guy that he reminds him of himself. For his sake and his own, he'll get revenge on Sungwoo. With a keychain holding several system keys, Do-won steps out of the alley, ready to puke his guts out. What? Being a protagonist is nerve-wracking stuff, man. 6 days ago, when Do-won received the rewards for the chain quest with Sion, he got 4 bronze keys and a single gold one. When he did, he decided it'd be smarter to save the keys for a time of need. Since he can choose which stat to boost with them, he can wait to see what fighting style his next enemy would have and boost himself accordingly. And so, back in the present day, Do-won does exactly that. Having analyzed Sungwoo's fighting style, he can easily confirm that his opponent is a fully speed-based fighter. After using his gold key, he receives a new attack with a 20 mana cost, Blind Spot Strike. With this, he can fire off several attacks without worrying about running out of mana. Just to be safe though, he uses a bronze key to boost his mana up to 300. Then, he puts the rest of the bronze keys all into a single stat. With his preparations made, he heads out after Sungwoo. There's only 2 minutes left on his quest clock after all. Over at the station, Sungwoo is about to attack a girl who ran past him to catch her bus. Come on man, that's not cool at all. Right before he can grab her, Do-won arrives on the scene and grabs him by his hoodie. After pulling him back, he steps past Sungwoo and completes the first stage of his current quest. With this, the next stage is activated, defeat the monster So Sungwoo. Alright, that's gonna be considerably harder, Mr. System Sir. Before Sungwoo can properly react, Do-won shoots off a blind spot strike to do some damage. Unfortunately, while it definitely hurt him, it doesn't slow Sungwoo down in the slightest. When he tries to run a little further, Sungwoo instantly catches him and rips off his backpack. Desperate, Do-won fires of a triple blind spot strike to do a bunch of damage at once. While each strike isn't very hard-hitting due to its low mana cost, they're pretty damaging when comboed like that. Unlucky for Do-won though, this just makes Sungwoo get serious. Like really serious. Like Rock Lee serious. He drops his backpack to the floor with a crashing bam sound and suddenly appears in front of Do-won faster than he can even see. Rock Lee who? Wait no, I take it back. That's disrespectful to the GOAT. He is really fast though. Doon can't land a single hit on him anymore with this new speed. Sungwoo just keeps blitzing him with super fast attacks he can't do anything about. Backed into a corner, Doon does what he does best, gaming. By looking at the fight as a video game battle, he's able to analyze the best way to fight back in his situation. By using his blind spot strikes as a feint, he lands a staggering back fist straight to Sungwoo's face. Though that was just a normal punch, it did considerable damage. Doon knew right from the start he couldn't beat Sungwoo in a straight-up battle of speed, so using his bronze keys, he boosted his attack power as much as possible instead. Now, with even a single hit, he can hurt Sungwoo. As long as the system makes things look like a game, no one can beat Doon. As the battle goes on, Doon attempts to predict Sungwoo's attacks as though it were a game. Unfortunately, Sungwoo makes an unexpected move when he uses his legs to attack instead of his fists. The kick lands straight on Doon's forehead and knocks him to the ground. After getting up, he once again attempts to feint Sungwoo with blind spot strikes and catch him off guard. Sungwoo's already seen through that trick though, so he's not about to fall for it again. One of them actually knows how to fight Too bad it's the bad guy. After catching Doon's arm, he heel kicks him in the chin and drops him to the ground. As Sungwoo walks towards him, Doon suddenly has a realization. He has legs. Alright, Mr. Quirkless, how did you not realize that sooner? He's been using blind spot strike with his fingers this whole time, but the move doesn't specify which body part needs to be used. With this knowledge, Doon uses a leg sweep infused with his skill to trip Sungwoo up. With that done, he pulls out his secret trump card, Octopus Ink. That was unexpected. Turns out he had the octopus Aaron gifted him this whole time and hid it in Sungwoo's hoodie when their fight started. After Sungwoo dropped him to the ground, he started revealing his sad past. Horrible dad, sad upbringing, psychotic developed behavior, yada yada yada. You get the idea. Gaara, but with a much more worthless dad basically. While he's doing that, the octopus crawls out of the hoodie and latches onto his head. When Sungwoo tries to force it off his head, it releases a ton of ink that runs into his eyes and blinds him. Doon prepares to take advantage and finally finish this. With a double-handed axe blow to his head, Doon knocks Sungwoo downwards before smashing up with a blind spot strike headbutt to his chin. The battle is over, and this victory is dedicated to Aaron. After beating Sungwoo, Doon is rewarded with another key bundle holding 1 gold and 2 bronze keys. With how low his HP is after the fight, he's forced to use one of the bronze ones to raise his HP stat. Next, he uses the golden key to unlock another random active skill. To his delight, it turns out to be Multi-Hit Strike, the move he used to defeat Chowoo before his power was sealed away. While this is a powerful move, it costs 200 mana points to activate. With this in mind, Doon puts his remaining bronze key into mana and raises his MP to 400. With all that done, Doon decides to keep Aaron's octopus as a gift and name it Squishy. Yeah, he's not very creative, is he? Not very aware of his surroundings either, actually. Pretty sure that's Squishy in that cat's mouth. And so, the life of Doon's valued comrade comes to an end. Gone but never forgotten. Rest in peace, Squishy. Back at his apartment, Doon receives a call from his mom reminding him to go visit his father's grave on his death anniversary next week. She can't make it due to her business trips, so he'll have to go on his own this year. The next day at school, Jihan tells Doon about how Sungwoo is absent from class today, and that's very unlike him. While feigning ignorance, Doon wonders if him defeating Sungwoo means he can finally now live with some level of peace in his life. Oh, you silly little boy. You're a main character. You're never getting that. True to that sentiment, a large group of thugs breaks into the school and comes straight to Doon's class. Their leader tells him he has to come to Bongshindong with them. Thanks to the danger sense developed from years of being the victim of bullies, Doon can tell that would not end well for him. When he refuses to go along, the man asks him a question. Can he really take on all 10 of them on his own? Right then, another party enters the scene. Han Young's son enters and asks the man what he's doing. When one of the lesser thugs tries to talk down to him, Han barely even moves to perform a simple swipe of his leg. That swipe, however, it's enough to totally crush the thug's leg and leave him on the floor. With his show of dominance completed, Han Young's son tells them they can't have Doon and drops one of the coldest lines in all of manhwa. Can they really take him on with just 10 of them? I think I just nutted. With that absolute bar of a line dropped, Young's son goes on to systemically dismantle every single one of the thugs present with minimal effort. He is him. After wiping the floor with all the scrubs, he leaves their leader to clean up the mess. Before walking out of the class, he tells Doon to join him at the snack bar. There, he suddenly asks Doon what his reason is. The sudden question causes our resident shuttle to snort juice out his nose in shock. Ung-sun clarifies his question and asks why Do-won became a bully representative and also fights other ones at the same time. Deciding to act cool, Do-won turns to him and declares that he's a bully hunter. Did he forget he's literally talking to a bully? Luckily for him, and also kinda weirdly, Ung-sun just breaks down laughing and wishes Do-won good luck with his goal. That had to be foreshadowing of some sort. I'm calling it now. Following this, several days pass with Do-won worried about being attacked by the Bongshandong folks again. Thankfully, they don't show up. Convenient. With this new period of peace in his life, Do-won heads to a PC cafe to play games. Not only does he get to have fun there in peace, Arin even turns out to be the owner's daughter. She works here sometimes to help out and is serving Do-won. Oh man, living the life, ain't he? While she heads off to get him some more stuff, Do-won sees a group of shady-looking guys acting weird around a PC that a kid was playing on, who's gone to the bathroom right now. I'm sure they're not doing anything immoral, right? Turns out they stole all the kid's hard-earned items. When Do-won reveals he knows who must be responsible for this, the kid begs him to help him get his stuff back. Now, normally he'd stay out of this, but for one thing, the system suddenly gives him a quest to beat the thieves, all 4 of them. Plus, Arin is watching, so this could decide how she sees him going forward. And if that wasn't enough, this is a hidden quest, which means there's also a hidden reward. When Do-won sees what the reward is, he doesn't even have to think for a second. He instantly rushes after the thieves. Out in an alleyway, the 4 thieves are discussing their latest loot when one of them is suddenly dropped to the ground. Do-won has arrived and he plans to take all of these guys out. After all, the hidden reward for this quest is none other than a date with Jew Arin. With his heart pounding and his resolve burning to get the date with Arin, Do-won is more confident than ever. Standing before the thieves, he openly declares they got no chance of escape, and that the guy he gets back up. That blind spot strike didn't even knock him out. Hoops. Suddenly nervous again, Do-won does a complete 180 and runs his scrawny behind out of that alley. With the thieves chasing after him, he runs into another alley a little further up the street. Unfortunately, one of the thieves points out that alley's a dead end, so he's stuck now. To their surprise, when they enter the alley, there's nobody to be found. Not to the left, right, ahead, not even, oh, there he is. Do-won's sitting up on a staircase railing all Spider-Man style. Or is that Itachi style? Tough call. Anyways, he jumps down from above and knocks the crap out of one of the thieves with a falcon kick. After seeing how easily their friend was just taken out, the other thieves are finally getting nervous about their situation. When Do-won introduces himself as the bully rep of Baramadan, though, they just get annoyed and think he's mocking them. After all, what the hell even is a bully council? Finally, someone said it, luckily for Do-won. These thieves are as stupid and rash as they are dishonest. The second one rushes right at him with no skill and gets a blind spot strike right to the throat. Ouch! While he recovers, the remaining 2 try to flank Do-won from both sides, and they each get a blind spot strike to the gut. Man, Do-won is really killing it today. Then, as the 3 thieves try to come up with a plan, Do-won backs them into the alley's corner. Now, with nowhere for them to escape, he activates his newest ability, Multi-Strike Destruction. The last 2 thieves are knocked out with no mercy. The only one remaining conscious is the one whose throat he struck earlier, as he begs for mercy. Do-won actually feels kinda bad for him. Maybe he should spare fists. Nope. Date with Arin is on the line. Sorry, Mr. Thief. After he knocks out the final thief, Do-won receives a silver key from the system. Later, he has all the thieves return to the PC cafe and give back the items they stole. As they apologize for their actions down on their knees, Do-won glows in the happiness of his achievement. After the thieves leave, Arin tells him she'll treat him to dinner as thanks for all his help. The date is finally happening. Hell yes. As Arin prepares for their date, Do-won thinks back on the first time they met. Back in elementary school, there were a pair of girls who often bullied another girl in his class. One day, Do-won decided he couldn't tolerate such a thing. He stood up to the bullies for that girl and did his best to defend her. Unfortunately, the bullies' leader back then was a really dangerous girl. With a single strike to the chest, she dropped Do-won. Yeah, that was Arin. What? You thought it was the bully girl? Nah. She changed after they separated in middle school, though. She's like a totally different and much nicer person now. Before Arin gets back from changing her clothes, Do-won decides to use his latest silver key. From this, he receives the passive skill Weapon Mastery. When fighting an opponent with a weapon, his own skill with one will slightly be raised. That's weirdly specific. Before he can think on it any further, Arin returns, in a form-fitting white dress. Duan might actually lose his life today, and not even from a fight. At Arin's decision, the two head to a tteokbokki/noodle restaurant. Arin mentions that it's got some slightly unusual dishes, so we should be prepared. Slightly unusual? Won in this stuff is right out of a horror movie, mint chocolate noodles. But of course, simp that he is, Duan gulps it all down with nothing but praise for Arin's favorite dish. Later, they head to a game lounge to play stuff like Jenga, a lie detector machine, and other stuff. Good times. When they finally step outside, they see a hammernail game stall nearby. Deciding to take a shot at the stuffed prizes, they each buy a turn. After Arin loses, Duan steps up to show his skills. As he prepares to knock this out of the park and impress his crush, a system pop-up suddenly appears. Quest. Hammer down. Slam Arin's head with full power within the next 5 minutes. What the hell? As the timer on the quest ticks down, Duan can't bring himself to do what he must. He slams down the hammer on the stall table and turns to, oh, well, talk about some good luck. There's another stall set up nearby with a toy hammer game. That's perfect. After several tries, Duan finally manages to beat Arin at the 1v1 game and absolutely smashes the toy hammer into her skull. With this, the quest is completed with merely seconds to spare. Later, as the two are walking towards home, Duan is worried that Arin's mad at him. When he tries to ask her though, the girl just bursts out laughing. It's been a while since she lost a game, especially in such a funny way. She tells Duan that she enjoyed their time together and she'd love to play games with him again next time. With that said, she parts ways with Duan and heads back to her dad's PC cafe. Right as she's leaving, Duan suddenly feels a massive weight on his shoulder. A huge thug with a scarred face is standing by him with a phone in hand. As it turns out, this is a friend of the thieves he beat up earlier. What a bunch of babies. Really went crying to daddy, didn't they? Luckily, the thug suddenly tells Duan he's lost interest in avenging his friends. Right as Duan starts thanking him, he says something disgusting. He's planning on heading after Arin and playing with her instead. Gross. Come on, Duan, mess this sucker up. Enraged by his words, Duan grabs the man's shoulder and tells him to follow him with a furious look on his face. With this, the sudden quest to defeat Sun Minju activates. Over in an alley, Duan can be seen hitting Minju repeatedly, desperately trying to get a critical hit. After how recklessly he used his active skills against the thieves, he has no mana left, and without going to sleep, he can't even recover any of it. Annoyed, Minju knocks Duan back and brings out a pair of brass knuckles. With these weapons, he'll destroy Duan. Weapons, you say? Passive skill time, baby. With weapon mastery boosting his power, Duan shoots forward and smacks the smug right out of his opponent. On his knees, Minju demands to know where he suddenly got a metal bat from. Except, once he looks closer, he realizes there is no bat. The weapon in Duan's hands is none other than the half-destroyed toy hammer from his date. Thanks to his skill, Duan's able to match Minju quite well, at least until he decides to be a sore loser and tackle Duan. Luckily, our boy is quick on his feet. Using the handle of the hammer, he strikes down at Minju and goes on to smash it directly into his head. With this, he'll definitely... Oh, well, that's unfortunate. The hammer finally broke completely. He's got no weapon now. Guess that's what you get for bringing a toy to a weapon fight. With Duan's weapon gone, he proceeds to get bodied by Minju in a terribly painful display of power from the brass knuckle-wielding thug. As he makes disgusting remarks about Arin and spouts nonsense about how living as a villain is best, Duan's finally had enough. Even in his battered state, he stands and faces Minju with a new weapon, his own belt. With his skill activated, Duan uses the belt to whip Minju like a bowl of cream in a bakery. Even when the bigger thug grabs the belt and attempts to stop him, Duan just traps him and flips the whole sucker over his shoulder. With that final slam, the battle is won. After checking up on Arin and her dad from a distance, Duan heads back home to rest and recover. There, he wonders about Minju's words. He doesn't really have an argument against a villainous life being an easier one. He wonders what his dad would say if he was still around. Deciding to leave that issue for later, Duan brings out his rewards from the day. 5 whole bronze keys. With fights breaking out in such sudden scenarios, he can't afford to delay boosting himself anymore. Since he's already put some keys into his attack, he goes ahead and puts 3 keys in agility and 2 in defense. After that, he takes a look at his final reward, a dungeon map. As it turns out, the dungeon map is just an apartment sales booklet. The apartment building's still under construction, and the dungeon is the construction site. It opens in 5 days, requires a minimum 2-man party, and has a penalty if it isn't completed, so no pressure then. Desperate to get another party member, but constantly fails. Sun straight out refuses. Jihan has already been bullied so much that he feel bad bringing him to a dangerous place, and actually that's it. Doon doesn't know a lot of people, does he? After the day's classes end, he heads out and finds Sion waiting for him outside school. She wants to have him finally meet the Boromedong bullies who he's the representative for. Oh boy, this'll be fun. Never mind, there's only 2 other people and one of them's Kang Si-hoon. This is gonna suck. After Sion scares Doon and Kang into playing nice, the final member of their group is introduced. Shin Si-hee, a cool middle-aged man who, wait, what? This guy's a high school student? Well, okay then, I guess. As the meeting goes on, Doon learns that the Boromedong bully was cut down significantly due to an incident with a previous representative. He doesn't learn the details though, as Sion soon switches topics to him. He hasn't gotten into any trouble lately, has he? Like messing with other bullies, antagonizing other groups, fighting random thugs. None of that, right? Definitely not. Either way, the Boromedong group is weak at present, so Sion's orders are for them to lay low. 4 days later, a sinister plot is seen to be brewing at the dungeon site. The Bongshandong gang are up to no good. With no one else to turn to, Doon ends up enlisting Kang Si-hoon's help for the dungeon. If anyone can help him clear it, it'll be him with his monstrous defense and power. Just one catch though, he has to hand over the representative position to Kang in exchange for his help. Could be worse, I guess. Onwards they go. At the site, Kang displays a level of power and toughness that Doon's only ever gotten to see in their own battle. Seeing him now, easily destroying all the low-level Bongshandong thugs at the site without even flinching. Doon can only be grateful they're on the same side. If it weren't for his critical hit passive, there's no way he would have ever beat Kang. Doon's fine with letting Kang do all the work at first, but then a system pop-up appears. Dungeon Novice. For defeating 5 normal monsters, he'll receive a gold key. Doon doesn't really want to fight, but gold key. Can't let that go to waste, can he? Wielding a toy lightsaber, I think that's what it is at least. We'll just call it his weapon for now. Wielding his weapon with a mastery passive skill, Doon jumps into the fight as well. A bar ride of hits on one guy, a block, trip, and stab on another, and he easily takes out his first 2 opponents. A little ways away, Kang is impressed with Doon's improvement since their own fight. He's happy to see the kid has some skill after all. While he takes down a bunch more thugs, Doon manages to beat another 2 as well. He only needs to beat 1 more enemy for the gold key. Unfortunately, there's only 1 left and he's in Kang's grasp. He tries to get Kang to let him take the guy, but yeah, that's not happening. Luckily, his focus was off just long enough for the thug to pull out a knife and stab Kang. Well, try to stab him that is. Doon just throws his weapon like a javelin and knocks the thug out cold, saving Kang in the process. Kang goes Chundari pretty much instantly at being saved and says he's heading further up the construction site. After all, his goal is Ji Bai Chang, the Bongshandong deputy. On their way upstairs, they're met by the man who led the raid on Doon's school recently. He tries to stop them, but Doon hits him with a blind spot strike to allow Kang to go on. In a dungeon like this, the deputy is probably the boss. Kang can deal with that just fine. Doon's happy to stay here and deal with this lower-level thug. Terrible choice as it turns out. This guy, Jo Il-suk, is an elite monster according to the system, and he's got a counter for pretty much every single thing Doon tries. This would normally send Doon running, but he knows just how massive the rewards from dungeon clears are. He will win this battle. Well, he's got the spirit at least. As the fight between Il-suk and Doon progresses, he's happy to find his new battle strategy is working quite well. Instead of using it as a primary attack, he's using blind spot strikes to interrupt his enemy's own attacks. When that happens, an even bigger opening is created, which he can strike it with full power. How about that? He really is a true gamer. Even when Il-suk manages to get some hits in, Doon finds it's quite easy to block them thanks to the stats he raised recently. Just as things are looking up for Doon, Il-suk starts talking. Oh boy, here comes the villain speech. Il-suk tells Doon that he actually researched him recently. His father, Hajino, devoted his life to an organization meant to guide bullies and delinquents back onto the proper path. Before he can say anything further, Doon angrily tells him to keep his dad out of this. Upstairs, a fairly even battle between Kang and Bag Chang is underway as well. While fighting, Kang mentions that all of Bag Chang's men are already finished. The only one left is currently being dealt with by his rep, so this'll all be over soon. Hearing this, Bae Chang reveals some important information. Il-suk isn't just any underling. He's the toughest fighter they got. No matter what he's hit with or how hard, he always stands back up. It's as though the man has infinite stamina. Down below, this is proven to be true. Despite Do-won's attacks doing severe damage, Il-suk refuses to do anything but keep coming at him. From blind spot strikes to a falcon drop, he's hit Il-suk with everything, but the man won't stay down even in his bloodied state. With just barely enough MP left for it, Do-won steps forward and tries to use multi-strike destruction. Unfortunately, his exhausted state causes the skill activation to be cancelled. What is that? Reverse plot armor? Thanks to this exhausted state, Il-suk is able to start hitting back and knocks Do-won to the ground. Standing over him, he starts talking smack about how disappointed Do-won's father would be that his own son became a member of the Bully Council. Emotional damage. Constantly talking about this, Il-suk waits for Do-won to get back on his feet and then hits him right in the face with a punch. And he doesn't so much as move. With an enraged look on his face, Do-won grabs Il-suk's shirt and warns him again to keep his dad out of this. It's time to bring out the newest active skill he got from the earlier Golden Key. Back when he was just a little kid, Do-won often played a video game with his father, though it was a fairly simple one. The final stage was always seen as impossible to beat, thanks to the boss who never stayed down. Right now in the present, he's facing just such an enemy. Using his latest active skill, 90 MP cost, Stun Smash, he grabs Il-suk and smashes him into the ground with brutal force. With this, the battle should finally be over. Oh, my bad. Il-suk gets right back up. So much for ending this. Back on his feet, Il-suk goes on to dodge all of Do-won's tired attacks. He fires back with punch after kick and constantly beats Do-won back. While hitting him in the face with repeated punches, he comments that Do-won is clearly just as much of a hopeless idiot whose efforts are worthless. Just like his father, this spurs Do-won back into action. Though there's no force left in his attacks, he can't back down now. He stumbles towards Do-won and hits him with a single punch. And what do you know? His critical hit activates. With this, even Il-suk is flung back to the edge of the floor, despite doing clearly high damage. The crit isn't enough to keep him down though. Il-suk simply gets back up and gut punches Do-won, all according to plan. The two were standing right at the top of the site's staircase. Do-won grabs Il-suk by the face and jumps. Taking the unbeatable man with him, he activates Stun Smash and uses its hidden secret. Just like in the video game when he was a kid, the answer is simple. To beat the boss, you just have to grab him and throw him down. With Il-suk falling from a height, Stun Smash is upgraded and turned into Stun Slam. Like Do-won's father once told him, there's no such thing as useless effort. Joe Il-suk has been defeated. About damn time. After beating Il-suk, Do-won hurries up to the roof where Kang went to fight Bae Chang. Here, he's shocked to find Kang down with Chang about to deliver a finishing blow. Despite his current state, Do-won jumps in and strikes Chang away from his comrade. Standing in place, he tells Kang to escape right now. He's the one who dragged him into this whole mess, so he'll stall while he gets out of here. Though his words are heavy, his fists at this point are not. Do-won's completely out of mana, and he only has a handful of HP left as well. A battle right now, with the boss monster of the dungeon no less, is a hopeless one. Luckily, Do-won is saved by the appearance of a new person, the rep of Bongshandong, Jung Suk-yang. Despite his graceful looks and intimidating stare, Do-won can't help but notice something. This guy is a midget. Well, maybe not that small, but he's pretty small. The heck. Unlike his height though, Jung's power is no laughing matter. With a single kick, he sends Bak Chung into a wall, knocked out and beaten. Bae Chang's been acting without his approval for quite a while, so it's time to rein him in. After messing with Do-won a little, he reveals he was brought here by none other than Young's son. Though he refused to come here with Do-won, it seems he remembered the address and decided to help out after all. As those two leave, Do-won sighs in relief. The dungeon is finally cleared. He helps Kang walk out of the site, since he's fairly injured. Out on the street, he warns Do-won that Yun-sung must have a hidden reason for helping him tonight. As the Bormadong rep, he has to be careful. This prompts Do-won to tell Kang that he's the rep now, since that was their agreement. The position is all Kang's. Kang, however, is just reminded of the not one, but 2 times Do-won saved him tonight. With that in mind, he goes Chundera mode and tells Do-won he's still the rep, he'll just take that position next time, so he better not die. Oh, he does care. Finally alone, Do-won opens the system to receive his rewards. Since he got nothing to do with the boss's defeat, his rewards are going to be considerably reduced. He probably won't get much at. Holy guacamole, 12 bronze keys all at once? Shoot, guess I was wrong. Some days later, Doon is seen at Seyunlun Mausoleum, the final resting place of his father's ashes. Here, he remembers the events of his dad's death while looking at a picture of them. Due to a malfunction in his car's brake, he was forced to swerve into a pole to avoid a pedestrian. The crash was so severe that it took his life. Right as he's thinking of this, Doon hears a familiar voice speak up from the side. This person tells him his father was a great man. But what if he told him that his death wasn't actually an accident? Rather, what if it was a planned crime? And the culprit is someone he's quite close with. These are the questions asked by Han Eun-sung as he steps in front of Doon. Confused, Doon asks how Eun-sung even knows, or rather knew, his father. Eun-sung thinks back on a time in his past. Back when he was a kid, a man once tried to give him some advice and showed concern for his health. This man claimed to be a bully hunter. I freaking call that so hard, hell yeah. Sorry, lost my cool there. Anywho, Eun-sung just tells Doon that isn't important right now. Doon insists that the accident had to be just that. The police told them it was one after all. Eun-sung is quick to shatter that argument though. The man he was with the other night, Jung Suk-yang, has video evidence that proves the accident was a planned one. Whether or not he believes this is for Doon to decide himself. With his piece said, Eun-sung leaves. That night, after a full day of stewing over what he's heard, Doon makes his decision. Over in Eun-sung's apartment, he receives a message from Doon asking a single question. Where can he find Jung Suk-yang? In a back alley somewhere in the city, Jung and his bodyguard are seen walking under an umbrella in the spring rain. As the rain stops, they're surprised to see a young man walking up to them. Ah-Doon has arrived to face Jung. He asked about the evidence. To this, Jung simply replies by holding up a USB. Doon demands that he hand it over. Jung has other plans though. He just doesn't want to. If Doon wants the evidence, he'll have to take, whoa, yes, he's way ahead of you, Jung boy. Doon's already leaping for the USB before he can even finish his sentence. Unfortunately, the bodyguard chooses this moment to step in and punch Doon back. While the bodyguard acts tough and prepares to attack further, Doon stands calmly. Time to show where all the 12 bronze keys from the dungeon went. With a blind spot strike to the face, he knocks the thug off balance with a multi-strike destruction. He batters his body and finally, with a stun slam, he bashes his fat head into the ground and knocks him out. All within the span of seconds. With 12 keys as stats, he's raised his MP to 1,600 points. Annoyed, Jung tells him he will not be so forgiving of Doon beating his men this time. With a quick jump, he leaps at Doon for a kick and misses. Where did he? Oh, there he is. Up above Jung, Doon drops down with a charged-up falcon drop to the arm. Despite his increased mana and ability to spam active skills now, Jung quickly proves that he's just on a different level than Doon. From the falcon drop to the blind spot strike to the stun smash, none of his skills have the intended effect on Jung. It's like he's straight up invincible compared to someone like Doon. Growing tired of the fight, he tells Doon that he'll only use 2 more hits to finish things. In that time, Doon had better show him something fun. With a single uppercut as his first hit, he drops Doon's health by more than 1,000 points, leaving him with just barely over 200 HP out of his 1,500. On the floor, Doon uses a blind spot strike to trip Jung on the rainwater under his foot. After bringing him down, Doon gets on top of the man and starts pounding away with not 1, not 2, but 3 activations of multi-strike destruction. And just like before, it achieves nothing. Even from point-blank range, Jung simply dodged every single hit. Annoyed and disappointed, Jung tells Doon to just take the USB. Psych fool. Wait, no, that's my guy. Curse you, Jung Suk-yang. Yes, so he was messing with Doon. With a heavy blow, he sends Doon flying into a wall, utterly defeated. That was his second attack, and now this fight is over. Much later, Doon wakes up from his beatdown to a downpour of rain in that same alley. After remembering everything that led to this, he breaks down in tears. He apologizes to his father. He's sorry. More than that, he's scared. He has to go to Jung to get him justice, but he's too weak to fight him. If only he was stronger. With that thought burning in his mind, the system appears before him with a new quest. The rewards are a 10,000 point increase to HP, a 1,000 increase to MP, and a 200 point increase to all his battle stats. With this, his true journey to becoming strong shall begin. After the incident with Jung, Doon is determined to get stronger. No matter what this new quest is, he'll complete it and get the power he needs. Okay, that might have been easier said than done. Turns out he has to complete 5 objectives. Number 1, traveling to school in the Dragon pose for 50 kilometers. Number 2, sitting on an invisible chair for 7 days total. Number 3, catching 100 pigeons with his bare hands. Number 4, hanging onto the bottom of a slide for 5 whole days. And number 5, clearing the Ning Fit game on hell difficulty. With how hard all that is, and it is hard, man, believe me, Doan's only made about 2% progress in a full week. In the playground one evening, he starts thinking of reasons why this might not be worth it anyways. After all, what if the evidence isn't even real? He'd just be wasting time instead of getting justice for his dad then, wouldn't he? Right as he's about to quit, he hears Kang Si-hoon nearby. His former bully reveals that because of how fat he was in middle school, he was too embarrassed to ever go to a gym. Instead, he'd come to this playground whenever it was empty and work out in silence for 2 whole years. Compared to that kind of dedication, Doan can't help but be disappointed in himself. When justice for his father's life is on the line, can he not even muster that same sort of resolve? Of course he can, and he will. But the fire within him burning bright once more, he commits himself to finishing these quests no matter what. 2 months later, Jung Suk-yang is sitting in his office when someone enters the room. From a distance, he seems the same as before. When Jung sees him, he realizes Doan has come for the USB once again. With a smug look, he tells Doan that this will end just like he warned him before, with Doan being beaten to death. Surprisingly, Doan shows no reaction. Instead, he simply turns back and closes the doors behind him. Turning to face Jung, a completely new man shows his face with a single statement. This time, things will be different. Holy hell, I can't believe it. He finally glowed up. I have waited almost 30 damn chapters for this. Let's go. After a 2-month-long training montage to complete the quest given to him by the system, Doan has come to Jung with the goal of reaching the truth behind his dad's death. Despite his new physique though, Jung is certain he still doesn't stand a chance. After all, how much could he have possibly grown in just 2 months, right? Oh boy, you are in for a rude awakening. Every attack he throws at Doan is blocked or dodged with visibly minimum effort from the boy. Even when he tries to talk smack, Doan simply looks down on him and ignores all his attempts to damage him. With his heightened defense and agility, he barely even needs to do anything to make Jung's attacks worthless. Jung, on the other hand, remembers a talk with Ham Young-sun from months ago. Back then, he told Jung that Doan seems to have an unusual level of potential within him. Is this what he meant? Even so, there's no way he can actually beat Jung, right? After all, Doan hasn't thrown a single punch of his own yet. With this in mind, he leaps forward, while making a pro-gamer move. He starts talking smack about Doan's dad. Yeah, shouldn't have pushed that button. Bam, with a single uppercut and a punch to the body. Doan knocks the air right out of Jung's lungs and drops him to the ground. Yup, there's the Rune Awakening. Or sleepening. I guess, lol. Surprisingly enough, Jung simply starts laughing. After rising from the last attack, he comments that he's thrilled to finally be able to fight a proper battle. As the two go on to trade blows, Jung quickly realizes that despite Doan's newfound power, his battle experience is the same as before. Using this to his advantage, he tries to catch Doan by surprise, with their surroundings like tripping him over a sofa. Though Doan manages to keep up with that at first, Jung slowly starts letting loose more and more of his true power. A punch to the side, a kick to the face, a jab to the body. One after another, he finally manages to land some solid hits on Doan. As this happens, Doan realizes that Jung wasn't fighting seriously up until now. Well, good. Neither was he. With a smirk on his face, Doan catches Jung's next attack and tells him this is over. Uppercut, jab to the face, jab to the face, hook, uppercut, uppercut. With a series of might blows, Doan absolutely rocks Jung's world. Smug as ever, Jung thinks he has the upper hand when he manages to dodge a single hit and goes in for a punch. Doan, however, simply catches this with his face. Guess he didn't even need to dodge or block to begin with. With Jung standing shocked in place, Doan shoots forward with a single full power punch. With his new attack stat of 231, this would have already done some staggering damage. But on top of that, critical hit activates as well, and Jung ends up getting his back absolutely blown out. After taking the USB from the unconscious bully, Doan walks out of the building without so much as a look back. When Doan walks out of the building, he's surprised at the sight before him. He's actually spoken to Eung-sun more in recent times and developed a sort of friendship with him. But this is certainly unexpected. Han Young-sun facing off against dozens of Bangshandong bullies, preventing them from entering the office. Despite there being over 40 of them, Young-sun's aura alone is terrifying enough to keep them at bay. Even when they see Do-won walking out of the office and get angered, they allow him to leave with Young-sun instead of fighting them. While they head inside to see what the hell was going on with Jung, Young-sun and Do-won go take a seat in a park. Here, Do-won finally watches the video on Jung's USB. In it, he sees exactly why his father's car brakes malfunctioned. The day of his accident, some strange man in a disguise messed with his car's braking mechanism on purpose. On top of that, though the man's face is covered, one thing is clearly visible. The jacket he's wearing, that's the uniform of Sunlight Shelter. The very organization Do-won's father made to help delinquents in the first place. And this is how this person repaid him? Do-won is furious at this revelation, but Young-sun is quick to calm him down. Sure, they may be wearing that uniform, but they can't be 100% certain that the person actually was a member of Sunlight Shelter. Besides, at the moment, they've got basically no leads on who it might be. Something Young-sun says manages to give Do-won an idea, though. If this person was indeed a member of Sunlight Shelter, there might be some clue about their identity at the old building where the organization was based. Happy to have a direction, Do-won thanks Young-sun and heads home for the day. When Young-sun asks what Do-won plans to do when he finally catches the culprit, he simply says it should be obvious. He's going to crush them. Speaking of crushing people, Do-won finds out at school the next day that midterm exams are coming in just a week's time. And he hasn't studied at all, since he was training the past 2 months. God damn it, he's so screwed. Or maybe not quite. From behind him, Jihan speaks up and offers to help Do-won study for the exams. He'd be more than happy to study together at his home. God bless you, Jihan. Everyone needs a friend like you. When they leave school that day, Do-won finally comes to a realization. Jihan is his friend. Wow, and I thought my PC was slow. The hell, man? Weirdly enough, while they're walking to Jihan's house, a system pop-up suddenly appears to give Do-won a quest. Protect Yu Jihan during exam week. So much for exams being his biggest worry. After gaining insight on the true nature of his father's death, Do-won has decided to follow whatever leads he can find. He will get justice for his father. In the meanwhile, though, he has a whole other challenge to face: midterms. After accepting the mission to protect Yu Jihan, Do-won heads to the guy's house with him. Tri-mansion, actually. Holy crap, this guy's rich. Do-won's stunned by the sheer size and quality of the house. Beyond that, he even mistakes Jihan's maid for his mom. Yikes, that's kinda embarrassing. As the two study together, Do-won can't help but notice how this seems to be the first time hanging out with a friend for both of them. As the days pass, the two continue studying together after school and enjoying their time together. Every day, Do-won sees more and more things that hammer in just how different of a class the two are in. Jihan got a whole freaking gaming room as a birthday gift, damn it. Unlike most people, though, he doesn't let this make him jealous. Everyone's got what they've got. It's just how it is. Besides, Jihan's a cool guy. Apart from that, Do-won's also beginning to think the quest he's currently got is pretty simple. There hasn't been any trouble at all, and at this point, there probably won't be any either. Why? Why would you jinx it like that? Watch some insane crap happen now. One day, on their way back home from school, the two were talking about private tutoring when Do-won discovers something. Jihan apparently used to have 20 tutors. Are there even enough subjects for that? Jihan just says they weren't just for studies. He learned a little bit of everything. Yeah, that doesn't sound suspicious at all. As they step out of school grounds, they're suddenly met by stereotypical high school villain A. No, really. He could not look more cliche if he tried. Lame tattoos, earrings, slicked hair, smug look, the works. Of course, Mr. Villain does have a name. Lee Gu-min, a former classmate of Jihan's from middle school. He tries to get a rise out of Jihan by claiming that he ran away here to Wanaku, so he's here to reunite with him. Jihan actually stands his ground, though. With Do-won at his side, he tells Lee to stay away and turns to walk home. Later, when they're close to Jihan's home, he tells Do-won that he doesn't feel up to studying together today. Being understanding, Do-won tells him it's alright and heads to his own home. Despite knowing that he can't really do anything now that Jihan's home, Do-won keeps feeling a nagging worry about his friend. After all, the quest clearly says he has to protect Jihan, and the guy from earlier seemed pretty shady. What if Jihan's actually in trouble even now? Turning back, Do-won rushes to Jihan's house to see if he's okay. Double besto friendo. Tobito would be proud. Once Do-won reaches Jihan's home, a quick talk with his maid reveals the boy isn't actually home. Apparently, he's gone out with his middle school friends. Hearing this, Doowon is a bit disappointed to think that's why Jihan blew off their studying. He understands, though. As long as Jihan is safe, it should be fine. Huh. Seiyu Jihan. Could have sworn that said protect before. Oh crap. Doowon is quick to realize that Jihan isn't with any friends. He's been taken by force. With no leads on where they could be, Doowon rushes into the city to try and find his friend. Meanwhile, Jihan is in a secret hideout with Gumin and a large group of his lackeys. Here, a lot of them indulge in their shallow entertainment of booze and games, I guess. I dunno. They don't do much except drink, smoke, and be bullies. All the while, Gumin forces Jihan to relive his weakest moments from back in middle school. Back when Gumin would force him to come here and then beat him up when he refused to drink. And to top it all off, he threatens to tell his hospitalized mother about his treatment if Jihan tries to report them. The poor woman would probably go into shock from sadness. Holy pancakes on a chicken stick. This guy's heartless. While bullying Jihan, Gumin hands a credit card over to two of his lackeys so they can go get more booze and cigarettes. Yep, pretty much all they do. Over with Doowon, he searched every hangout area, every arcade and every restaurant in the district to find Jihan. With no luck on that front, he calls Jihan's phone. Wait, why wasn't that the first thing he did? Much to his concern, the person who answers the phone is Lee Gumin. At Doowon's demands, the bully sends him their location and tells Doowon to come get his friend himself if he really cares about him. Some time passes and Gumin's group are growing restless over their lack of alcohol. Geez, just hang on, you addicts. Right as they're wondering where the guys they sent to get more are, something unexpected happens. They return unconscious and flying, like through the door. Doowon's ready to crush some skulls. Now, before we get into the action, let's go ahead and have a flashback. What do you mean you're not interested? Oh, alright, fine, I'll make it short. Basically, Gumin and Jihan were pretty good friends when they started middle school. They were both rich, both had sick moms, and both didn't have many friends. Unfortunately, Gumin's mom died, and his jealousy over Jihan's still being alive drove them apart. Yikes, that's sad, but also kinda stupid. Sorry, Gumin, is what it is. Back to the present. After walking into the hideout, Doowon proceeds to curb stomp the majority of Gumin's lackeys. With a quick blind spot strike to each of their chins, he knocks them all out cold. One's left, though, a particularly big guy. Look, I'm just gonna say it, he's fat as hell. Thanks to that, the chin hit doesn't really affect him as much. Doowon decides to try a truly innovative tactic. He hits him harder. Hey, if it works, it works. With a 5-hit combo of blind spot strikes, he knocks both the fatso and his teeth out. Two more senior students decide to act smug and step in following this. They get humiliated off-screen, but whooping was too intense to show. With all the delinquents beaten, Doowon goes to Jihan's side and helps him up. Seeing this, Gumin decides to pull out his final trump card, a higher delinquent, someone way stronger than all his other lackeys. This person will fight Doowon and defeat him, right? New guy tries to surprise attack Doowon, but he counters easily enough, impressing the man. He is Kim Gang-jae, the top fighter of the Gumin family. From his aura alone, Doowon can tell this fight will be far more intense than the one so far. As the fight between Doowon and Gang-jae progresses, Doowon quickly realizes his normal attacks aren't doing nearly enough damage to matter. Even his blind spot strikes are shrugged off easily by Gang. Meanwhile, Doowon himself is accumulating more and more damage, with each punch from Gang. He decides to pull out some of his stronger moves, but right at that moment, Gang grabs his wrist. As Gang starts boasting about stopping his secret attack, Doowon makes a move any gymnast would probably be proud of. With a sudden front flip on the spot, he kicks down on Gang's head with a falcon drop. Somehow, he misses though. Damn man, even at that range, that's just sad. It does shred Gang's shoulder quite brutally though, so it's not a total waste. Gumin starts calling out to Gang in disappointment, and asks if he'll be beaten like all the others. Enraged, Gang tells him he's just not fully awake yet. He's huffing so much copium, man. Doowon can see that too. As Gang is rushing at him, sloppier than before, Doowon hits him with a stun smash to the side of the head straight into a pillar. Ouch! Gang just barely manages to stand back up through the pain of his injuries. As he stands, unsteady and weakened, Doowon prepares to end this. Stepping forward, he activates multi-strike destruction and gets stopped. Damn it, Gumin's being a sore loser. He's grabbed one of the sharp-pointed darts from nearby and is holding Jihan in a chokehold. If Doowon fights back anymore, his friend is dead. Man, Can't these villains ever do something original? Gang begins beating the crap out of Doowon, who silently takes it all. Can't risk doing anything that will result in Jihan getting hurt, or worse. After all, over with Gumin and Jihan. The bully threatens Jihan to just sit still and let things play out. After all, if he does anything stupid, he'll make sure his mom sees all the photos and videos of him being bullied. Surely her heart wouldn't be able to take that kind of stress and pain. When Gang grabs Doowon in a choke and starts squeezing the life out of him, Jihan thinks back on the past. On the way, Gumin went down the wrong path after his mother died. Maybe some of the blame is with Jihan for not trying to pull him on the right path hard enough. But right now, he refuses to be Gumin's punching bag anymore. With a sudden change in attitude, he grabs Gumin by the arm, flips his whole body over his shoulder, and slams him into the ground. He could have done it this whole time. With Gumin stunned and defenseless, Jihan grabs the dart and holds it to his neck. Turning to Doowon, he tells him he can finish this now. A blue glow surrounds his fist, and Doowon meets eyes with Gang. Without a single wasted movement, he fires forth a multi-strike destruction. Flashback time again. Back when Gumin's mom had just passed away, he often saw Jihan being happy with his friends. How dare he? Doesn't he know he should suffer like Gumin did? Why? Because bad guys got a bad guy, I guess. Also a lot of jealousy. Back to the present. After seeing every single one of his men beaten like children by a single guy, Gumin turns to the only ones in his group who are still conscious. The two girls they hang out with. He demands that they fight for him, grabbing them by the hair to keep them in place. Dude, didn't your best fighter just get taken down? What are they gonna do? When Doowon comes close to him, he lets them go and turns to him. Gumin starts making ridiculous offers to the man. If he switches sides right now, he'll pay him triple the amount Jihan is paying. Man, he really doesn't get how friends work, does he? When that attempt fails, he tries to blackmail Jihan through his mother again. This prompts Jihan to have, you guessed it, another flashback. Back when their friendship had just ended, Jihan had tried to talk some sense into Gumin. He got all offended and talked smack about his mom. So Jihan beat the crap out of him in anger. Long story short, when his mom found out Jihan was in trouble, she collapsed since she was already in critical condition. Ever since then, Gumin has recorded himself bullying Jihan and threatens to show his mother. That'll surely worsen her condition even more. Back to the present. Unfortunately for Gumin, Doowon ain't having none of that. He grabs away his phone, deletes the videos, turns to Gumin, and tells him he'll destroy him if he does anything against Jihan. After all, he's on his side now. Turning to Jihan, Gumin once again displays his third-class cliché villain personality by trying to sneak attack him. Bad idea. Jihan kicks the snot out of his face and knocks him out. Victory. Later, Jihan tells Doowon about how the trauma from what happened to his mother has prevented him from fighting back against bullies ever since. Now though, having him there gave him the courage to finally stand up for himself again. He even plans to slowly tell her the truth about everything that's happened with him. So Gumin never has power over him again. Like his mother once told him, if he's got a friend he can rely on, and who can rely on him, he can get through anything. After he thanks Doowon for being there, they part ways and head home. Over in the park where he trained, Doowon receives the reward for his quest to protect Jihan. A hidden item. This item, it must be incredibly powerful from the aura coming off it. It's a lock. Yeah, just a black lock. Doowon mentions its ability is really broken, but he doesn't say what it actually is. Damn it, Doowon. Later, midterm exams are finally over and Doowon just barely made it through thanks to Jihan's help. As they discuss the school trip next week, Jihan admits he's just going to be spending his time at the hospital with his mom till then. Doowon admits he has something to do as well. As per his talk with Sun, Doowon heads to the site of Sunlight Shelter to look for any clues that might be left over there. Unfortunately, forget clues, the whole building's gone. Yeah, it's been 3 years, man. What did you expect? From an old man in the area, he learns the whole building was remodeled not long after the shelter shut down. Though there's nothing left of it, he does have one thing that was found in Doowon's father's office before they demolished it. A case with a pair of shattered glasses inside. Okay, that's weird. Meanwhile, good old Gumin is up to his usual shenanigans, paying people to do stuff that makes him happy. Yo, that sounds really sus now that I think about it. Anywho, he's meeting up with the Bully Council's mercantile agency and hiring them to eliminate both Jihan and Doowon. Geez, he's really going as far as hiring hitmen. Talk about salty. The following week, the school trip is finally here. As Doon stands in the school grounds where all the buses will leave from, he wonders if it would have been better to just stay home and game. Just then, he bumps into Arin. Never mind, totally worth it, is what the poor Sim's brain instantly says. Can't blame him to be fair though. Right then, Jihan shows up as well, reminding Doon that he actually has a friend to hang out with this time. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. After a long journey, the students finally arrive at the location of their trip, Jiayangju. Here, they quickly head to their first super fun activity, a ceramics class. Well, it's something I guess. Here, Doon is told off by the ceramics master, who starts praising Jihan in the same breath. His sculpture is vastly superior to anyone else's, let alone Doon's pathetic attempt. Is there anything the kid can't do? After that, they head to lunch, which is also in the ceramic workshop. Apparently, the master is a pretty good pizza chef. Later, the group go for a museum visit, which is so boring it happens off-screen. After getting out of there, Doon sees Arin and her friend in the distance. He's totally smitten with the girl at this point. Lastly, the group are given a few hours to just go out and do whatever they want. Okay, now that sounds more like a fun trip. Nice. Doon and Jihan head out together to explore the area and find some fun stuff to do. Unknown to them, a pair of vicious-looking individuals are silently observing them from a distance. Eventually, the pair reach an ATV rental spot. Here, they see none other than Arin and her friend, riding on one of the four-wheeled bikes. Thanks to the rental guy, the four end up in pairs with one ATV each. Doon ends up with Arin riding behind him while her friend shares an ATV with Jihan. Absolute W of a wingman. God bless you, rental dude. As they ride together on the ATV, Doon slowly but surely loses his mind from the close contact with Arin. I mean, that's the only explanation for the absolutely horrifying piece of cringe he drops as a pickup line. During the ride, they go past a food truck announcing their items on a loudspeaker. Arin mentions that she gets really sick around loudspeakers, so they rush back to the rental stand. There, they talk about the recreation event that's scheduled for tomorrow night. Will she be okay at that with all the loudspeakers? Arin tells him she'll just sneak out and wander around Cheomsamdae, an observatory. At that moment, their friends arrive back at the stand as well. One small thing that needs to be addressed though. Jihan's holding Arin's friend in a princess carry. Is there anything this kid cannot do? Reality quest? More like Rizardy Kwa. Okay, I'll stop. That one was just bad. On their way back to the hotel, Jihan tells Doon about how they were in a mini accident. So if he was carrying Choi Min-hai because her legs gave out. A likely story. Exhausted from the day's events, the two boys head into their shared room and turn in for the night. The next day, the trip continues with more boring scheduled events. A historical location visit, a temple visit, a village visit, a museum visit again. It all ends up being worth it though, because that night in the auditorium, a show is being put on for the recreation by Shin and high school very own dance club. And not only are the ladies going to be putting on a great show, a few lucky individuals get to watch from seats up on the stage itself. Ah, but those are their own boyfriends. Kinda unfair. Wait, where's Jihan? That guy on stage looks kinda like Hyde. Holy crap, that's him. Choi brought him up as her boyfriend, since she's one of the dancers. How in the hell did he move so fast, man? Bored and slightly jealous, Doon remembers what Arin said about sneaking out during the recreation. Deciding to go see what she's up to, he sneaks out as well. On his way to the place where she said she'd be, Doon suddenly gets a system pop up in a huge open field. Event Dungeon, King's Tomb, has been started. Just as he's wondering where enemies would come from in a place like this, a guy comes running at him from behind. Belvy blocks the punch. Another guy appears behind him and gets a hit in. These are the O brothers, Haebusiup and Taesiup, members of the mercantile agency hired by Gumin. As the three face off, Doon just stands there, menacingly. When the younger brother comes at him from behind, he's forced to catch a back fist from Doon with his face. While the younger brother eats dirt down on the ground, Doon wonders why this dungeon has such a fancy name. Questions for another time, I suppose. Turning to the older brother, he asks if they're twins based on what they keep calling each other. Suddenly, Doon rushes forward and launches a strong punch at the older brother's face. Surprisingly, he actually catches it with a single hand. Though that's unexpected, it's far from worrying. Doon simply activates a stronger attack, multi-hit destruction. Not. The younger brother managed to get back up somehow, and he kicked Duan's arm out of position before he could fire his attack. When he tries to hit him with another blind spot strike, Duan finds himself taking a hit from behind by the older brother. While the brothers regroup, Duan takes a defensive stance and prepares to take this battle more seriously. Younger brother comes running at him, only to take a triple blind spot strike to the face. While that happens though, older brother clubs Duan in the back of the head. As the fight continues, he realizes just how different these guys are from all his previous enemies. Unlike them, they aren't actually that strong. The problem isn't how coordinated they are. The two move almost as one, constantly covering each other's openings and taking advantage of ones created by either of them. It's a pretty basic tactic, but it's highly effective against a single opponent. Duan is simply unable to get in any hits of his own. With his observations made, Duan decides that the winner of this battle will come down to whoever lands the strongest hit. With this in mind, he rushes at them with a plan. Right as he's about to attack the younger brother, he turns around to hit the older brother who will attack from behind. The older brother predicted this though and hits Duan with a leg sweep. But you see, Duan predicted his prediction and uses this movement to drop from above with a falcon drop. But you see again, the younger brother predicted that Duan would predict the older brother's prediction. While he's in the air, he grabs Duan's hoodie and lands a punch straight to his face. With this, the two finally manage to capture Duan in a hold. With an arm in each of their grasps, they prepare to break Duan's limbs. What they don't predict, however, is just how monstrously strong he is. With all his strength, he grabs the two from within his trap position and slams their heads into each other with a stun smash. As the brothers lay beaten, Duan stands over them and assumes it's over. Weirdly enough, there's a motorcycle standing on the nearby hill all of a sudden, with no rider on it. Seeing this, the two brothers start rising as well and speak to a newcomer on the scene. The oldest brother, the leader of the triplets, Okwang Siap, has arrived. Back at the recreation, Jihan is losing his marbles over how close Choi keeps getting as part of her dance routine. Truly, such a horrible situation to be in. That's sarcasm in case anyone missed it. Meanwhile, out in the dungeon, the three brothers are bantering between each other while Duan observes them. Eventually, he asks the newcomer why they all look the same. Just as he's answering that they're triplets, Duan winds up and lets loose a jab right in his face. Well, guess it's on then. As the three are about to pounce on him as one, Duan makes a quick decision and executes the first step of his plan. Running away no jutsu. The brothers separate into three different directions and try and cut Duan off before he can escape. What they don't realize is that this was his plan in the first place. Now, with only the middle brother in front of him, punches the breath right out of his lungs. When the younger brother rushes in and tries to attack from behind, Duan has time to counter. On the spot, he bends forward and shoots his leg up in a backwards split kick, with the power of blind spot strike infused in it. The uppercut kick absolutely rocks youngest brother's world as he falls back. Right as things are looking up, Duan fails to do the same. Literally. The oldest brother comes at him with a kick from up above and sends him hurtling away. With Duan knocked back, the triplets regroup and prepare to attack as one once more. As Duan is forced to fight a 3-on-1 battle, he realizes something. Even as he does, the oldest brother starts boasting about what's happening. Due to their constant hit and run tactics and their superior numbers, they've managed to tire out Duan so much that they actually feel stronger and faster at him. There's no way he can beat the three of them while he's out here on his own. Well then, good thing he isn't alone. Out of nowhere, Jihan enters the scene and knocks the oldest brother down with a foot sweep and follow-up ground slam. Turns out, when Duan ran away from the brothers earlier, separating them was only part of his plan. The main objective was to message Jihan his location and get him here to even out the odds. Though he's confused as to what exactly is going on, Jihan is determined to help his friend. The brothers run at the friends, thirsty for revenge for their oldest brother. Right as the youngest reaches Jihan's position, he hits him with a devastating 1-inch punch that knocks him out. At the same time, Duan takes out the middle brother with a multi-strike destruction. With all three brothers down for the count, Duan steps up to the oldest and demands answers. During their battle, they kept calling him and Jihan targets. What the hell is that about? Who are they working for? Duan tries to get some sort of answer out of the oldest brother, but to no avail. As it happens, the mercantile agency is really ruthless when it comes to their reputation with their clients. If the brothers say anything about their reasons for being here, they'll probably be disposed of in the most brutal of ways. Yikes, guess being a bad guy ain't all that easy either. While he plots to get Duan with a sneak attack, Duan finds himself suffering from a sudden bout of exhaustion. Despite his HP and MP being far from low, his stamina seems to have taken a huge blow. Could this be a hidden game mechanic? As he ponders on this, a new group make themselves known. As a huge gathering of dozens of guys comes into the area, a system pop-up appears. Monster Squad, Silla Gil High School. These are the dungeon monsters Duan has to beat, not just the Mad Brothers. As it turns out, Kwang Siup messed up some of their juniors on his way here. They come to get revenge on him. Or at least, that's the excuse. Truth is, they're just sick of how peaceful their area is, so they've come for a fight. As they start beating on the two unconscious Siup brothers, Kwang tries desperately to defend them. Unfortunately, he ain't really all that without their backup. Bro gets owned pretty easily. Meanwhile, Duan and Jihan have been surrounded as well, despite having nothing to do with this. As the guys get closer, one of them recognizes Duan from when he was riding the ATV with Oren yesterday. Deciding to be a sleazy fool, he suggests they steal his phone and call Oren here for some fun. Gross wannabe gangster losers. With no other options available to him, Duan makes a decision. He turns to Jihan and suddenly knocks him away with a powerful open palm thrust. Once Jihan is clear of the thugs, Duan tells him he has to run. What he's about to do is going to turn him into something even he can't predict. If Jihan stays here, he'll only get hurt. Ooh, ominous. Duan turns to the crowd and pulls out the item from his last quest, the Black Lock. As he grasps it tightly, he thinks back on the effect he found it to have. For 10 minutes, this lock can seal his free will completely and turn him into an unstoppable fighting machine, controlled by the system itself. So if he turns into a Terminator. Cool. Annoyed by his seemingly arrogant attitude, one of the thugs walks up to Duan and tries to intimidate him. Right at that moment, though, Duan activates the lock and is engulfed in a dark energy. Suddenly, an invisible pressure settles on the shoulders of every single person in the area. A scream suddenly rips out of the mouth of the guy near Duan. When they all look his way, they see a creature of darkness staring back at them. Wait, did he just turn into Song Jinwoo? What follows from that point on is, I don't even know how to describe it honestly. With a blank look in his eyes, Duan, or whatever is in his body at this moment, absolutely decimates the thugs. It's not even close to being called a fight. A jab here, a hook there, a kick here, a stomp there. Without so much as a single word or a heavy breath, Duan goes through the entire group like a machine. Even her strongest men, the big fat guy and a smug four-eyed dude, get body for all they're worth. Like honestly, there's barely enough there for me to describe it, period. He kicks the crap out of the fat guy and he smashes a fist straight through the smug guy's face. And in just moments, the only one still standing is the leader. Infuriated at how easily all his men have been taken down, the leader tries to attack Duan. Not the smartest guy is he. Duan catches the man's fist with one palm, while grabbing his throat with the other. As his body starts choking the guy out, his mind is in a completely different place. Duan wakes up in a strange, shady-looking bedroom. To his side, he sees a computer on a desk turn on by itself. Confused, he looks at it when text starts popping up. The person speaking to him through it is none other than the administrator, the person responsible for him receiving the system in real life. Out in an isolated area, Arin can be seen stargazing while the recreation is in full swing over in the town. While she's out here, she's suddenly faced with a suspicious-looking stranger. In the room, Duan is surprised that the administrator is actually speaking to him, since they usually ignore him. They just say that they're unable to watch him all the time. Because of this, they want to ask him just one thing. The power they've given him, how has it changed his life? Yeesh, that's a pretty loaded question. Deciding to be honest, Duan instantly starts ranting about all the difficulties and fights he's had to face because of the system. But really, despite that, it's finally given him the power to protect not only himself, but also others. It's definitely made him capable of things he could only have dreamt before. And most importantly, he would have died way back when, if the system hadn't brought him back. So overall, he can only say he's thankful to the administrator for all they've done. With their question answered, the administrator tells Duan that it's now his turn to ask a question. Out in the real world, Kwang Siup has woken up to a sight that damn near makes him soil himself. All around him, bloody bodies lay on the ground. Up ahead, Duan is holding the group's leader by his throat with a blank look in his eyes. Next, he breaks the man's arm and kicks him with such force he goes flying away. Terrified, Kwang tries to escape with his brothers, but finds his body too beaten to move. That is not great. As he watches, The leader panics while laying beaten on the ground. He pulls out his phone and tells Duan to back off. He hasn't faced their true leader just yet, a man named Guak Pal Jun. Quan recognizes this name as a man who was in the reformatory at the same time as him. A ruthless man who was put in for attempted sexual assault. Over with Oren, the man in front of her starts talking and instantly frightens her with his words. The guy's just the kind of person you try and avoid in public, incredibly creepy. As he comes closer to Oren and starts going on about how she wants it, she's frozen with terror. She can't bring herself to move even as he openly declares that he's going to violate her. To Oren's immeasurable relief, the man is stopped by the sudden appearance of none other than Haduan. Oh, he's dead now, as the system reveals Pal Jun to be the dungeon boss. Duan's body starts battering him without a second to spare. Kick, uppercut, kick, jab, hook. Attack after attack beats Pal Jun into a corner, till he's left open to a finishing blow. As he lays there, Duan winds his arm back for a devastating final attack. Inside the mental plane that is the shabby room he's in, Duan continues his conversation with the administrator. Unfortunately, they're secretive about their true identity, and they tell Duan it's too soon to reveal why he was given the system either, so basically he learns nothing. The administrator simply tells him that for now, their time together is coming to an end. He mentioned that he has the power to protect someone now, so this time, they wish him luck. Out in the real world, Duan suddenly regains control of his body, but has no memory of the things that happened while he was gone. In his confusion over his surroundings and Aren's presence, Pal Jun manages to get the drop on him and kick him away. Duan regained consciousness just seconds before delivering the blow that would have beaten Pal Jun. Talk about terrible timing. Suddenly, Duan feels a terrible pain in his heart. A pop-up appears to inform him that auto battle uses the body to its maximum. As a result, the recoil is just as devastating as the power that comes with it. Oh, come on. As Duan struggles to even breathe, Pal Jun starts beating him to within an inch of his life. When Duan tries to fight back, the recoil causes his muscles to start tearing apart. Falling to the ground, he screams out in agony as every muscle in his body is torn apart. With Duan on the ground, Pal Jun returns to his attempts at forcing himself on Aren. As he makes lewd comments about what he's going to do, Duan watches from the ground, his soul burning with rage and despair simultaneously. What power? What protection? If he can't even save Oren here, what the hell is any of it good for? Despite his body being destroyed from the inside, Duan gets up through sheer willpower and stands between Oren and Pal Jun. In his current state, he's not even sure he can use his skill, but he has to try. He grabs Jun with one hand, while attempting to use multi-strike destruction with the other. Unfortunately, one arm isn't nearly enough to put out any decent force in his condition. Even as he feels himself breaking apart, even as he's in the most soul-rending pain imaginable, even as the suffering is more than anything he's ever faced before, Duan charges onwards. Abandoning his defense altogether, he lets go of any semblance of sanity and starts wailing on Jun. With every single punch, he feels all his pain being renewed. But even so, he cannot stop. A cornered animal truly is the most dangerous. Duan spams such an absolute tidal wave of multi-strike destructions and blind spot strikes that Pal Jun is drowned in mere moments. The king's tomb is cleared, Aren is safe, and Duan is finished. When next he wakes, Duan is surprised to find himself back in his hotel room's bed. That's far from the most surprising thing about his situation, though. Why the hell is Aren in there with him? And why are they holding hands? Just what exactly did he miss? A lot. He missed a lot. After he beat Pal Jun, Duan collapsed from the various tolls on his body. Jihan and Aren carried him back to the hotel, where they gave him first aid. They knew they couldn't take him to a hospital, since he'd get in trouble for the gang fight that caused his injuries in the first place. Luckily, the rewards from the dungeon were a gold and silver key. While half unconscious, Duan used them, and the silver key gave him a passive recovery skill. With that, his recovery rate is boosted significantly when he's asleep. Thanks to this, his body is already recovered. Now, that's all well and good, but to the hot-blooded young man, one matter is far more pressing. The Aren in his bed. She stayed with him to watch over him while he recovered, but ended up falling asleep instead. Inside the bed? Well, not that he's complaining or anything. Anywho. While they're here, everyone else has gone to the theme park, Jeonju Land. Choi and Jihan are actually there too, out on a date, though they'll never admit that's what it is. Couple of uber-shy kids that they are. Since Arin can't go to theme parks anyways because of the loudspeakers, the two head to a restaurant for lunch instead. There, Duin learns that her issues with loudspeakers stem from some childhood trauma. Ever since then, she's preferred more natural things like beaches, mountains, and stargazing spots. It's just a shame she won't be able to watch the fireworks at the theme park, though. Not if our boy has anything to say about it. That night, Duin leaves Arin to their hotel's roof. There, he shows her what a great spot it is for stargazing. As they stand there, Arin tells Duin that she admires his fighting spirit and the fact that he's still a nice person despite it. She goes on to turn to him with a smile and thank him for saving her last night. Flustered, Duin can only blush and change the topic. It's time for the thing he brought her here for in the first place. Behind them, from the other side of the roof, all of Jeonju land is visible. Here, Arin will be able to watch the fireworks without going anywhere near the speakers. The two watch on, mesmerized by the beautiful lights in the sky. Unknown to either of them, trouble is brewing in the underworld due to Duin's latest achievements. And this time, he won't be able to avoid the consequences. On the bus trip back to Guanacu, the two on the bus plays some news about a bear that's escaped from a breeding facility. Huh, kinda random. Wonder if that'll come up again later. Duin is thinking back on the trip in the meantime, and thanking his lucky stars that he had the black lock item. That thing is the only reason that their problems were able to be resolved. Strangely enough, the lock is still in his possession. Now, it's just sealed itself. According to the system, it can only be used again once the key for it is found. Once the bus finally reaches home and Duin gets off, he's surprised to be met by Sian. It's been quite a while since he last met her. At her order, he joins her for a meeting of the Boromadong Bullies group. At a restaurant, they meet up with Kang Si-hoon. Their final member, Si-hee, is absent as he had to deal with some personal matters. In this meeting, Sian reveals that the Bully Council has scheduled another meeting tomorrow, and the Boromadong rep's attendance is mandatory. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all. At Sian's questioning about whether they've done anything to stand out, Kang and Duin admit to the scene at the Bong Cheondong construction site a few months back. Damn, it's really been a while since then, huh? Duin even admits to his beating up the Bong Cheondong rep. While Kang thinks that's a joke at first, he's shocked when he realizes this is true. Shoot, I would be too, bro. He was pretty weak not that long ago. Sian assures them, though, that this shouldn't be the reason for Duin's summons. There is one other rep who has been summoned, though. Perhaps, unknown to them, is somehow gotten tangled up with this person's group. Meanwhile, a certain weasel is facing something he doesn't often have to. The consequences of his own actions, said weasel is Lee Gu-min. Currently, he's tied up tightly to a chair in a batting cage. Here, he's threatened by an absolute unit of a man named Kang In-gang, the Seundong representative. Kang demands to know who Gu-min told about the request he made from them. Gu-min insists it wasn't him and even goes so far as to demand a refund since they failed the request. Without batting an eye, Kang just turns away and leaves, but not before leaving a parting gift, that refund Gu-min wanted. He can have it in the form of batting cage time. Kang enters the money into the machine, leaving Gu-min to be battered by the pitching machine's max speed balls. Outside the batting cages, Kang speaks to his second in command, Chi Jin-ho. He says that what's bothering him most is that just because of some random newbie rep, he's been summoned specifically to a bully council meeting. Later in the evening, Duin is walking Sian home before heading to his own. As they walk, Sian is noting Duin's physical development when a noise is heard from an alley or passing. Turning towards it, they're shocked to see a massive bear. The one from the news report on the bus. Called it. Ah, never mind, I got a little carried away. The bear's not actually a bear at all. It's just some guy in a super realistic outfit. As it happens, the guy's actually hiding from a bunch of delinquents, who are trying to beat him for stopping them from smoking. As these delinquents show up and try to extort the bear man, Duin decides to step in. With a quick sweep, he bodies all 4 of the delinquents in a single move, using his latest active skill. After thanking Duin for his help, Bear Dude leaves the area. In another alley, the guy takes off his bear suit and comments on Duin's growth from when he was little. He definitely made the right choice coming to meet him. That's his dad, isn't it? It has to be the body was too mangled to recognize back when he supposedly died. It's all coming together. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Ahem. Sorry. Forgot my meds. The next day, Duin enters the Bully Council's meeting with a tired look about him. He's here alone since Sion was confident in his skills after yesterday's display. As the meeting begins, the mediator brings up the topic for the day. Seondong attacked the Boromadong rep at the request of an outsider recently. This meeting is to get an explanation from the Seowon-dong rep, Kang In-gang. The three brothers who attacked Duwon, they're members of Seowon-dong. When In-gang raises an objection, the mediator reveals this information was provided by headquarters, the leader of the bully council. In-gang simply says they have no proof, prompting Duwon to finally speak up. Standing from his seat, he demands that In-gang give a straight answer. Was he the one who ordered for Jihan to be harmed? Offended, In-gang hits Duwon with an attack that knocks him away, even though he blocks it. As he sits crouched on the floor, In-gang makes an announcement. This whole matter should be swept under the rug. After all, soon there won't be a Boromidon rep for them to defend. Leaping forward, he shoots out a punch at Duwon. To his surprise, Duwon catches it with a single hand. While In-gang seems determined to destroy Duwon, he isn't actually fighting back. Rather, he's waiting for the system to assign him a quest, so he can get a reward for fighting In-gang. As expected, a pop-up does indeed appear with a quest. Lasts for 3 minutes without attacking. Wait, what? Duwon's very confused, but the system hasn't let him down so far. He'll just have to trust it for now. As the 3 minutes count down, he sees the reward conditions. The more damage he takes in these minutes, the more his defense stat will increase as a reward. With that in mind, he tries to lure In-gang into attacking him harder than ever. This attempt is just about to succeed when the mediator finally decides to speak up. At his orders, the fight is stopped. He reveals that headquarters are watching everything through a camera, and whatever he says are their direct orders. Annoyed, In-gang leaves the meeting. Duwon, on the other hand, is told to stay. As the newest Boromidon rep, he is being assigned the duty of collecting contributions for the Bully Council. In 2 weeks, he's required to create a new profit model for his group. After the meeting, Duwon can't help but wonder what was up with that strange new quest he got. The systems never stopped him from fighting before. Could it be that there's someone else fighting on his behalf? Bit of a weird conclusion to come to. Even weirder that he's somehow right. At In-gang's information agency, Han Yun-sung has taken out all of his men and is now facing off against the rep himself on the roof. Apparently, headquarters has evidence of all of In-gang's forbidden dealings, and Yun-sung has been sent to dispose of him. Kang Si-hoon, Sien, and Duwon meet up at the park, where he completed his training quest after the Bully Council meeting. Here, they decide to try and come up with a profit model as quick as possible. Sien reveals to Duwon that there are a few exceptions when it comes to contributions. Certain groups like Silumdong are exempted from contributions, as they have special roles. Han Eung-sun's Silumdong in particular are the enforcers of headquarters in a way. They monitor the Gwanak-gu bully groups and dispose of any traitors. I can't lie. That sounds cool as hell, man. Over with Yun-sung and In-gang, the two have escalated into a full-blown fight. For the most part, Yun-sung is dominating the situation and soundly beating In-gang. He tries multiple times to give him an out if he just agrees to comply with the council again. Unfortunately, In-gang has no intention of doing so and continues to fight back. Eventually, he beats down In-gang for the count at the edge of the roof. Meanwhile, Chi Jinho and his underlings have arrived outside the building with the goal of collecting all their data before Silumdong can get it. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to get that chance. Between them and the building stands Kim Gi-jin, the Silumdong deputy, Yun-sung's right-hand man. And if Eun-sung's strength is anything to go by, they're in for a wild ride. Up on the roof, Yun-sung turns his back to Kang, since the fight is pretty much over. In a sick twist, In-gang gets up one last time and pulls Eun-sun over the edge of the roof, as the Silumdong rep dangles from the edge of the roof by one hand. In-gang looks down on him with a smug look. If he kills Eun-sun here, what does he think the Bully Council will do then? Boo, fight fair, you fool. As Eun-sun hangs from the roof, In-gang admits that this is very similar to how he killed his own younger brother back when they were kids. Hearing this infuriates Eun-sung and gives him a burst of energy he needs to jump back up onto the roof. With his resolve renewed, Yun-sung tanks all of In-gang's hits and proceeds to ragdoll him like a ragdoll. So I'm not too creative, sue me. With the rep defeated, Yun-sung announces that his representative title is hereby stripped, and ownership of his agency is to be transferred to headquarters. With his duty fulfilled, he leaves the building. Outside, as rain starts pouring down, he speaks to someone from headquarters on his phone. According to this person, everything Han Eung-sun does in the Bully Council's name is for the sake of his younger brother. All that explains the raging out at In-gang's confession. Cool beans. Eun-sung is quick to assure that he is simply loyal to headquarters. As the man on the phone accepts this claim, he tells Eun-sung that there's one more target they have for him to handle. Over in his area, Do-won has just reached his apartment after a long day, thanks to all the stuff with the bully council. When he gets to the entrance, he's surprised to see none other than Han Eun-sung, apparently waiting for him. Oh boy, that does not bode well after the last scene. While waiting for Do-won outside his apartment, Eun-sung receives a call from Kim Ji-jin. Around him, the bodies of all the minions are laid out in varying states of injury. Yeah, called it. He's a total badass as well. Ji-jin tells Eun-sung that the Seowon-dong members are all dealt with. However, there is one piece of bad news. Chae Jin-ho, the deputy, managed to escape amidst the chaos. After Do-won arrives home and greets him, Eun-sung joins him in his apartment to have a conversation. After serving him some tea, because he's a good host like that, Do-won asks what's up. After all, it doesn't seem like him to come around just for fun. Eun-sung, ever the upfront fella, tells Do-won that he's here to talk about Boromae-dong's profit model. He tells Do-won that he should have his group take over the Seowon-dong Group's information agency, since that group is currently unavailable. Yeah, that. While the agency has some illegal dealings, Do-won is free to not take part in those, and the profits will be quite significant. All things considered, it's the best possible option for Boromae-dong in their current situation. Do-won admits that the offer is certainly incredibly tempting. Unfortunately, he's afraid he has to decline regardless. No matter how profitable it may be, he simply isn't willing to take part in anything that's in the realm of illegal activity. Plus, he doesn't want to put the other Boromae-dong members in a position that may be dangerous for them in any way. What an absolute W of a boss man. Right at that moment, Eun-sung receives a call from Ji-jin that reveals the whole information agency has been burned down. Guess Do-won made the right choice then, eh? Undoubtedly, this is the work of Seowon-dong. It's obvious they're trying to hide something very important. Chae Jin-ho was definitely responsible for this. From the looks of things, it seems he was the true mastermind behind the group's activities for the most part. Unknown to Ji-jin, the snake of a deputy is only a street away, struggling to flee, with Kang supported on his shoulder. During Ji-jin's fight with his underlings, or rather, the massacre, he received a text about Kang's defeat. As such, he slipped away and went to his boss to secure his escape. Guess at least he's loyal. The next day, Do-won finds himself at Boromae High School. This is the school where Si-yeon and Si-hee go. Since she's been the one coming to him from the start, and Si-hee's currently missing, she told him to come meet with them this time for the Boromae-dong meeting. Seems fair, but dang, could have been a little nicer about it. And so after his own classes ended, Do-won ran here at full speed to reach before Si-yeon's classes end as well. Thanks to that, he's drunk a lot of soft drinks to rehydrate. And thanks to that, well, y'all know, he's gotta go now. Desperate to empty his tank, Do-won rushes into the school to use the student bathroom. After almost running into the girls' bathroom by mistake, Do-won catches himself just in time and runs into the men's room. Except that's a girls' bathroom as well, and there's a few inside. What the hell? Talk about bad luck. The full name of this place is Boromae Girls' High School. Well, he's done for. As he rushes out while apologizing, the hall quickly fills up with students as their classes let out. Jesus, how bad can his luck get? Suddenly, one girl starts narrating what Do-won just did and then grabs his arm, and she tells him he's just her type. I take it all back, this fool has the best luck of all time ever. Q-scene cut. Pretty sure Do-won was gonna pass out from the stimulation in that last one. After finding a free bathroom, he handles his business and comes outside to see the white-haired girl from before still there. To his surprise, she admits to overhearing him talking to himself about Si-hee earlier. She tells him that she actually knows where he's disappeared to recently. Much to Do-won's embarrassment, though, her condition for taking him to Si-hee is to be super lovey-dovey and do relationshipy stuff. Oh no, how terrible. Lucky fool. From a photo studio, to an indoor amusement park, to a manga cafe. She takes him to all sorts of date spots and initiates more and more intimate contact between them at each one. God damn it. It should have been me, not him. Throughout this all, Si-yeon has been trying to contact Do-won with no success. He's a little too busy to be checking his phone. For their final destination of the day, the pair head to a snooker lounge. Here, the girl finally agrees to make this the last stop, before she takes Do-won to Si-hee's location. As she lines up a shot, though, some pervy older dudes come over to their table. Like your typical cliche pervy thugs, one of them tries to hit on the girl. Unfortunately for them, she's kinda ruthless. She pulls her cue backwards with enough force to crush the guys. Special bits. Before she does this, though, she surprises Duan by calling him by name and saying he'll have to save her again. Wait, was she the person in the bear costume? God, I hope not. I'm gonna look real stupid for the living dad conspiracy theory. Anyways, the man with the ruined family sack raises his fist to attack the girl. Before he can so much as think of bringing it down, though, Duan has grabbed it and brought the thug to his knees with sheer force. He tells the girl that he wants to know how she knows him, but for now, they should focus on getting out of here. After taking out the first thug with a quick kick to the head, Duan is faced with the next guy, a super fat dude whose defenses are super high. Now, if only Duan had a certain passive skill that completely ignores that. Alright, critical hit, son. So that guy's down for the count. Next, he uses a blind spot strike to destroy the cue stick of a thug attacking him from behind. In response, that guy breaks a glass bottle and prepares to stab Duan. Both he and another thug come at him from two sides. Picking up a cue stick of his own, Duan uses his weapon mastery to beat the crap out of the bottle wielder. Meanwhile, the other guy goes to his bag and pulls out a little axe. He leaps at Duan while claiming to be the heaven's best axe. Well, shut your face hole, loser. Duan uses his weapon mastery's throwing arts to knock him out with a bunch of snooker balls. With those guys beaten, Duan grabs the girl's hand and rushes out of the lounge. Outside, Duan tries desperately to remember where he knows the girl from. Unfortunately, she's not willing to just tell him. After teasing the absolute crap out of him, she tells Duan that he'd better remember her by the next time they meet. Okay, doesn't sound like she's the bear. Maybe I'm not crazy after all. Before parting ways, she tells Duan that all the places they went to today are part-time jobs that Sihi works at. With this info, Duan is finally able to find Sihi in very questionable attire. After he's done with his last job for the day, he joins Duan and explains why he's taken on so many jobs recently. He actually lives alone with his grandma who runs a small snack shop. A few months ago, a gang called Heaven's Best showed up and started demanding a protection fee from all the local businesses. Sihi has been working to pay those fees as they keep getting higher and higher to protect his grandma's shop. Man, that's so wholesome. I mean, it's terrible, but still pretty wholesome. When they reach his grandma's shop, Sihi is shocked to find her collapsed on the floor. It turns out the gangsters came around earlier and roughed her up for not having any money. It's not even collection day. Seeing this, Duan is infuriated. He also realizes why the quest from earlier has not been completed. The guys he beat up mentioned being Heaven's Best. The quest, win against the group of gangsters, must apply to the whole gang. With this in mind, Duan makes a decision. Turning to Sihi, he asks where the gangsters are right now. After the shop's landlord takes Sihi's grandma to the hospital, he tells Duan that he doesn't actually know where Heaven's Best are based. The only interaction he's ever had with them is when they come to collect their monthly fees. Well, weekly now it seems. When Duan asks why they don't just move the shop to a different area, Sihi explains that his grandma has been running the shop for decades now. There are too many memories infused with both the store and the food to just shut it down. When Duan has a taste of said food, though, he discovers something very concerning. It tastes disgusting. Yeah, that explains the lack of customers. Suddenly, a wild Xian spawns behind Duan, pissed at him for ignoring her all day. Oh yeah, she was waiting at the high school. That's rough. Thinking fast, he stuffs some of the food in her mouth, stunning her with the terrible taste. Later, Xian, Kang Si-hoon, Duan, and Sihi are all gathered at the store for their meeting. When they learn of Sihi's situation, they're all set on destroying Heaven's Best. Sihi, however, is insistent that they shouldn't do anything of the sort. With that said, the meeting is ended for the day. The next day, Sihi enters the shop to a surprising sight. All his Boromadong fellows working in the shop together. After talking things over, they've decided their group's profit mode is going to be Sihi's snack shop. With this, they'll be able to both improve the shop and deal with Heaven's Best when the time comes. The next day, the group work on the most important aspect of the shop to get more customers, the dog doo-doo food. Duan calls in Jihan to help them improve the food's quality, with his teachings from the academy he used to go to. The guy's cooking is so good, Kang totally abandons his diet to start scarfing it down. 4 days later, Heaven's Best finally come to the shop at night. It's collection day. Unexpectedly, it's not the frail old grandma that they now face. It's Kang Si-hoon and Duan, ready to mess them up. While Kang deals with the lackeys, Duan fights their squad leader, Ji-sang. While his attacks are pretty strong compared to the other thugs around, Duan ain't exactly the average high schooler either. In an impressive showing, he finally reveals the latest active skill he received from beating Pal Jun. Fast. Wait, is that it? Huh. Pretty literal. Using his newest active skill, Duin runs circles around Ji-sang and leaves him in shambles. The skill raises his agility dramatically for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. The only catch is that no other active skills can be used while it's active. Had to nerf it, didn't they? Oh well, with Ji-sang on the ground, Duin cancels out of the skill and uses multi-strike destruction to knock him out cold. With the gangsters beaten, Duin, Kang, and Sion regroup. Stihi is currently with his grandma, since he doesn't want to fight under any circumstances. He was actually quite adamant about all of them avoiding any violence as well. But when their friend is suffering through so much, how can they not do this? With Phase 1 of their plan complete, Duin and Kang head to Moonlight Room Salon, a hideout for Heaven's Best. There, they wait outside for Phase 2 of their plan to come to completion. See, Duin tricked the thugs from earlier into thinking they're actually a huge organization that's coming to Moonlight with weapons. Then, he tied them up just loosely enough that they'd be able to use their phones to contact and warn the rest of Heaven's Best. Now, why would he want to do all this, you ask? Well, that warning drives the gangsters to all wait inside with weapons of their own. And when Duin goes in to face them, well, there's this little passive skill that's really useful when fighting someone who has a weapon. And best of all, it's a passive skill, so it can be paired with a speed active skill if he really needs to do that. Mix and match Hacksbaity. Facing off against the dozens of thugs in the salon, Duin pulls a freaking katana out of somewhere, I dunno. Without a moment's hesitation, he draws the blade and activates the skill he'll use for Phase 3 of his plan. Weapon Mastery, Swordsmanship. Leaping forward with sword in hand, Duin proceeds to humiliate the bunch of fully grown adults playing gangster ahead of him. Despite all his development though, he refuses to kill, so he uses the back of the sword's blade and its hilt as his main form of offense. As he moves through the crowd, he cuts down some of the thugs' weapons and leaves them for Kang to handle. With the grace of a true sword master, Duin dances through the crowd and beats down everyone in his way. Near the end of the hall they're in, one of the thugs manages to shatter the katana with a heavy blow from a metal baseball bat. Oh no! Anyways, he pulls out an extendable baton and continues clapping their cheeks without a moment's pause. Turning to the last couple of thugs still standing near him, Duin tells them he has a question he needs answered. When Kang Si-hoon finishes with his smaller group of thugs, he hears Duin calling out to him. After telling Kang to deal with the last couple of thugs, he heads deeper into the building to finish things for good. He'll take out this whole place boss on his own and end it all. While he heads down, Kang is faced with a formidable opponent in his own right, Choi Hyung-seob, the second in command of Heaven's Best. Down in the second-level basement of the salon, Duin knocks politely on the door of the president's office. What a nice young man. Immediately after that, he steps into the room with a rough expression and announces that he's here to educate the boss of Heaven's Best. What an absolute Chad. When did he get so cool? Over at Si-hee's home, he thinks back on the reason why he took a vow to never fight. When he was younger, he often got into fights to protect his friends who were the victims of bullying. As a result, the families of the bullies he beat often asked Si-hee's family for settlement fees. Si-hee's grandfather, despite his old age and low income, never held any of that against Si-hee. If anything, he was proud of his grandson for defending the weak. But when the settlement fees kept racking up, he had to get an extra job as a construction worker to pay them all. With his old age and the unforgiving summer heat, well, he didn't make it back home from the job one day. Back in the present, Kang is having a lot of trouble fighting against the underboss of Heaven's Best. It seemed like he'd be able to handle him at first, but as it turns out, Choi is freaking massive. Like, this dude towers over even Kang, and he's a pretty tall guy. Thanks to the size advantage, he's pretty much able to throw Kang around like a ragdoll and absolutely destroy him. Hang in there, bro, you can do it. What? He could use some cheering right about now. Meanwhile, down in the basement, Duin's face to face with the boss of Heaven's Best. Except, the man isn't quite what he expected. He's just an average-looking middle-aged dude who can't walk without a crutch and has a prosthetic hand. The hell. Upstairs, Choi is getting tired of constantly wailing on Kang. He has to give it to the kid, though. He definitely has guts to keep getting back up. He puts forward an offer to Kang. If he works under Choi from now, he'll let the kid live. Unsurprisingly, Kang Si-hoon's only response is to flip him the bird. Just as Choi is about to finish Kang off, a new player arrives on the scene. Having received encouragement from his grandmother, Si-hee has learned how proud his grandfather was of him, and of the simple rule he lived by. Fighting is just fine, as long as it's to protect someone. Well, how can he not protect the friends who've been trying so hard to help him out, even when they don't need to? With a look of ironclad resolve, Shin Si-hee steps into the battle, his glasses gone and his hair tied up. Wait a second. Bro looks a whole lot like a certain genocidal titan shifter right about now. As he sees Si-hee walk into the salon, Kang is reminded of his first time meeting him. Almost a year ago, Si-hee became his junior in the Boromedan bully group, and weirdly enough, his reason for joining was to avoid fights. Everything he did seemed to be for that purpose actually. The glasses to avoid eye contact, the Hawaiian shirts to look weird so people will stay away, the grown-out beard so people his age won't interact with him. Every single thing he did seemed to be solely to avoid any and all negative contact. Weirdly enough, Kang never really held that against him. On some level, he understood Si-hee's reasons and almost respected them even. So now, to see him here, ready to fight for his sake, Kang is shocked to say the least. With the last bit of strength in him, he tells Si-hee that Choi is too dangerous and then collapses. Turning to Choi, Si-hee fires off a quick punch to his face which is blocked. As a follow-up, he launches a kick and a jab, both of which are also blocked. Well, not doing great so far. I'm sure he can do it though. Give him some time. Down in the basement, Doon finds himself hesitating to fight the disabled man in front of him. Can he really raise his hands to him? Yeah, square up, old man. At the last moment, he hesitates again though, and tries to use a stun smash instead of directly striking him. Yeah, bad move. The old man just uses his crutch to stay in place and hits Doon with a palm smack, followed up with a kick that blows him straight into the wall. Holy hell, that's a lot of power for only having one good leg. Upstairs, Choi has Si-hee in a hold by his wrists. As he starts, or rather, continues talking smack, Si-hee interrupts him. After stating that he's simply here to destroy everyone who hurt his loved ones, he uses Choi's hold as leverage to bring his leg up in a devastating uppercut kick to the chin. Following that, he kicks him full force in the gut, driving him into the ground. Watching all this happen from the sidelines, Kang remembers a conversation he had with Si-hee way back when. The reason he swore off all fighting instead of just going easy, or focusing on defense. When Si-hee gets into a fight, he loses all self-control and can't focus on anything, but destroying whoever is in front of him. As he walks up to grab the fallen Choi by his skull, Doon has had a realization as well. Down in the basement, he rises up from his spot in front of the wall. He's honestly kind of embarrassed that he let himself hesitate, just because the boss was disabled. One way or another, he's a villain, so why should he feel any reluctance at all? At the same time, both Si-hee and Doon face their opponents and prepare their finishing blows. Whoop, never mind. Si does finish off Choi, but Doon not so much. Turns out the disabled old-timer is pretty quick for someone in his condition. The man keeps dodging every single one of Doon's attacks and counters with frightening effectiveness. Hell, he even uses the crutch as a weapon when Doon's in the right range. As he keeps getting his butt handed to him, Doon starts talking to the man about what he's doing to Si-hee's snack shop and other similar businesses. At this, the man decides to go ahead and explain things to Doon. He's pretty confident he's not leaving here alive anyways. So what's the harm, right? Yeesh, that might be the most cliche villain line so far. Had there been a few. Anywho, he reveals that some higher-ups have been planning to buy the land in that neighborhood and repurpose it into a more profitable district. And since they don't want to pay full market price for the land, they'd hired Heaven's best to make the shop suffer to the point of failure. At that point, they'll be forced to sell no matter what price is offered. Even now, they've set a group of men to go and physically destroy the snack shop completely. After that, he even goes so far as to say it was amusing to watch such a poor snack shop somehow constantly make the payments to them. This is the last straw for Doon. Regardless of anything else, there's no chance in hell he can forgive someone who would make such a mockery of Si-hee and his family's struggles. Fueled by his rage, he activates the Speed Booster active skill and leaps at the boss. Rushing into his guard, Doon hits him with a quick jab and kick. To follow up, he dodges the counterattacks the man throws and leaps back. With that, he's finally done analyzing all of his limited attack patterns. Now with a solid strategy, he goes back in. After luring the man into throwing a kick followed by a jump, Doon dodges and deactivates Speed Booster. In that split second, he proceeds to activate Falcon Drop and stuns the man with a huge kick. Before he can fall away, Doon grabs his crutch, takes it away, and uses Stun Slam to finish him off. With that, Heaven's best is finished. Oh, and the men sent to the snack shop, yeah, they're in for a beating. They left Jihan there to guard the place. Flashback time. Not too long ago, Xian informed Kang and Duan of a fact that shocks them to their cores. The mixer where she first met Duan, she was only at that place to meet Jihan. She was interested in him after hearing of his exploits in several combat sports, but was disappointed to only see a timid kid who was a victim of bullying. When Duan showed his skills the same night, Xian was already pressed to find a rep for Boromidon quickly, so she went with him. That's right, he was a substitute. Her original choice for their representative was Yu Jihan. Alright, yeah, those gangsters at the snack shop are finished with a capital F, as one of them rushes at the boy with a crowbar. Jihan uses a Krav Maga stance to shatter his jaw and knock him down. Since all the thugs are armed, he picks up the man's crowbars and faces them. Before the thugs can even finish a sentence, Jihan dashes between them and starts dismantling them with ease, using stances and techniques from various fighting styles. Throughout this, the fluffball's just concerned that he's using too much force. Not knock him out, bro. They deserve it. Back with the others, the showdown between Duan and the old gang leader continues. Despite being beaten and now crutchless, the old-timer stands back up for one final act. After telling Duan some stuff about the gang's past, he pulls out a gun. Huh, why didn't he just start with that? Turning it towards Duan, he says he's heard far too much about the gang's illegal activities today. As such, he can't be allowed to leave here alive. Duan, however, has one last card up his sleeve. The final phase of his plan to attack this place. In his pocket, his phone has been recording everything that's been said here since he entered the gang's base. At the same time, it's also been sharing that recording with another phone over at Sihi's shop. If Duan dies here, his friends will release everything, and a lot of Heaven's best will end up in jail without question. If he wants to avoid that sort of outcome, Duan has a few conditions. First, they'll return all the money the gang has taken as protection fees. Second, they'll set up protocols to make sure nobody is harmed by the remodeling plans for the area. And lastly, they have to leave this neighborhood for good. Turning around, Duan steps out while telling the boss to make his choice quick. He's not going to be able to wait too long. As he leaves, the boss finally drops his gun and collapses. Sirs, you're right. Freaking heartless, greedy, no good son of a gun. Out in the hallway, Duan finally feels the full effects of what he just went through. The sheer nervousness from having a gun pointed at him was, well, nerve-wracking. He really thought he was going to die back there, man. But at the very least, their goals have been accomplished and the quest is finally complete. The Heaven's Best gang has been defeated. As the system pop-up for the quest completion comes up, the reward is summoned as well. Random item. In front of Duan's eyes, a bright blue light shines as the reward emerges from within. As he looks at it, Duan can only be confused that this huge thing is his reward. Wielding his abilities that are like a video game come to life, Duan continues to investigate the mystery surrounding his father's demise. Becoming the representative of Boromidon by sheer coincidence, he is thrown into a world of chaos and gets involved with gangs and bullies. More importantly though, Duan meets beautiful girls and makes good friends along the way, overcoming all odds to defeat the Heaven's Best gang in his latest endeavor. This giant thing is the reward, Duan confusedly mutters. From the blinding light, a massive spinning wheel appears, prompting him to spin it to collect his random item. Excited to acquire a never-before-gotten item, Duan forcefully spins the wheel and lands on a bright red question mark. He receives a rusted key as the reward, one that can be used after its rust is removed. The boy is utterly pissed, unable to believe that he got a piece of trash for all his work so far. Right then, Kang and Sihi arrive there, confirming that it's all over now. Not recognizing the latter at first, Duan wonders if the former made a new friend while fighting. Though, Sihi wearing his signature sunglasses makes him instantly recognizable to his big bro. Afterwards, the group reunites with Xian and Jihan. Duan inquires what became of the gangsters and finds out that they got taken care of with ease. Jihan notices that Kang looks the most injured, pleading with him to at least get basic treatment. However, this ends up frustrating the wounded guy instead. Who am I to become a rep? Kang questions himself, understanding that he is the weakest out of this group. Motivated, he announces to go on a journey to get stronger. Hearing this, Duan rests his arm on Kang's shoulder and tells the maniac to just study. Suddenly, Sihi starts bowing before them. Thanking the group for helping him, he vows to do anything to repay this debt. Of course, being the people that they are, Duan and the others only want a dinner treat in return. leaving an everlasting impression on Si-hee. At night, Do-won arrives at his apartment and falls to the ground. His entire existence starts writhing in agony, making him feel as if he is going to die. As Do-won falls unconscious, his passive recovery triggers. With this, the boy's body starts healing rapidly. Blue had unlocked an actual cheat code, no. The next day, Do-won and Kong meet up with Si-hee. Despite the fact that the group's fight against the gangsters ended in their victory, they learn that the building with the Si-hee snack bar ended up getting sold anyway. Though, it was for the correct price this time, earning the stores some compensation fees as well. Thankfully, the crazed building owner inherited some other places from his father as well and has moved the Si-hee bar to the first floor of a building downtown. The building owner hopes that it will be a booming business there, given that it's a densely populated spot. Hearing this, Do-won turns to Si-hee and asks him if it is really okay, since this place has special memories. Si-hee remarks that moving locations won't erase the memories he has had there. Embracing his grandma, he vows to make new memories with her at the new spot. Si-hee then questions Do-won about his earlier proposal of using the snack bar as Bora-mae-dong's revenue model. Of course, that was just a lie by the boy to make sure he didn't decline the group's help. Regardless, Do-won has to choose a revenue model soon. For that, he has decided to just do it. Backtracking to a week ago, Do-won meets with Yeon-sung. The Sillim-dong leader asks the boy what revenue model he intends on using to pay the bully council. However, Do-won makes it extremely clear that he doesn't intend on giving any money to the bully council at all. Having already suspected that he would say something like this, Yeon-sung informs Do-won of the solution that he proposed to headquarters. As Sillim-dong is currently low on fighters, Bora-mae-dong is to work together with the group. Remembering hearing from Si-yeon that the members of Sillim-dong watch all the members of the bully council to eliminate traitors, Do-won agrees. Do really signing up to become a violent snitch? Huh. Confirming the boy's readiness for the task, Yeon-sung reveals that headquarters wants to see if he even has the power to carry out the task. So, they have a condition. Cheongyang-dong is the only region in Gwangju that hasn't joined the bully council, having the Cheongyang Tech High School at the center of it. To prove his worth, Do-won must clean up the problematic place all alone. Present day, Do-won arrives at Cheongyang Tech High to carry out his mission. With this, the boy receives a prompt that he has entered the dungeon named Dragon's Nest. In Cheongyang Technical High, the students are so problematic that their teachers and even parents have given up on them. The only thing keeping the rowdy bunch in check is the dragon that lives there. Back to where Yeon-sung presents Do-won with the task of cleaning up the whole school himself, the boy lashes out, inquiring how he was going to do something this difficult all alone. The Sillim-dong leader tells Do-won that he should be able to do at least this much, given that the job he signed up for requires him to fight a region's representative or the entire region at a time. Letting out a sigh, Do-won wonders why Cheongyang-dong is the only region not in the bully council. Yeon-sung reveals that joining the bully council is voluntary. Me and the group just never wanted to. So, they were left alone until now. This confuses Do-won even more, who questions if they are meddling with Cheongyang-dong just to test his strength. Bro thinks he is so important. Who's going to tell him? Turns out, there has been news recently of the region trying to cross borders and stretch out to other regions of Gwangju. As such, headquarters has given Do-won the task of punishing them for their crimes, making this the perfect opportunity to test his strength. Hearing this, the boy realizes that he has only two options. Either Do-won takes down an entire high school on his own, or he finds a revenue model to pay money to the bully council. Choosing the former of the two, he arrives at the Dragon's Nest. 3:32 p.m. of the current day, Do-won enters Cheongyang Tech High and looks around, finding no students inside. Using the silence to decide on his next course of action, the boy understands that killing the enemy general is key to winning a war. So, Do-won looks forward to beating the leader of the school and starts trying to figure out his location. Right then, he comes across two students in the restroom, smoking cigarettes and talking about how badly they bullied a bunch of middle schoolers. Marching up to the duo, Do-won proclaims that this won't turn into a bloody situation if they just reply to all his questions from now on. He towers over the squatting students and asks where their leader is right now. "Leader, why do you want to know?" Numerous voices question at the same time. Before he can even move, Do-won gets surrounded by a horde of students. Sweating a bit, the boy reiterates that he will leave quietly if they just tell him their leader's whereabouts. Enraged at Do-won's cockiness, the problematic students of Cheongyang Tech High begin to get physical. An all-out brawl breaks out, with Du-won being at a severe disadvantage in numbers. Despite this, the students are easily and ruthlessly beaten down by him. Standing tall over the battlefield, Du-won reiterates that they should have just replied. Suddenly, a quest called Dungeon Break pops up, prompting the boy to defeat the scattered monsters to clear the dungeon. 458 normal monsters, 112 elite monsters, 2 Royal Guard monsters, and 1 boss monsters. This is the number of monsters Du-won must defeat to clear the dungeon. Nah, blood is cooked. Or he just built different. Feeling depressed that his plan of just defeating the boss has gone out the drain, the boy gets hit with a follow-up prompt. The dungeon is cleared when you defeat the boss. Once again brimming with energy, Du-won wants to just speed to the boss monster and beat him to get this over with. Suddenly, one of the beaten-up students behind him starts talking. Revealing that they are just first years who really don't know the leader's whereabouts, the guy points Du-won to the second years. Pissed off that the students are gathered in places outside the classroom and don't respond to his questions without swinging punches first, Du-won beats up the second years too. Having defeated 11 normal monsters up until this point, he doesn't want to keep wasting time and energy like this. However, just as he inquires about the leader's whereabouts from one of the beaten second years, Du-won receives another prompt. Being additional information about the quest, the message shows that points are accumulated by defeating monsters and the reward is given accordingly. With this, Du-won instantly has a change of plans. Instead of asking about their leader, he questions about the entire student body's whereabouts. The quest completion rewards include an increase in his attack, defense, agility, and spirit by a maximum of 300, as well as unlocking a hidden skill. Du-won understands after this, he can get much stronger. A group of Changmyeon Tech High students beat down a middle schooler, demanding that he leaves his wallet with them. Arriving at the scene just in time, Du-won inquires how there can't be a single decent guy among the student body. Though, it's good for the boy, as he can beat them up with a clear conscience. And so, Du-won does as much, pulverizing the group of brutes to a pulp. The middle schooler thanks his savior and starts sprinting out of there. Confused at why the kid is running away, Du-won is overcome with disappointment upon realizing that even these 4 bullies were just normal-grade monsters and wonders where all the higher-grade monsters are hiding. Having defeated 79 out of 458 normal monsters by now, Du-won doesn't even remember how many days he has been fighting here. Just then, one of the bloodied students barely gets up, asking the boy his identity. Giving the student a fake name in school, Du-won tells the guy to come find him anytime if he wants revenge. Ju-ryong will, the bully trails off with his threat. Getting his first clue about one of the bigger threats, Du-won continues through the day to beat up some more normal monsters. In the evening, he gets on a call with Sweaty, exercising Si-yeon. Ayo? Is she selling some of her equipment or something? Through her, Du-won finds out that Changmyeong-dong's income mainly comes from extortion and theft. Shaking up empty houses, all the valuable stuff they steal goes into the hands of the guy controlling the Changmyeong Tech High School, Choi Ju-ryong. This means that whoever this overwhelming presence is, he is powerful enough to the point that the bullies are willing to commit crimes to give him valuables. Si-yeon tells Du-won that if he ever starts to think that clearing out Changmyeong Tech High on his own is too difficult, it's okay to give up whenever he wants. I can never give it up. Du-won thinks to himself. 231, 251, 231, and 201. These are his attack, defense, agility, and spirit stats right now. If the 300-point increase for the quest's completion is true, then Du-won doesn't want to miss it, considering it's higher than all the stats he has gathered until now. Vowing to get even stronger than he is now, Du-won falls asleep. Thanks to his recovery skill, every nap is as efficient as it gets. Elsewhere, one of the bullies Du-won beat up goes complaining to his boss, remarking that the failed mission to extort money was not his fault, though it ends up backfiring on him. Not having any of his underlings' excuses, the maniacal entity thunderously slaps him into the distance, flowing orange hair, drifting eyes, and a massive dragon tattoo across his back. This is the dungeon boss monster, Choi Ju-ryong. Turning over to a bald subordinate, Ju-ryong inquires how the search is going for the punks that surprise-attacked Changmyeong-dong. The bald guy reveals that all the assailants that disappeared after stating their high school and name turned out to be fake, pointing back to a disturbing fact. It wasn't the work of a group, but rather the work of a single person. Thankfully for them, one of the guys who got recently attacked was able to take the picture of this mystery assailant. Seeing Du-won's portrait, Ryong commands the bald dude to find the assailant and bring him back there. Making a spine-chilling proclamation, the boss monster vows to make Do-won pay a reasonable price for his action. After finding out the reason for his crimes, of course. The cunning bald guy is already way ahead of his boss, having gathered all the forces of Chongyang Tech High by putting out a wanted order with Do-won's picture. Bro is his certified teacher's pet. Surrounded by a horde of annoying students disturbing his nap, Do-won wakes up, brimming with aura as his recovery is complete either way. Busy in their evil deeds to give something to Ryong all around the city, the members of Chongyang receive a notification on their phones, robbing houses, pickpocketing, extortion. Everything is put on hold when an announcement is made in the Chongyang group to find Do-won and drag him to Ryong. All the students arrive back to the school, laughing at the fact that the troublemaker is just knocked out sleeping. Suddenly, Do-won wakes up. How irritating. He remarks, reprimanding the annoying guys for waking him up from a good dream. Though, despite saying this while he was sleepy, Do-won soon realizes his situation and bursts into a sweat. The boy wonders why there are so many of the students gathered there and how they knew where to find him. Out from the crowd, a student marches forward, demanding that Do-won just follows along quietly, showing himself after all this time. This is one of the elite monsters named Shei Chunchu. While excited that he has finally come across one of the higher-ups, Do-won understands that taking on all of the students at once is going to be impossible. So he starts moving towards the elevator with them to go to Ryong. Of course, this is all a ruse. Planning on getting the maximum quest competition rewards, Do-won uses 3 consecutive blows of blind spot strike to escape the backlines. Thriving in the chaos of the stairs, he easily takes down another normal-grade monster, getting up to 4 defeated. As Do-won continues to make a run for it, Chunchu pushes aside the mob and chases after him. Man really said, "Fine, I will do it myself." Clashing words and fists with the elite monster, Do-won realizes that his foe is worthy of his title after all. However, the boy is overcome with confidence even in the face of overwhelming odds. Do-won doesn't know if it's because of fighting a lot recently, but he doesn't think that he will lose to an opponent like this. And so, the thunderous Falcon drop, Do-won defeats the elite-grade monster. He begins to move out, aiming to take care of the rest of the normal monsters. Right then, he hears sounds of footsteps approaching. Backed by his group of normal-grade monsters, the elite monster who goes by Shim Sang-soo shows up at the site, making fun of Chunchu for being a weakling. Joining him on the staircase is Jang Ji-jun, another elite monster with his own group of normal monsters. Do-won sees the 2 factions surrounding him and starts to sweat hard this time. He can't help but think, this really is too much. Sometime later, a huffing and puffing Do-won walks out from where the staircase ends. Having defeated both elite-grade monsters and their 28 normal-grade underlings, he can't believe that he almost died back there. 45 out of 11,500 HP and 45 out of 2,600 mana remain for Do-won, meaning that even one more hit would have made him pass out. Just as he feels relieved that it's finally over, a motorbike stops in his face. Riding it is none other than Cien, who tells the boy to hurry up and get on before they come here. Blood needs to rethink his life choices if he refuses to sit behind her. However, right as the duo starts to move out, they get surrounded by a gang of bikers. Leading the charge is the elite monster called Kim Kyung-gu, making Do-won worry if the crazed students of Chongyang Tech High plan on following him until the end. More than himself, he is scared for Cien, having put her in a dangerous situation. Trying to get off, Do-won tells the girl that he will buy her some time, though his heroic gesture isn't accepted. Instructing Do-won to hold her tight, Cien proclaims that it's going to get a little rough from this point onwards, putting pedal to the metal. Ryong gets informed of the assailant getting intercepted by several elite-grade monsters and their squads within the Chongyang area. Not remembering who they are, the leader asks his subordinate if they will be enough to take care of this threat. Despite not knowing the reason for why Do-won is doing this, they know that he is all alone in this conundrum, so just in case the assailant somehow escapes the building, the biker team led by Kim Kyung-gu awaits him outside. With this, the bald underling is assured that it should be impossible for Do-won to escape from Chongyang with only his own strength. He would have been right too, but the boy is no longer alone. Maneuvering around Kim Kyung-gu and captivating him with her fierce charm, Cien speeds out of there. Do-won praises her awesomeness, thinking that they have managed to escape. However, the duo isn't out of hot water just yet. Quickly catching up with them, Kyung-gu laughs at the exhilaration of being in a chase after so long. As he vows to catch and punish the hot lady, Si-yeon once again tells Do-won to hold on tight. Swerving through the road and in between cars like a total badass, Si-yeon gets some distance from the biker gang. Though, this only ends up exciting them even more, being pro riders who are trained in pickpocketing. So Si-yeon comes up with a plan. Slowing down a bit, she lets one of the bikers catch up, having Do-won throw a traffic cone on the normal monster's head. Seeing this, the other normal-grade monsters wonder if they should just ram straight into the duo. Of course, Kyung-gu has something better and more fun in mind. Curious to know how many times someone would flip in the air after getting clotheslined with a chain at this speed, he sends two bikers ahead to intercept Do-won and Si-yeon. Heading towards the interlinked chain in between the two bikers at an immense, the boy gets scared for his life. Suddenly, the bike comes to a stop on its front wheel and Do-won gets lifted off his seat. Spinning the entire motorcycle around, Si-yeon slams its back wheel directly onto the biker's chain, crashing them into each other. Having defeated two more of the normal monsters, the girl slams the accelerator and speeds off. About to start getting beat up by people if it means she can save me. Despite seeing the duo flee into the distance, Kyung-gu is unfazed and thinks that there is no reason to rush as they are headed to a dead end. Arriving there themselves, the biker gang looks around, finding nothing. Kyung-gu remarks that they are probably just hiding deeper inside like idiots, along with their bike. Knowing the neighborhood and his only exit better than anyone else, the biker's leader is convinced that it's just a waiting game until the duo attempts to escape. Kyung-gu throws sharp nails inside the building's exit to trap the bike inside, shouting out at Do-won and Si-yeon to come out quickly. Right then, his subordinates notice something weird. A sound of the engine seems to be coming from above, making Kyung-gu look. Moments later, Si-yeon and Do-won come crashing out of one of the building's windows, slamming down on the ground behind the bikers. Finally losing his cool demeanor, Kyung-gu rushes for his bike. Understanding that Ju-ryong would be pissed if the assailant gets away, he instructs his subordinates to catch the duo even if they have to ram themselves into their bike. Chasing hastily after the boy and girl, Kyung-gu soon realizes he has been had. The same nails that he tried to puncture Si-yeon's bike with were now spread all across the road by Do-won. In the following slip and crash, the elite-grade monster and his two normal-grade underlings suffer a humiliating defeat. Afterwards, Do-won vomits his guts out, thanking Si-yeon for saving him in between every gasp for air. The girl reiterates that the boy can always quit anytime he wants, given that he is already doing more than enough by being Boromei-dong's representative. Si-yeon wonders why Do-won insists on getting into these dangerous situations, making him question why he has been doing what the quests tell him to do like it's natural. Bro really risking his life without knowing why. I need this type of attitude in my life for real. Falling into a deep train of thought, Do-won looks at all the possible reasons. Is it because of the penalty or a want to get stronger? If not either of them, then is it because he has a sense of justice for beating up bad guys, or is it for his friends? I don't know, mutters Do-won, responding to Si-yeon's question. The boy remarks that he doesn't understand why he is going this far and isn't even sure why that is either. So, at least for now, Do-won wants to do things the way he wants to. Hearing these words, Si-yeon's expression suddenly changes. Confused, Do-won inquires if there is something wrong with the way he is thinking. Well, no, that's not it, replies Si-yeon, having heard something similar before. She remembers a guy in a suit saying the same lines Do-won just said. Deciding to do things how he wants from now on, the man announces that he is going to leave Boromei, being Boromei-dong's previous representative. Si-yeon doesn't believe the words coming out of the man's mouth, not knowing how Boromei will proceed without him. Telling her not to be too sad and worried, he assures the girl that he won't be gone forever. The man looks into the sunset, remarking that Si-hoon is too hot-headed to become a rep and he doesn't like to fight. So Si-yeon is to find a worthy guy and make him the representative of Boromei, leaving his bike with her. The previous rep bids the girl farewell, heading off into the distance. Present day, Si-yeon wakes up in the morning. Feeling her belly being squished, she looks down to find Do-won laying in her lap, seemingly dreaming about pork belly while continuing to pinch Si-yeon's tummy. Sometime later, Do-won wakes up with a red bruise on his forehead. Looking around, he wonders where he is and gets greeted by an apron wearing Si-yeon. Upon realizing that this is the girl's house, Do-won becomes completely flustered. Turns out, after his little speech, the boy fell asleep mid-conversation. As he didn't wake up no matter how much she tried, Si-yeon brought him to her house because it was nearby. The girl then announces that food is ready, inviting Do-won to eat before it gets cold. Seeing a mighty feast before him, he asks Si-yeon if she made all of it, getting told that only the Korean soybean paste stew is her creation. The rest was made by her mom. Jumping onto the thought, Do-won inquires if Si-yeon's parents said anything when she brought him here. In a nonchalant manner, the girl reveals that her parents are on vacation and the two are all alone there, making the boy even more flustered. Who can blame bro though? Speeding past the small talk, Si-yeon questions what Do-won is going to do now that Chong Yong-dong knows his face. The latter doesn't seem to think it's a problem though, since he is still a face without a name to them. Of course, the problematic Chong Yong-dong members won't stay put like they did till now. Realizing that things could get dangerous if he acts as brashly as he did yesterday, Do-won understands that a change is needed in his approach of attacking Chong Yong-dong. Proclaiming that he is going to observe the situation from afar for now, the boy quickly switches to praising Si-yeon's Korean soybean paste stew. Seeing Do-won stuff his face, Si-yeon remarks that she doesn't intend on stopping him if he is going to keep fighting with Chong Yong-dong. However, Do-won must keep his word and return and rest for a while. Si-yeon adds that there is also something that she hasn't told the boy yet, confusing him. Phoenix, shyly mutters the girl, claiming that asking Do-won to become the Boromedong rep was a good decision after all. Getting awkward over the sudden flattery, the boy jokingly says that her request was more of a threat anyways. Meanwhile, Si-yeon wonders what would happen if the previous rep were to come back. Turning back to Do-won, she is about to say something but stops, seeing him doze off mid-conversation again, not knowing how much he pushed himself this time around. Si-yeon smiles at Do-won but is overcome the feeling of sadness. She questions what is making her so sad, given that she was the one who told him to take the role temporarily in the first place. No, stop tugging at my heart, man. At night, Do-won comes back to his apartment, still feeling tired despite many hours of sleep at Si-yeon's house. The boy's excitement about getting home is instantly shut down though, finding his door open. Carefully entering the apartment, Do-won finds everything ransacked. Baffled by this sight, he rushes to call the police. Right then, a tall guy with dual-colored hair walks out of his washroom. This intimidating figure is Chong Yong-dong's royal guard monster, Song Chi-hyun. Standing before the intruder, Do-won inquires how he knows about this place. Chi-hyun reveals that it was all on the boy's carelessness, who didn't turn off the computer after playing at the PC cafe and had his house address showing on his membership information. However, since Do-won's house happened to be empty, they couldn't control themselves and stole everything instead. Furious, Do-won vows to not let this crime slide. Of course, this doesn't matter to Chi-hyun, who was only doing what his boss told him to do. With a sinister grin on his face, the Chong Yong-dong member declares that he's going to kill Do-won halfway this time to make sure he can't run away. About to make a comment in return, the boy notices that his family photo is gone. Overcome with rage, he demands that Chi-hyun reveal where he took it. However, Do-won's furious plea falls on deaf ears. Whoopsies. I forgot, smirks Chi-hyun. Frustrated, the former remembers what Si-yeon told him about Chong Yong-dong. Despite the region having a large number of bullies, the fighting skills of these individuals are pathetic. Though, the three key figures who lead them more than make up for the weakness of their underlings. The head, Choi Ju-ryong, and his arms, Do Jung-nuk and Song Chi-hyun, who the boy knows as the boss monster and the two royal guard monsters. Understanding that this is the start of the real game, Do-won stands with a stern expression across his face. Chi-hyun continues to provoke him, going on about how he doesn't remember where the picture is. In a flash, Do-won grabs the bully's face and hurls him towards the ground, proclaiming to make Chi-hyun remember right now. Refreshing Chi-hyun's memory about the whereabouts of the family picture, Do-won uses Stun Smash with the intention of slamming him into the ground. However, the royal grade monster strikes the boy with a knee to the face, completely avoiding the attack. With a smug grin across his face, Chi-hyun rhetorically asks Do-won if he was even trying to refresh his memory or just wanted to crack his head open instead. Back over at Chongyang Tech High, Ju-ryong reprimands the duo of normal grade monsters for stealing only a few things from the raiders' house. Sweating in fear, the small fry apologizes to their leader, remarking that there weren't many things of worth in Do-won's house to begin with. Albeit understanding that notion, Ju-ryong questions why they would steal something as worthless as the boy's family portrait. Upon learning that it was Chi-hyun's doing, The leader expresses his displeasure at the royal-grade monster committing to useless shenanigans and throws the picture onto the table. Suddenly, the back of the photo frame clips open, alerting Ju Ryong. Meanwhile, Chi Hyun tells Do-won that he suspected something to be weird all along. Although there was someone in the picture who looked like he could be a father, yet there wasn't much in the apartment that seemed like it would belong to a middle-aged person. And so, Chi Hyun concluded it to be one of two things. Either Do-won leaves separately, or his dad is already dead. Blood thinks he is Sherlock or something. Hearing this, the boy shouts out at the bully to shut his mouth. However, this ends up backfiring, as this reaction confirms for Chi Hyun that it's the latter. Taking advantage of Do-won's frustration, the royal-grade monster unleashes a barrage of fists on him, remarking that it was a good thing that they stole the picture after all. Do-won attempts to counterattack, once again demanding to know where they took the family portrait. Chi Hyun stops the boy in his tracks and punches his face, shouting out that the picture is obviously at Chong Myeong-dong's hideout. Though since Do-won probably doesn't even know where that is, Chi Hyun offers to just take him there. Of course, even if the boy concedes, the bully has no intention of letting him off the hook. The crazed royal-grade monster is hell-bent on completely following through with Ju Ryong's command of beating Do-won half-dead and dragging him back. After a bit of parrying all of Do-won's strikes to that end, Chi Hyun finally gets hit with a kick, followed by an onslaught of punches. Seeing the boy keep up with him well enough, the bully lets out an ominous smile. Suddenly, he trips up on the corner of the bed and falls onto the mattress. Towering over Chi Hyun, Do-won readies his fist, demanding to know where Chong Myeong-dong's hideout is. Despite being on the back pedal this time, Chi Hyun continues to nonchalantly make smart remarks about the suggestive position they are in. Kicking the ever-living crap out of Do-won, the royal-grade monster rushes to finish the job, getting punished for his eagerness by a thunderous falcon drop. Starting to bleed out of his nose and mouth, Chi Hyun gets back up anyways. Wiping his bloody face trap, he dodges Do-won's follow-up strike and trips him up. The bully then shoves the boy into the restroom, pushing him to the ground with a blow to the face. Decides to wrap things up here. Chi Hyun grabs a hold of the hand shower and starts choking Do-won out with its cord, making the assailant feel better in his situation. The royal-grade monster reminds the boy that he will find himself in the place he really wants to go after waking up, Chong Myeong's hideout. Suddenly, Chi Hyun's face gets blasted by a spray of hot water from the showerhead. Having avoided a disastrous situation, Do-won proclaims that he doesn't really have any boundaries right now. Not willing to waste his time arguing back and forth with Chi Hyun, the boy tells him to listen carefully, shoving the bully's face into the toilet. Nah, me personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect. Where's Chong Myeong's hideout? Furiously asks Do-won, assuring Chi Hyun that this is the last time he is going to make this inquiry. Over with Ju Ryong, he questions why there is no news yet. Even after they gathered so many people yesterday, the raider ultimately ended up getting away right in front of their eyes. Today as well, where Chi Hyun hasn't appeared back since he got sent to the assailant Punk's house. Annoyed at the incompetence, Ju Ryong takes out his frustrations on the bald guy, questioning him on how long he plans on testing his patience. As the boss monster reminds him of his vow to drag the intruder there no matter what, the normal grade student prostrates himself and asks for forgiveness. Ju Ryong gave the job to the bald dude because he thought of him as someone smart, but there have been constant failures. If this attempt ends up failing again, the boss monster promises to kill the underling first and go to get the raider himself. Just as the bald guy is about to make another vow he can't keep, someone kicks open the door to the room. This is none other than Do-won, who has unexpectedly marched into the lair of the boss of his own accord. Right then, the realization hits Ju Ryong. The raider being here meant that Song Chi Hyun, the royal guard monsters, was defeated, while the boss monster processes the loss of his underling. Do-won looks around on the ground and notices the broken photo frame. Enraged, he inquires where the portrait is. Grinning maniacally, Ju Ryong displays a crumpled ball in his hand, mockingly asking Do-won if he is looking for that. Unfolding the picture, the boss monster mocks the writing behind what he deems to be a piece of trash. To be beside my beloved family. Reading aloud what's written on the back of the photo, Ju Ryong once again makes fun of it. Having had enough of this crap, Do-won demands the bully to hand it over. With an eerie demeanor, Ju Ryong remarks that he doesn't want to, ripping apart the family portrait in half before he can reach the bottom. Do-won increases his speed using booster and leaps forward. Teeming with a powerful aura, he strikes the boss monster right in his ugly mug. while Du-won's family portrait goes flying out of Ju-ryong's hand. The latter's bald looks on at the spectacle in utter awe. As he should too, because Du-won now towers over the big bad bully and proclaims that this is just the beginning. On a day out, a father tells his son to smile at the camera. This, of course, is Du-won. From when the family portrait he so dearly cherishes got clicked. Since his parents were always busy, the boy loved family outings. At times when he felt gloomy, Du-won's father comforted him by saying that his mom hates not being able to hang out with him too, but has no choice because of work. He would even agree to spend all day with Du-won in return. And so, the few times his family got to spend time together outside were very precious to him. Through their interactions, Du-won understood that his wish to spend more time with family was shared by his father as well. But now, that wish can only exist within his memories. Because of this, Du-won is furious at the bully who dared to rip apart his engraved wish right before his very eyes. Demolishing Ju-ryong with multi-strike destruction even after booster ends, Du-won leaves the bald guy utterly shocked by making the undefeatable boss monster look like he is losing. Following up the onslaught with a monstrous stun smash, the boy sends the bully crashing into the floor. From the floor, Ju-ryong suddenly grabs Du-won's collar, telling him that he is making a big mistake just for a picture. Bro is definitely digging his own grave, calling it now. In the same lying down position, the boss monster ferociously punches the boy's face and sends him flying into the wall. Instantly rebounding from the impact, Du-won leaps at Ju-ryong and declares that it's his mistake. However, the Dragon of Changmyeon Tech High catches the raider in mid-air, landing a rib-crushing blow on him. As Du-won goes rolling around on the ground, Ju-ryong reminds him that he attacked Changmyeon-dong. Promising to find out the reason behind the boy's attack later, the boss monster focuses himself on the fight. Right then, Du-won starts brimming with aura and unleashes a powerful falcon drop on the bully. Much to the boy's dismay, Ju-ryong catches his leg midair. "It's time for you to pay for your sin," announces the boss monster, slapping Du-won across his face. Seeing this, the bald guy breathes a sigh of relief, as he has come to know it's impossible for Ju-ryong to lose in a fight. Or so the baldy thought, until he witnessed what came next. Refusing to be thrown around like a ragdoll by the Dragon of Changmyeon Tech High, Du-won uses his only free limb, his right leg, to kick the bully directly in the face. Critical hit, the boy calls out, making a direct connection. "That one dealt," says Du-won, trailing off. "Quite the damage," follows Ju-ryong, finishes off the boy's sentence for him. Announcing that one hit isn't going to do anything unless he continually manages to land shots like that, the boss monster strikes Du-won down with a running elbow. Marching onwards, the Dragon of the Dungeon questions his opponent if he got confident after facing the amateurs in the region. Ju-ryong apologizes to Du-won for being missiled that what he fought was Changmyeon-dong. Burying the boy under a pile of furniture, the boss monster makes the chilling proclamation, "I am Changmyeon-dong itself." Right then, the bald guy receives the raider's identity information, letting Ju-ryong know that he is an 18-year-old by the name of Du-won. Currently affiliated with the Gwanak-gu Bully Council, Du-won is the representative of Boromedon. The bald guy hypothesizes that the council must have noticed that Changmyeon-dong was intruding on Gwanak-gu territory and is trying to obtain evidence of it. Overblowing the situation, Ju-ryong decides that the representative of the Bully Council could be used as a good hostage, instructing the bald dude to keep him there for now. Until tomorrow at least, when he will decide how to take care of the boy himself. Right then, Ju-ryong hears a loud thud behind him and sees that Du-won has gotten up yet again. At this point, he is convinced that the raider is just stupid rather than being persistent, starting to agree with the dude right about now. Meanwhile, Du-won understands that the boss monster of Changmyeon-dong is superior to him in both strength and endurance. No matter how many times he tries, the result will be the same. Du-won knows that he won't be able to beat Ju-ryong right now no matter what, lamenting the fact that he lost his cool and rushed here. The boy reminisces about the rusted key he got, wishing that he could have arrived there just 5 minutes later. Suddenly, a prompt about the 24-hour mark passing shows up, telling the raider that rust removal is complete. A full 24 hours earlier, Du-won was on the staircase. There, he huffs and puffs, unable to believe that he is still alive. Having defeated 3 elite monsters and 111 normal monsters at this point, Du-won gets a special reward for defeating 100 monsters in any dungeon. It is a fantasy-looking rare item named the Basilisk's Solution, capable of removing rust on the outside of metal in 24 hours. Putting the trash he obtained from the spinning wheel inside it, the boy looks forward to knowing what the key will do. Now, Du-won holds the recovered key in his hand and stands before Ju-ryong, making the latter think that he has gone crazy. This couldn't be any farther from the truth though, since what Du-won has in his grasp is the hidden blood-covered key that greatly increases the player's critical hit rate. Wielding his newfound tremendous power, the boy marches towards the dragon of Changmyeong-dong, repeating Ju-ryong's own words to him. Du-won proclaims that now is the time for him to pay for his sin. And so, the 1% critical chance passive skill that the boy had earlier gets multiplied by a whopping 100, making him burst forth with a blood-like crimson aura. Han Yun-sung meets with Kim Jae-jin, the Sillim-dong deputy, informing him of Du-won's task to clean up Cheongyang all alone. Without hesitation, the latter deems the job to be an impossible one. Biting on his steak, Yun-sung inquires why that is, considering Du-won is plenty strong. Ji-jin doesn't disagree with this, but thinks that there is zero possibility that the boy is able to beat someone like Choi Ju-ryong. Having an almost dragon-like body, it's as if the Cheongyang leader is made differently from the normal person. Ju-ryong possesses unparalleled power and endurance, enabling him to take over the entire Cheongyang Tech Hive when he was just a freshman. Singing his praises, Ji-jin can't even imagine the guy losing to Du-won. Well, who knows, mutters Yun-sung, reminding his right-hand man that Du-won has continuously exceeded expectations. Of course he has, the plot armor be too thick. Back over at the boss monster's lair, the raider starts brimming with a crimson aura. Ju-ryong can't believe that the boy is going again, inquiring if he didn't feel the difference in their levels earlier. Without uttering a single word, Du-won just swings at the dragon of Cheongyang-dong, blocking the raider's fist with his arm. Ju-ryong calls him out for still not understanding their gap and says, "Your punches have no." Before the boss monster finishes his sentence, Du-won's punch sends him flying into the wall, having become a successful critical hit. The recoil from the impact is felt in the boy's entire arm, but he stands strong. While the bald guy looks on in disbelief, Du-won declares that it's time to see how tough Ju-ryong's body truly is. Through the effects of blood-colored ki, the raider's crit rate is multiplied by 100 for up to 7 hits. And so, a battle of endurance commences. Making his bald underling lock the door so that Du-won can't run away, Ju-ryong asks his fellow if he knows why people call him the Dragon. Leaping forward, the boss monster announces that it's because he has no adversaries. "So what?" questions Du-won, landing another thunderous critical hit on Ju-ryong. With 5 remaining hits, the bloody dragon gets back up. As he makes the proclamation of fighting Du-won for real now, his body starts to brim with an ominous energy. Confident that he can never lose, Ju-ryong vows to make his full regret standing up again. However, clashing fists with Du-won renders his entire left arm useless. Shaking in agony, Ju-ryong goes into denial, deeming it impossible for something like this to happen. Regardless, Du-won continues his onslaught of monstrous critical hits and pushes him around like a ragdoll. Looking on, the boss monster's bald subordinate can't comprehend the sight. Born with the perfect body, Ju-ryong was destined to be the greatest from birth. He represented the peak of Cheongyang Tech High as its unbeatable guardian, the perfect dragon. Almost brought to tears, the baldy can't believe that such a man is on his knees right now. Towering over his bruised and battered foe, Du-won receives an offer. Not knowing what the bully council ordered him to do, Ju-ryong extends his hand and invites the boy to get in the same boat together. He promises to give Du-won half of all Cheongyang-dong's spoils, vowing to treat him to a life of power. Yep, called it. Grave digging successful. The raider puts his own hand out, making Ju-ryong think that his proposition has been accepted. However, the dragon instead receives a crushing slap across his face by Du-won, completely losing any sense of pride or honor he had after being at the receiving end of this critical hit. Ju-ryong pathetically starts to beg for mercy. He asks for Du-won's forgiveness for ripping apart his family portrait. But it's too late now, putting everything he has into his last remaining critical hit. Du-won ruthlessly strikes Ju-ryong's face, caving it in. In the aftermath of the blow, the dragon of Cheongyang-dong bounces off the ground from its sheer impact and is put to rest. Du-won towers over the defeated boss monster, proclaiming that he shouldn't have made bad decisions from the start. He picks up the ripped picture and starts heading on his way, getting stopped by the bald guy, now bowing before Du-won and handing him all the items that were stolen from the boy's house. Insisting that he is a victim, the bald dude cowers before the raider and puts all blame on Choi Ju-ryong. Do-won picks up his stuff, telling the guy being ordered by someone doesn't justify his actions. The raider instructs the baldy that if he was too scared to say no, then he should have just run away. Noting this piece of wisdom, the Cheongmyeong-dong member bows down before the boy. However, this is all a facade. The cunning bald guy snarks at the irony of Do-won's words, considering the raider doesn't even have the option to run away. Despite the possibility of Ju-ryong's defeat being extremely small, he had taken a precautionary measure and called every single one of Cheongmyeong-dong's remaining members to their location. Grinning at his own plan, the bald guy believes that Do-won would be completely exhausted by now. So, the moment he opens the door, it's all over for him. What he doesn't know is that Do-won has earned the rewards for the quest's completion, increasing his power greatly. 247, 209, 230, and 271, the boy's attack, defense, agility, and spirit, all increased by such huge numbers. Unlocking a hidden skill as well, Do-won's aura runs wild. "Hey, Baldy," mutters the boy. He is already well aware that there are more brutes outside the door, being of no concern now for him now with his massive skill level changes. 2 years ago, Ju-ryong sat around, labeling the method of making money by building profit models, as done by the Gwangju Bully Council, stupid. To those under 18, all that matters is strength. So, Ju-ryong uses this fact to his advantage. Born with a perfect body, just like that of a dragon, the boss monster simply towered above all others and forced the weaker people to do his bidding. Now, Ju-ryong sits on the floor in agony. Even though his supposed perfect body is at its limit, the bully is in denial and announces that he can do this all day. Suddenly, a mysterious man wearing a cross appears before Ju-ryong, remarking that his claims are really hard to believe considering the state of his body. The dragon inquires the man's identity and Do-won's whereabouts, getting told that the boy is far gone. Earlier, Do-won opens the door and sees the cross-wearing man standing outside. Thinking of him as an enemy to be defeated, the raider swings at the mysterious entity. Though, the man insists that he is on Do-won's side, referring to him as an underclassman. This is Choi Sun-jae, the boy's senior from the Bully Council headquarters. Do-won is confused, wondering why someone from HQ is here at this time. Turns out, Sun-jae is here to give good news to the raider. Since headquarters made Do-won take this test, the senior is here to inform him that he has passed. The moment Choi Ju-ryong got defeated, everything ended. Skipping over the baldy for being a background character, Sun-jae expresses one concern that he has over the whole situation: clean up Cheongmyeong Tech High. This was the order issued by headquarters for Do-won. However, he received help from CEO to fend off the weaklings. No shit blood got caught cheating. Surely we let it slide at this point, no? The senior questions the boy if he thought that they wouldn't know. Before Do-won can even explain himself, Sun-jae shouts out that he passes anyway. Despite the deduction of some points, the raider easily reached the goal line. Having a dry reaction to the news, Do-won just tiredly asks if he can go home now. Permitting the boy to go ahead, Sun-jae tells him that he looks forward to seeing his performance in the future. As Do-won walks out, he gets alerted by a disturbing sight. Facing a bit of turbulence on his way here, Sun-jae left something on the stairs, instructing the boy not to trip on it. And so, Do-won makes his way back home, maneuvering around the endless bodies of Cheongmyeong-dong students on the staircase. After that, Ju-ryong stayed out cold for a while and now sits before Sun-jae. At the same time, Baldy sees the situation at the staircase and is shaken. Questioning why another monster has shown up, he despairs that this is the end of Cheongmyeong-dong. Walking up to the defeated Ju-ryong, Sun-jae inquires if this is the fabled dragon's nest. It is said in the West that dragons like shiny objects, piling them up like mountains in their nests. In that aspect, Ju-ryong lives up to his name, having placed his hoard of stolen items right under the school building. Poking the treasure bag, Sun-jae remarks that it would have been quite troublesome to find without Do-won. As the items Ju-ryong stole by intruding Bulky Council's territory are in there, Sun-jae is going to take them all back. This pisses off the dragon, who shouts out that they are all his. Getting up, Ju-ryong questions the HQ affiliate's audacity for daring to take things he gathered with his might. Though, Sun-jae remains unfazed. He snarks at Ju-ryong, remarking that just because everyone calls him a dragon doesn't mean that he has actually become something. After all, even a crow's nest is filled with shiny stuff. Revealing that the Bully Council left Cheongmyeong-dong alone because there was no need to deal with mere crows. Sunjae announces that this ends today. He walks towards Juryong, proclaiming that a crow which screams loudly on another person's roof deserves to get its neck twisted. Meanwhile, Yuwon comes back to his room. After confirming in his restroom that the braided hair guy ran away, the boy puts back his family portrait, smiling at the picture. Do-won apologizes that it got ripped. He then looks around at the mess his house has been left in, deciding to clean up after getting some sleep. It's the type of energy I deserve in my life. Afterwards, Do-won arrives at school. He feels as if he hasn't been here for a while, crediting it to the prior day feeling so long. Though, as Ji-hun reminds the boy while greeting him soon after, it's just because he hasn't been to school for a few days because of his supposed flu. Right then, Arden comes stomping there, asking Do-won if he wants to go on a date after school. Utterly flustered, the latter wonders what caused this sudden course of events. Poor Do-won thinks that Arden asking him out on a date is a reward for all his hard days, when the actual reason was something else entirely. Min-hae wanted to hang out with Ji-hun, but was shy and didn't want things to be awkward between them. So, Arden and Do-won are there with them now as a double date to break the ice. It doesn't matter either way to the boy though, as long as he can be with her. Out on their double date, the group of friends get stared at by some Shinun High seniors sitting nearby. Recognizing Do-won as an infamous game shuttle, the guys lose it, seeing their beloved angel Arden with him. One dude in particular is pissed at Min-hae, as she refused to introduce the upperclassman to Arden by saying that the girl wasn't interested in guys. Getting up from his seat, the guy sets his eyes on the game shuttle and begins plotting something fun. The double date reaches the indoor sports complex, where Ji-hun shows off his legendary triple shot, hitting the bullseye with all 3 arrows. Seeing how much this charmed Min-hae, Do-won gets ready to show something crazy to Arden too and calls for her. While preparing to shoot an arrow herself, the girl hears this and turns around. Vettel. Arden's hand slips and the arrow goes flying right beside Do-won. Realizing that she is a plenty good shot on her own, the boy heads off to the VR game center with Arden and the others. Each date plays a zombie game in groups of 2, having a fun time. Completing the game, Arden jumps around blindly with the headset on her head, excited. Her assets end up bumping into Do-won, making him get the chills at how immersive the game is to have him feel the zombies' touch. It should have been me, not him. Afterwards, the dates continue to a horror-themed escape room where Min-hae and Ji-hun bond over the girl getting scared. Meanwhile, Arden spots a narrow passageway and decides to enter it to find a clue. Turns out, Do-won is already inside looking for clues. Being only breaths away from inside the dark and narrow space, the boy gets extremely flustered. To make things worse, Arden's hand slips again while trying to head back, falling directly onto Do-won. This is too much for the poor guy and he gets red hot like a tomato, making even the girl worry for him. Later at the karaoke center, Do-won realizes that this is it. The ordinary life of a teenager that he always dreamed of is in his grasp at all. A life without the bully council or any fights. However, as if the world is punishing him for having this thought, the Shinun High seniors enter the karaoke room and start creating a ruckus. The leader of the group is an upperclassman, who she refers to as the Sunbae from the dance club. Hitting on the girls, he hands Do-won his card and orders him to buy a few water bottles. Arden tries to step in, but the boy doesn't show any resistance and gets up. Seeing this, the Sunbae starts grinning. He can't believe that a game shuttle loser like him is around Eren, vowing to make sure this is the last time Do-won gets anywhere near her by breaking him. Putting his leg in the way while the boy tries to get out, the Sunbae has no intention of letting him pass. The upperclassman flexes his dense leg muscles that he built over 3 years of dancing, calling Do-won out for just standing around like an idiot and not moving. Fully intended on disgracing the loser game shuttle in front of the girl he likes, the Sunbae looks to assert his masculine dominance to Arden. However, Do-won simply excuses himself and pushes aside the guy's leg, heading out to get some water. Shocked at what just happened, the Sunbae chalks it up to him relaxing because of being nervous around Arden. And so, the upperclassman and his friend continue to make advances on the uncomfortable girls. As the flirtation escalates to harassment with the Sunbae almost forcing Eren to eat suspicious-looking candy, Do-won arrives back with the water. Gripping Sunbae's wrist to stop him from flaunting his hand around the ladies, he looks at him with disgust. Disgust is not enough, put bro in jail. Thinking that the boy is just putting up a front face against Eren, the Sunbae starts acting condescendingly, promising to make Do-won understand exactly where his position is. What follows leaves the spectators stunned. Swinging around the senior, Du-won smashes his head onto the table and subjugates him. Unable to comprehend how the junior possesses so much strength, the Sunbae makes threats in a last-ditch effort and questions the boy if he can handle the consequences of his action. While Arin looks on, Du-won proclaims that he doesn't know about the consequences, but knows that he can handle the situation before him right now. Before intruding on the double date inside the karaoke room, the Sunbae talked a big game to his compatriots, announcing that there is no chance the two losers inside won't leave the girls. After all, controlling people like them is easier than taking candy from a baby. Now, the Sunbae is eating his words, resorting to nothing but empty threats against the so-called loser he frowned upon all this time. Witnessing this sight, the guy that entered the room with the Sunbae tries to help him out. However, he loses all of his bravado when Du-won lets out a single stare of bloodlust in his direction. Telling them to stay right there, the coward runs off. Meanwhile, the Sunbae continues to hurl threats of Du-won's school life being over. Of course, in his mind, he can't believe that a supposed game shutter and loser has him in such a position. Shouting at Min-hye to tell Du-won to stop, a Sunbae promises to make her life at the club hell if she doesn't. Right then, another upperclassman comes marching there. Clapping his hands together, he makes fun of the Sunbae for being in this predicament after talking such a big game before. Seamlessly picking up the karaoke designator, the wild senior swings the machine at Du-won. However, the boy just punches his face through the device, sending the upperclassman flying into the screen. Bro does not care. I love it. As Arin is shocked at the sight, Du-won feels the same way. He didn't mean to hit the guy that hard, realizing that he now needs to control his strength after the recent increase in his basic stats. Just like that, the seniors come running into the karaoke room one by one and keep meeting the same fate. While Du-won is having a hard time controlling his newfound strength, Ji-hun walks up to him, telling the boy that he can stop now. Confused at what he means, Du-won is told that the guy he was restraining has fallen unconscious. Seeing the Sunbae fainted across the table, Du-won realizes that strength control is going to be really hard. Sometime later, while walking back with the others, Du-won wonders if he went overboard, getting assured by his friends that the seniors deserved it. Though since the Sunbae is in the same dance club as Min-hye, Arin tells her to let them know in case he tries anything. Afterwards, with his shattered ego, the Sunbae goes complaining to the dance club's vice president, third year, P. Hoi-soo. The latter menacingly tells the former to lower his voice, receiving an instant apology from the egotistical maniac. Right then, Kang Jin-won, another third year with the physique of a brute, jumps in, agreeing that this matter shouldn't be brushed off. Oh Hae-sun, a snarky green-haired girl in the same year, cleans on to Hoi-soo and asks him if they can call over the annoying kids to scold them. Blood's acting like they war veterans or something. And so, the dance club members decide upon her insistence to drive Min-hye there first. Right then, Du-won comes marching into the dance club room. Seeing this, the Sunbae starts shaking in fear and points Hoi-soo at him. Getting up, the club's vice president shouts at the boy to come at him. Sweating from head to toe, the Sunbae puts on the tough guy routine. The senior tells Du-won that his and Min-hye's school life is over, just like he warned him. Meanwhile, Hoi-soo gets up on a chair to tower over the intruder, inquiring what he came here for. Unfazed, Du-won simply asks him if he is the highest-ranked person there. This enrages Kang Jin-won, who instructs the boy to show some respect to his seniors. Removing his upper, Jin-won reveals a muscular build underneath and vows to crush the disrespectful delinquent. Du-won snarks back, remarking that the senior is the one who looks most like a bully. While Hae-sun laughs, Jin-won reiterates his desire to crush the boy. Just then, Hoi-soo stops him and asks Du-won about the candy he's holding in his hand. The intruder reveals that the Sunbae dropped it in the karaoke room yesterday, filling the latter with utter terror. Getting off the chair, Hoi-soo talks about how this candy-looking thing comes out in the news sometimes, being something that makes one's brain weird upon eating it. Even the otherwise smarky Hae-sun becomes all serious at this, and Jin-won questions what Du-won is going to do with it. Judging by the reactions of the dance club members, the boy concludes that the Sunbae wasn't acting alone. Everyone thinks that they are a detective around here. Hearing this, Hoi-soo sits back down and inquires if Du-won is there to threaten them. "No, I came to return it," remarks the junior, vowing to not tell anyone about the candy. Confused at this, Hae-sun wonders why Du-won would come just to return this to them, getting told that it's because they are the seniors of his dear friend Min-hye. As the boy leaves, Hoi-soo becomes infuriated and understands that Du-won was threatening them after all. He then reprimands the Sunbae for not listening to him about making sure not to get caught by outsiders, labeling the guy a delinquent. And so, Jinwon crushes him as one. Elsewhere, RN and Min-hae reminisce about what happened the prior day. As Sunbae is known for liking girls in a bad way, Min-hae worries what could have happened to them had it not been for Do-won. Thinking back the beatdown in the karaoke room in a refreshing light. Meanwhile, the boy looks over the girls from a school window. If he had continued to mess with the third years in the dance club, it would trouble Min-hae. So Do-won didn't do anything in hopes that nothing would happen. However, later in the evening, he finds his seat's desk filled with garbage and marked by a bloody cross. While the concerned Ji-hun and Do-won wonder who did this, the onlooking classmates remark that someone desk-terrorized the boy while they were out for pee suddenly. Do-won notices that his bag is missing as well. Meanwhile, in the PE room, Hoi-soo sits around, questioning Do-won's audacity for thinking that he would get scared by that threat. Jinwon worries about getting reported by the boy, upon which the dance club's vice president shuts down his concerns. Based on the fact that Do-won came directly to them after the karaoke incident, Hoi-soo is convinced that he isn't the type to solve a problem with a mere report. The Slay Senior intends on bullying Do-won through an unspecified group again and again, until he comes running to them defeated. What if he tries to bite? Questions Jinwon. Hearing this, Hoi-soo rips open the candy packet, remarking that there's another solution for it. He then inquires if something happened between Min-hae and Hae-sun other than this incident, considering the former seems to be pent up about something and insisted on handling it herself. Over with Min-hae, she goes running to Hae-sun, apologizing for being late because of the teacher occupying the class. However, the maniacal senior calls her crazy for making excuses and reveals that all the other girls have been getting scolded because of her. Declaring that the seniors have been soft for too long, Hae-sun announces tardiness and absences to be unacceptable from now on. There won't be any more breaks either, so anyone who wants to leave should go ahead. Min-hae tries to say something but gets told to just shut up and change for practice already. Right then, the boys of the dance club arrive at the room for practice. They were told by Hae-sun that the girls were going to be in the auditorium, something she now claims to be a mistake. Since they are here already, the senior invites them to watch the girls practice and give their feedback. Lucky for the boys, but what is wrong with the crazy lady? Hearing this, Min-hae, who still hasn't changed, freezes. Hae-sun looks down on her with a crazed look, telling the girl to hurry up. At the same time, Hoi-soo initiates his plan. Then from now, shall I dry them up, says the third year with an ominous grin. Over with Do-won, he sees his bag stuffed down a toilet, marked with the same crimson cross. The boy receives a quest named Invisible Danger, reporting that his henchmen are targeting him, so he must defeat them all. Overcome with rage at how things have turned out, Do-won vows to crush them all. A year ago, Min-hae arrives at Shimen High School. Barely managing to get through the introduction, she spends the day timidly. Later sitting with Arin, Min-hae bursts into tears, scared about how she's going to survive in this world with her shy personality. Hearing this, Arin comforts Min-hae and advises her to join a club, something that would get her used to standing in front of people, like the dance club. Arriving at the club room, Min-hae starts getting filled with doubts and decides to turn back. Suddenly, she gets stopped by a senior, asking her if she's a freshman who wants to join the dance club. This is Hae-sun, a seemingly modest and gentle soul. Now, things couldn't be more different. Having an entirely contrasting appearance from back then that represents her changed demeanor, Hae-sun pushes Min-hae to hurry up. Suddenly, Hoi-soo's little dog named Ross comes running in the room. Seeing it bark, Hae-sun becomes a completely different person and starts fawning over it. Dismissing dance practice, she takes Ross out for a walk, away from its assigned caretaker. Min-hae can't believe what she has witnessed and counts her lucky stars. Afterwards, the harmful pranks on Do-won continue for a couple days. No matter how different the attack, every time it's accompanied by the same red X mark. Later, the boy sits with Ji-hun when he falls victim to yet another prank and gets a milk pack thrown in his head. Worried for Do-won, his friend inquires why he just doesn't go talk to the dance club's seniors, given that they are clearly the culprits. Shaking himself off, Do-won remarks that there is no evidence of their participation. As such, he has no power to interrogate them. Moreover, now was not the time for it either. Given the Invisible Danger quest, Do-won must first take down his henchmen. Assuring Ji-hun that he's fine, the boy heads off, asking him to take care of Min-hae. Wish someone cared about me this much. Wait, this isn't therapy. Meanwhile, the guy responsible for throwing the milk at Du-won takes a picture for proof. Getting excited that he is going to get a packet full of candy, he notices that the junior left behind his phone on the bench. Elsewhere, Hoi-soo sees that the latest milk terror is complete. He marvels at the power of the candy packet, given the amount of hard work it is making his underlings out into the pranks. However, Hoi-soo thinks that it's about that time when Du-won starts reacting. Over in the PE court, the henchmen of the dance club's vice president boast about their exploits and how much candy they have gotten. Just then, the milk terror guy enters the room and proudly flaunts the phone that Du-won left behind on the bench. As he dreams about feasting on some candy, he feels someone's hand clutch his wrist. Of course, this is Du-won, having purposefully left his phone behind in order to follow the guy back to his lair. Muttering that he should avoid the henchman's face as much as possible so that teachers don't notice, Du-won hits him with a rib-shattering punch. Set rolling on the ground from the impact of the strike, the milk terrorizer's body leaves behind a trail of blood on the PE court. Turning to the rest of the henchmen, Du-won remarks that thanks to them, he was reminded of the old days when he was constantly bullied. Made Blah get PTSD. It's over for them? Returning a bit of the favor, Du-won tells the henchmen to pack their bags, promising to gift them an early dismissal day. The boy has endured enough. So, after defeating these guys today, he vows to beat Hoi-soo. Earlier, Du-won comes back to the bench he left his phone on, seeing a big red cross on the spot. Confirming his suspicions of getting followed, he spots the X-marked terrorist. With an almost psychotic look, Du-won mutters, "I found you." Now, having sent the henchmen rolling around like a ragdoll, the boy scares the rest of them. Unable to believe that a person could become like that from just a single punch, they start falling back against the approaching threat. Right then, all the phones of the henchmen start to ring at the same time. It is a message from Hoi-soo, offering 10 candy packs to whoever beats Du-won to a pulp. Overcome with greed, the crazed addicts start throwing themselves at the boy. Beating them down one after the other, Du-won wonders just how good that candy could be to drive them like this. Suddenly, a henchman puts a blade in his face, announcing that Du-won doesn't need to know as he will have them all. Refusing to allow the maniac to live up to these words, the boy grabs his leg and throws him up into the air. Following this up with a thunderous snap kick, Du-won defeats yet another henchman, acknowledging that it got a bit dangerous. Seeing his fellows get beaten up effortlessly, one of the pranksters picks up a table. Who let this dude cook? Unable to beat the intruder with his fist, he opts to use furniture instead and throws it at him with all his might. "I said it's dangerous," remarks Du-won, catching the table by clutching one of its legs mid-air, using only one hand. After this feat of strength, he easily takes care of the remaining henchmen as well. Walking off, Du-won instructs them to tell Pete Hoi-soo that he will be there soon and to wait for him. Right then, a voice calls for him to stop. Thinking that one of the henchmen is left, Du-won prepares to swing. However, he instead sees a feeble guy apologizing for startling him and insisting that he is not on their side, begging to not be hit. It is the same caretaker, who was with Hoi-soo's dog earlier, explaining that many juniors who got on the third year's bad sides have suffered from the red X mark experience. Being one of those people himself, the feeble guy expresses concern for Du-won if he continues to oppose the extremely dangerous Hoi-soo, advising him to surrender. Though the boy just thanks him for his concern and announces that he is going to continue fighting regardless. Afterwards, Du-won confirms about Min-hae's well-being from Ji-hun and tells him to head out first. Wishing his friend a safe journey back home, Du-won heads off somewhere else to meet a certain someone. After the boy leaves though, the realization hits Ji-hun that Min-hae hasn't responded in a bit. Scrolling through the conversation, he hopes that there is nothing to worry about. Over with Du-won having dealt with the henchman, it was time that he met the owner. Entering the dance club room, the boy finds Pete Hoi-soo standing in a zombie-like pose, surrounded by numerous packets of candy. Shocked, Du-won inquires if he ate them all alone. "It's because you didn't come fast enough," shouts out Hoi-soo in a crazed demeanor. Getting all up in Du-won's face in a flash, the dance club's vice president remarks that he ate it all because he was really bored. Hoi-soo then starts brutalizing Du-won like a maniac, announcing that he can't feel anything or anyone while being sober. While high though, his real self comes out, brimming with emotions and sensations. Someone put this dude in a rehab center. Just then, Du-won's bloody face disappears, and a voice asks Hoi-soo what he is doing in front of the mirror. Having damaged his fists on the glass, the addict wonders the same thing, declaring that Hoi-soo is already out of his mind. Do-won grabs his face and slams him into the ground. "So, do you feel more awake now?" inquires the boy, looking down at Hoi-soo with his head stuck in the floor. The end, for now. Han Do-won enters the dungeon named Dragon's Nest. Instructed by the bully council to clear the entire thing alone, the boy undergoes a life-threatening struggle but eventually comes out on top. Soon, Do-won and his friends get involved with some seniors from the school's dance club, P. Hoi-soo and his henchmen. Now, he confronts the supposed boss. Sometime earlier, Ji-hun walks with Min-hye, remarking how cool it is that she is learning how to dance because of her personality. As the girl blushes, the boy reveals how he wanted to change his meek personality when he was younger and went to an academy to do so. Asking Min-hye if she has ever heard of auto-suggestion before, Ji-hun remembers someone from his childhood. Complimenting himself and saying stuff like, "I am the ruler of the universe," a man confuses the young Ji-hun. Upon the latter's inquiry, the former reveals that expressing one's wishes through words can act as a catalyst to push their body and mind in that direction. Thinking how cool this auto-suggestion is, Ji-hun gets his feelings reciprocated by Min-hye, excited to try it later. Suddenly, he asks her if there is really nothing going on in the dance club. Even though Min-hye assures Ji-hun that everything is all good, the girl's lie soon gets exposed. Now, as Ji-hun is about to leave class, he meets one of Min-hye's worried friends. She reveals that the girl has been continually getting bullied in the dance club and is hiding it, not wanting the people around her to get in trouble. The friend insists that she wanted to protect Min-hye but was unable to do so, having been ordered around by the seniors, particularly Oh Hae-sun. Despite Min-hye's wishes to not tell anyone, the friend gets worried for her and ends up spilling to Ji-hun that the girl got called out separately by Hae-sun after the club meeting today. Hearing this, the boy remembers how Min-hye hasn't responded to his text for a while and furiously clenches his mobile. Meanwhile, Unsung gets on a call with Choi Sun-jae, the affiliate of the Bully Council headquarters. Sitting around in a maid cafe, Sun-jae informs the Sillim-dong leader about the Nunhyang-dong members of the Bully Council, the ones who distribute drugs. Having checked their account book, the affiliate found a couple of suspicious things. So he wants En-sung to investigate what the Nunhyang-dong is up to behind his back. Picking up an empty candy packet from nearby, the Sillim-dong leader gets right to it. At the same time, Hae-sun beats down a tied-up Min-hye. Grabbing the poor girl by the hair, the senior questions why she still hasn't left the club at this point, even after all the hints these past few days. Min-hye begins to tear up, trying to say something. Suddenly, Hae-sun remarks that she hates the girl's awkward, insecure, and pretty face. Whenever she saw Min-hye get all the worry, love, and attention from everyone around her, Hae-sun hated her chubby self. She really projecting hard with the insecure comment. Huh. Wishing to be born skinny and pretty like the junior, the senior wanted to feel loved. So she started to use the candy that drops her appetite, making it perfect for dieting. Now Hae-sun is prettier and can get love too. Or that is what she thought. Because of the addiction to the candy, the senior couldn't stop relying on it. And so, underneath the thick layers of makeup, what remains now is a disgusting skeleton-like face. Blaming her situation and addiction on Min-hye, Hae-sun declares it unfair for this to only happen to her. "So let's do it together," says the latter in a maniacal manner, trying to force-feed the candy to Min-hye. Right then, Ji-hun intervenes and grabs Hae-sun's wrist, making the candy fall on the ground. After confirming that Min-hye is okay for now, he turns over to the senior and inquires what she was trying to do with the girl. Refusing to let go of Hae-sun's wrist in spite of her repeated demands, Ji-hun suddenly gets punched by Jin-won, calling him a bad guy for using his strength against a girl, sending the boy flying. The senior proclaims to utterly crush him. However, Ji-hun gets back in a flash with his taekwondo and strikes Jin-won with an academy-style flying kick. As it gets blocked, the boy quickly follows up using capoeira martial arts and attacks with beige floor, flipping in midair to kick Jin-won's shoulder, while Hae-sun tries to warn her fellow third year about the incoming attacks. Ji-hun continues the onslaught by using his boxing combination. Right then, Jin-won commends him for being so resourceful. However, he still stands unfazed and declares that all those skills won't help Ji-hun win against the sheer weight class difference between them. Get crushed, the buff third year announces, sending the boy flying away with a thunderous punch. While Ji-hun lies on the ground, Hae-sun expresses that she got scared earlier, asking the damsel when she called him over her friend. While Min-hye worriedly shouts out for Ji-hun, the senior tells Jin-won to come over there and help her keep the girl's mouth open. As the rich senior starts walking over there, Min-hye trembles in fear. Just then, Ji-hun gets up and puts his hand against Jin-won's throat. Though his teacher told him not to use it, the boy no longer has any choice. Stabbing the third year's neck with his fingers, Ji-hun reminisces asking his teacher about mind control at the academy. The man remarks that in life there are moments when impulses or emotions take over one's entire being and come out in an aggressive manner. During these moments, it can calm the mind. However, the teacher instructs the child not to use it for the opposite effect. That is, to make one's normal self go wildly crazy. Surely he listens to his teacher, right? As Jin-won steps back and starts to sweat, Ji-hun asks him if he wants to try again. With academy-style mind control, the boy finally lets loose, promising to crush the senior's entire head. Being alive is so boring. This is the feeling that envelops Pi Hwaisu. Funny videos, dancing, and even bullying. Everything turned out to be boring for the third year. That is, until they came across the candy and now Dawon. Having been in desperate need of a bigger stimulus all this time, Hwaisu starts trembling with excitement. This is it, stimulation, shouts out the maniacal senior, pulling his bloodied head out of the floor. Though, Dawon is having none of this, announcing that getting back up like that is a big cliche. He strikes Hwaisu down again with a thunderous falcon drop. Dawon tells the senior to just stay stuck there and starts moving, thinking that the quest has cleared. However, the prompt that follows is henchman defeated. Baffled at the fact that Pi Hwaisu was an underling all along, Dawon suddenly receives a call from a restricted caller ID. The person behind the call seems to be aware that Dawon is Bora Maedong's rep, declaring it to be the reason for Pi Hwaisu's swift defeat. After Dawon confirms that the mysterious caller is the true boss, he receives a proposition from the other end. Wanna meet up? Meanwhile, the battle between Ji-hun, who is now in a wild frenzy after using mind control, and the sweating Jin-won continues. Panicked, Hae-sun shouts out at her fellow third year to fight properly, while Min-hye looks on in pure awe. I just know she in love right now. Enraged, Jin-won charges at Ji-hun to get him to respect his seniors, but is met with only a grin. During Ji-hun's martial arts training, the Taekwondo instructor insisted that fulfilling one's honor as a martial artist is more important than winning. Getting told to stick to the rules, Ji-hun questions if there is a way to win against someone who's bigger by using this way of martial arts. The instructor remarks that it's difficult, as there are different weight classes for a reason. However, it may be possible by throwing away one's martial honor, something the academy does not teach. Facing a foe much bigger than himself at the moment, Ji-hun throws away against this so-called honor and spits in Jin-won's eyes. The boy grins at the created opening, striking the senior's neck with a monstrous elbow. Though, the ripped third year refuses to stand the disrespect and counterattacks, declaring that Ji-hun's delinquency has gone too far. He mutters the boy with a grin, despite bleeding from his mouth and nose after eating the massive blow. Confused at how Ji-hun can laugh in such a position, Jin-won looks to finish him off once and for all. What the senior doesn't know is that this laughter is a prelude to his opponent throwing away all semblance of morals, shame, and guilt, things that control a person from not crossing the line. And so, Ji-hun puts his fingers inside Jin-won's mouth and clutches the outer part with his thumb, ruthlessly pulling away at the third year's jaw with a swift motion. Ouch. That got hurt. In the past, rules and morals didn't exist. Countless battles were fought for nothing but survival, the need for which has been ingrained into the very DNA of humans. Using mind control on himself to go into a wild frenzy, Ji-hun released all the things that held back his combat prowess, crossing the line a modern man would never dare to in a fight. Unleashing on Jin-won, he fulfills his promise to crush the senior's entire head and rips him a new one with a monstrous headbutt. To top it off, Ji-hun kicks away the bloody body right into the screaming Hae-sun, shutting her up for good as well. See, I won, remarks the boy, as his maniacal grin slowly turns back to a gentle smile. Min-hye can't believe what she just witnessed, as Ji-hun rushes to untie her. Meanwhile, Dawon arrives at the lair of the true boss and wonders why bad guys must always hide in dark places like it. Moments later, he comes across a cloth-covered body-like silhouette. Pulling away the cloth to see if it's a person, Dawon instead finds a mannequin with a red X mark across its forehead. Suddenly, a liquid starts spraying out of the X's center, drenching the confused boy. LX7 announces a voice from the shadows, revealing it to be a drug 10 times stronger and more addictive than the candy. Dawon is left in shock, as the mystery boss is none other than the feeble caretaker guy who warned him of Hozu's danger. To him, Hiding behind people and commanding them to do things feels a lot better than being directly involved. Do-won's body starts to shiver as the boss declares that he will beg him for drugs, just like all the others. As the boy's vision starts to get wiggly, the mastermind promises to give him all the drugs he wants. Of course, only if Do-won obeys him. Also, none hang down in the bully council, says the boss, trailing off after seeing the junior fall to the floor. Walking away, the mastermind tells the unconscious Do-won to have sweet dreams as reality will not be kind to him after waking up. Right then, the boy gets right back up and shakes himself off. Having been surprised, he thought something was going to happen, but is now unfazed. Unable to believe that Do-won is completely sober, the panicked boss is confused at how he did it. This was the hidden skill that Do-won had obtained after defeating Choi Ju-ryeon. Circulation of light, immediately nullifying all abnormal conditions, excluding diseases and physical injuries. With his entire body brimming with a bright glow, Do-won presses the boss about mentioning Nun Hyang-dong and questions if he is affiliated with the bully council. Though it doesn't matter to the boy either way. What's important to Do-won is that this is the last one. As he marches on towards the boss, the chain quest's finale reveals danger and prompts to defeat him. Continuing to get bullied by people like Huizu every day, the mastermind only wishes of death, and so he decides to follow through and prepares to hang himself. However, the feeble guy gets scared and doesn't have the courage to go out in such a painful manner. In pursuit of a painless day to die, he ends up discovering the candy on a dark website, realizing that it's instead his way to not die. Now, the mastermind stands against an enraged Do-won, charging at him to finish things off once and for all. Not wanting to waste any time, the Boromedong rep prepares to punch the boss. Suddenly, a puppy comes running there and jumps between the two. Caught off guard, Do-won retracts his punch. While the boy looks on in confusion, the mastermind picks up the puppy, calling it Ross. Remarking that Ross hates to be alone after being abandoned by his past owner, the boss asks the junior if he knows what obedience training is. Just like a dog is made aware of a hierarchy so that it obeys its owner's commands, humans work the same way. For the weak to obey the strong, the latter use the obedience training technique of bullying at school. The mastermind wonders if there's any way for the opposite scenario to work, to make the strong obedient. Of course there is. You reward them, proclaims the senior, reminiscing the time he approached Huizu to hand him the candy. Obedience is always followed by a reward. The mastermind used this addictiveness of candy to teach the bullies of that order. With this, he obtained Ross from Huizu by promising to give him more candy, making the dance club's vice president first of his many henchmen at school, liberally said to work smarter and not harder. Hearing the senior's story, Do-won calls him a pervert who likes to play the owner. Well, maybe. The mastermind snarks, pulling out a whistle. Remarking that he is aware of Do-won's strength, the boss announces that it's only when his opponent is a human. A horde of dogs emerges from the shadows, having been trained to attack anything and anyone that the mastermind points to. Feeling conflicted that it's gotten to the point of having to fight dogs now, Do-won declares in advance that this isn't going to be animal abuse. Activating his speed booster, the boy runs around the battlefield and knocks the dogs unconscious one by one. Albeit getting hit by a non-lethal bite, Do-won makes quick work of the waves of the countless beasts. At the end of his booster, only one dog remains, the most dangerous-looking one. Being a muscular unit of a beast, the dog snarls at Do-won. Though, it's made quick work of, and the boy ties it up using his hood's strings. Turning over his attention back to the mastermind, Do-won inquires if he has anything more prepared. "If you don't, it's my turn now," warns the Boromedong while the mastermind cowers in fear. Ross tries to comfort him, but the frustrated boss throws the poor puppy on the ground, not wanting anything to do with the useless dog at the moment. Reprimanding the mastermind for taking out his anger on an innocent puppy, Do-won goes to check up on the creature. Seeing this, the boss starts running away, hurling empty threats at the junior. Right then, he trips up on the mannequin from earlier and gets sprayed by the LX7 drug. Wiggling around pathetically, the mastermind vows to make everyone obey. "Enough with the bullshit," proclaims Do-won, towering over the boss. Under the effects of the potent drug combined with his fear, the mastermind sees a distorted image of Do-won as the devil himself. This is top 1 Raw's performances of all time. Dishing out a swift beating to the boss, Do-won instructs him to remember it, promising to feed the mastermind with this instead of candy if he tries anything weird at school again. As the senior goes flying, the chain quest finally completes. Right then, Unsung arrives and gets asked by Do-won why he is there. Understanding that the boy has already gotten involved in the matter, a Silim Dong leader reveals that there's a traitor in the bully council behind the mastermind. So, Unsung needs Do-won's cooperation to root out the traitor and fight together, Silim and Borome. Suspicious activity was already happening within the bully council, and now the situation with Do-won happens, convincing Unsung that it can't be a coincidence. Hearing this, the boy remembers what he heard from the boss earlier and asks the Silim Dong rep if he is talking about Nunhang Dong. Unsung confirms it to be the case, expressing that something is different this time around, even though the conflict between members of the bully council is a natural phenomenon. The man reminds Do-won that the path he chose was taking on some of Silim Dong's tasks instead of raising money for the bully council. Unsung warns the boy that he or someone close to him could get seriously hurt because of it, announcing that he will be taking the mastermind to get information. Suddenly, a smoke bomb comes flying into the enclosed space and erupts. Using the confusion caused by the crimson smoke spreading everywhere, a mysterious figure in biker's suit shows up on a bike. He picks up the unconscious mastermind, telling the headquarter dogs that the plan has already started. Unsung is confused by what that means, receiving a warning. Just wait patiently until we go to you. With this, the mystery man rides his bike out of there with an immense speed, leaving the two reps in the dust. Do-won is annoyed that the glasses pervert got rescued by someone, while Unsung ponders what the plan is. Sometime later, the mastermind wakes up in an ice water bath. "Don't make me wait," calls out a voice suddenly, instructing the senior that it's always his job to wait. This is none other than Kim Ho-seong, the distinguished representative of Nunhang Dong. These bullies be dressing up like they presidents or something. While the mastermind trembles in fear, Ho-seong questions if it was really that hard to train a single headquarter dog. The pathetic senior insists that it's because the drug didn't work on him. Getting told to shut up as a loser's excuse is unconvincing. Having wanted to get to the Borome Dong rep before the plan started, Ho-seong declares that the senior will be getting no more candy starting today. Shouting at the Nunhang Dong rep to wait, the glasses pervert pathetically begs to be given one more chance. However, this ends up only infuriating Ho-seong, who frowns upon the mastermind for daring to make requests to him. Announcing that he will always be the one who makes the requests, the distinguished tells the senior that acting like the boss at his school must have made him forget his real self, instructing the man in the biker's suit to help him remember. Ho-seong walks out of the room, leaving behind an echo chamber of screams. Afterwards, Arin cries and embraces Min-hae. The former complains why the latter didn't tell her anything, even though she told her to. Min-hae calms down her friend, remarking that nothing bad happened in the end as Ji-hun saved her, not being aware of Ji-hun being good at fighting as well. Arin inquires how he was. Memories of the altercation start flowing back to Min-hae, making her tremble. However, she starts blushing instead and turns completely red, remarking that Ji-hun was scarily cool. Yep, she and love. While Arin teases her friend to elaborate, Do-won looks at them from the school window with a smug look. Ji-hun approaches him and asks what he is doing, getting teased by his friend in return. Do-won then expresses how good it is that things got solved in the end, since the Pete Hoisu trio left the dance club, and the glasses pervert doesn't show up to school anymore either. However, even while saying that, Do-won wonders what the plan is the biker guy mentioned earlier. Elsewhere in a theater, an ominous figure remarks that things are moving faster than they planned and expresses how it would have been better if they had more time to do it slowly. This is the Nakseong Dae-dong representative, Steven Ziegel. "If only Suwon-dong wasn't eliminated quickly," says the mixed guy, looking towards another man sitting a few seats from him. "Are you saying it's my fault?" questions Kang In-gong in return, who is the ex-representative of Suwon-dong. Suddenly, another guy, Che Jin-ho, also an ex-representative of Suwon-dong, chimes in and says to not be like that, especially since Suwon-dong sacrificed their business and burned it in flames in order to prevent the documents related to the plan from going into the bully council's hands. "A loser's sacrifice is worthless," declares Kim Ho-seong in return. Amongst all the bickering, the Jowon-dong representative, namely Yu Jun-jin, just yawns and says the weather is nice. Suddenly, a flamboyant voice announces that there is no need to argue amongst themselves and asks if no one else is excited for the bully council's future, breaking a Rubik's Cube instead of solving it. This is the Mi-seong-dong representative, Stang Moon. Hearing this, a mysterious figure grins from the shadows. He proclaims that they are going to have only one ending. Since their plan is picking up speed, the Gwangak-gu Bully Council will fall apart in the near future. As the projector begins to roll the film, the mysterious man with a tattooed hand announces that it's time to start the Bully Council's kudeta. Unsung stands with Do-won, wondering what the biker guy meant when he said "we" that day. At first, his Sillim-dong rep's mind goes to the Nunhang-dong, but he doesn't want to deny the possibility that the man may have been referring to another group. Unsung looks back on the time when Siwon-dong burned down the agency in order to hide something, expressing that it also bothers him. While the Sillim-dong continues to hypothesize the link between the two situations, Do-won just nods along, feeling overwhelmed by the mind-numbing conundrum. Just then, Unsung remarks that Bora Maedong doesn't have a lot of manpower, so there will be some difficulties completing this task alone. So he wants Do-won to use the two Sillim-dong affiliated guys that are in charge of surveillance, Shin Jae-min and Yuk Man-chun. While Unsung tells the boy that it will be easier since they have all met each other before, the involved parties seem to be uncomfortable, considering the two guys tried to bully Do-won before getting humbled by him. Shaking in his boots, Jae-min sweats even while greeting the boy. Man-chun follows suit, apologizing for last time. Suddenly, Do-won shouts out that it's so nice to see them again and grabs the two Sillim-dong info agents by the necks like they are best pals. Oh, he about to do something devious to them. Confirming with Unsung that he can use them however he wants during the situation, Do-won lets out a grin. "Let's have fun together," remarks the Bora Maedong representative in a sinister manner. Afterwards, news begins to spread around in the school about Do-won beating up Pete Huisu's gang from the dance club. At the lunch table, some students wonder if the rumor about the second year becoming an officer of the Bully Council is true. One of them chimes in, declaring that there is no way of the game shuttle loser being someone so high profile. Once a loser, always a loose. He trails off, getting told to watch his mouth by Areen. The girl tells the group that Do-won isn't a loser and that he's most definitely not a bully. Heading away from the apologizing students who wonder if she is friends with Do-won, Areen goes to sit with Min-hae. The latter remarks how it's not like the former's usual self to get so worked up, questioning if it's because of Do-won. Blushing at first, Areen replies that it's not because of the boy, but due to the fact that they are gossiping behind someone's back. Suddenly, a group of girls sitting nearby starts to talk about how handsome Do-won looks nowadays and thirsts over him. Hearing others expressing their desire to date the boy, Areen gets flustered and drops some food on her uniform. Seeing the girls start to stutter over her words, Min-hae smiles, telling Areen that she is bothered by him after all. Meanwhile, Do-won is having lunch with Siyum in a packed restaurant. Unable to believe his eyes, he asks the girl if the people there are all actual customers. The boy questions if the problem was the previous location or the taste of the tteokbokki key, getting told that it's neither. What's actually happening is the entire place is filled with girls crushing over a handsome server with rose-colored hair, apologizing to Do-won and Si-yoon for being late. The man comes to sit with them, being none other than Si-hee, barely recognizing the man's new appearance. Do-won then asks Si-yoon about Kang Si-hoon. The girl reveals that he isn't coming today, having gone off to train or something. Hearing this, Do-won remembers that Kang wanted to go on a journey to get stronger, unable to believe that the crazy guy was actually serious. Si-yoon continues the conversation and asks the boy what he wanted to tell them anyways. Having mentioned a bit about it on the phone earlier, Do-won reveals that Bora Maedong will be fighting with Sillim-dong from now on. Si-hee concludes that this means another traitor besides Siwon-dong has appeared, getting told by the boy that they don't know what will happen this time even though that's the case. So, Do-won wants to remind them all about one thing, to be careful and not get hurt. Though, his cool speech gets interrupted by his friends mentioning that those are two things. Bra's really nitpicking everything. Leave the guy alone. Si-yoon inquires if there's anything they should do, upon which Do-won tells the two to stay the way they are. The boy is convinced that things should be enough with just him at the moment. Meanwhile, Kim Ho-seong reads a newspaper and asks the drug manufacturer, Profit Model, about the progress. Hearing that it is nearly complete, the Nunhang-dong rep orders the latter to finish it and then looks at his watch. Seeing the time, Ho-seong announces that it's almost the start of the Gwanak-gu Bully Council's destruction. Over with Do-won, he arrives at Nunhang-dong's hideout along with Unsung. The Sillim-dong rep remarks that they will first secure the place and then find out the evidence of betrayal, as well as details about the plan. Unsung tells Do-won not to say that he didn't warn him about getting hurt, though the boy already knows that to be the case, but not doing anything and letting them make the first move would cause the people around him to get hurt. With the flip of a switch, Do-won starts making jokes about breaking into the hideout like they do in movies, making Unsung remark that he has definitely changed from the past to be doing such a thing in this situation. Walking ahead of the Silim Dong representative, a serious Do-won mutters, "Really? I can't tell." Kim Ho-seong reads the newspaper, getting asked by someone if he isn't nervous at all to be doing such a thing in this situation. "Nervous? No way," proclaims the Nunhyang-dong representative, asking the mysterious man if it isn't the same for him too. "Maybe," mutters the entity with a monstrous tattoo on his hand. Announcing that their plan is really starting from now, he questions Ho-seong if he is sure about not regretting their choice to betray the bully council. This agitates the Nunhyang-dong rep, who reiterates that there is no way for that to happen. Putting down the newspaper, he laments that the current bully council is using order as an excuse to restrain each dong, exploiting the money collected by each profit model. So, Ho-seong refuses to play into their hands any longer. Blood really thinks he is doing something brave with this. Demolish the bully council and obtain freedom. This is what the ominous man proposed after all. Hearing this, the mysterious entity announces that the current bully council members only know that there's a traitor in the organization without knowing the exact number of them. Vowing to dig into the fear that there's an unknown amount of traitors within the organization and the chaos that ensues because of it, he declares to break the bully council. As the man proclaims that the result of this plan will not change no matter what, an X-Factor arrives at the entrance of the Nunhyang-dong hideout in the form of Do-won. As Unsung doesn't have the key to the door, the boy forces his way through using a falcon drop and demands for the crazy druggies to come out. Though, the place is empty. Looking around to see the mess, Do-won concludes that they must have been making some really dangerous stuff in there. Unsung wonders if the Nunhyang-dong members already moved their base, making the boy realize that the enemy isn't a bunch of idiots after all. Since they are probably going to have to start from scratch again, the Silim Dong representative understands that there isn't enough time to just chase Nunhyang-dong, considering there seems to be more traitors than expected. As Unsung expresses concern over how they are going to sniff them out, Do-won suddenly asks him if Naxiong Daedong is also affiliated with the Gwanak-gu Bully Council. Getting it confirmed, the boy tells his senior to keep chasing Nunhyang-dong as he has something else to do that's related to what's happening, looking at a quest. Elsewhere, Shin Jae-min and Yuk Man-chun keep watch over Gwanak-gu's Naxiong Daedong after Do-won instructed them to do so. Earlier, the boy pushes around the two Silim Dong intel agents and mentions that his sharp intuition makes him suspicious of Naxiong Daedong. In the same vein, he questions what the group even does. Dude's got ultra instinct if he making these guesses without knowing anything. Jaemin explains that they have a profit model of giving out small loans while targeting teens, having two main strategies in their business methods. Firstly, they charge an insane amount of interest. If the person realizes the scam and refuses to take it from Naxiong Daedong, then the second part of their strategy comes in. They not only force the poor teenagers to take out a loan by threatening to charge them with a major consultation fee, but also earn on their unfair interest by showing the client an example of someone who couldn't repay the loan interest. Over with Unsung, he meets up with Choi Sun-jae, albeit not in a maid cafe, much to the latter's disappointment. Anyways, the Silim Dong representative inquires if the news is true. Unfortunately, it is. After Do-won and Unsung ambushed Nunhyang-dong's hideout last night, an area of the Gwanak-gu Bully Council got attacked. Of all places, it was one where the current representative is absent, meaning that the enemy is following the wisest strategy to attack the weak spots first. Though, Sun-jae doesn't seem to be worried just yet since he has Unsung on his side and asks about Do-won. The Silim Dong rep informs him of the boy being suspicious of something and investigating Naxiong Daedong, where Steven is the representative. Sun-jae remarks that things would get messy if Steven has really betrayed them, being so powerful because he's full of anger. Tick him off and the battle will start immediately, says the affiliate. Meanwhile, Jae-min and Man-chun continue to observe the situation when they get alerted by something. Someone knocks on Steven Siegel's car, wanting to get loans. This is none other than Do-won, looking to complete the quest of cash and rush by borrowing money from the Naxiong Daedong representative. The prior night, Do-won lies in bed, wondering why the random quest of cash and rush appeared out of nowhere, borrowing money from someone he had never met before. The hint of this Steven guy being a traitor was too obvious. Pondering over it, the boy realizes that he has been fighting with numerous bullied ever since joining the Bully Council, all because of the quests, each situation and its outcome. Everything up until this point has been intended by the system. Do-won then poses a question to this mysterious administrator. What are you using me to accomplish? Now the boy arrives before Steven Siegel, asking for a measly loan of 201. The Naxiang Daedong representative wonders if it's some kind of joke, getting assured by Do-won that he is serious. Upon hearing this, Steven gets out of the car and towers over the client. The rep mysteriously remarks that Do-won is ignoring him right now, confusing the latter. Arriving as a second grader at his middle school, Steven introduces himself as a half-Korean, half-British. Due to his parents' work, he has traveled all around the world since he was young. Steven thinks that he will be living in Korea from now on, mustering up all his courage to greet his classmates. However, the second grader is met with nothing but laughter. The students that he opened up to not only make fun of Steven's name, but also declare his way of speaking to be annoying. To make it worse, they project their fantasies of mixed people usually being pretty and handsome onto the poor guy, grinning at him for not being blessed in that area. Now, Steven grabs Do-won by the collar and announces that he hates being ignored more than anything in the world. So much that he wants to kill them. Don't even blame bro for being like he is at this point. Hearing this, Do-won tells the Naxiang Daedong representative that he misspoke about the 201, proclaiming that it's actually 20 million won. The more the merrier. Letting the boy go, Steven inquires what he plans on using the money and gets told by Do-won that it's for an internet toto that he got a sure pick on. Seeing the client go on about how even 200 million won would be a joke if the 20 million won hits, Steven reveals that he is aware of Do-won being the representative of the Bora Maedong, questioning the latter why he has come to borrow cash from him and for what reason. The boy tells the mixed guy that his credit isn't so good, so he feels that it's better to borrow from someone he knows, considering they are on the same side. Hearing this, Steven remarks that they can't lend Do-won that much money since they specialized in small loans. As he starts moving back to his car, the boy wonders if it won't work even with the representative of Bora Maedong as collateral. This wild proposal intrigues Steven. He understands that the places currently connected to the Bully Council headquarters that are in charge of dealing with traders are Silumdong and Bora Maedong. Nunhyangdong knew this and tried to pull Do-won to their side, albeit failing. Thinking that there is no way that evidence of his betrayal is out there yet, the Naxiang Daedong representative looks to get Do-won under his control, aiming for an even higher position. All of a sudden, Steven becomes eager to lend the money to the client. Confirming Do-won's desire about more being better, the loan shark takes out all the money they have at the moment and hands it to him. Steven hands the massive amount of 50 million won to Do-won, reminding him of the 30% interest rate per day. Jae-min looks on in awe at the interaction between the two reps, remembering Do-won's plan. After the Bora Maedong rep borrows money from Naxiang Daedong, their attention will naturally be drawn to him. The human decoy, bro is confident, taking advantage of the weakened security around, the Silumdong intel agents are to bring him the evidence of betrayal. Jae-min worries about the danger in case Do-won can't repay the money, wondering if he has another plan in play. Of course, proclaims the boy, whispering something to Jae-min that leaves him in complete shock. 1 week goes by after the loan, and Steven sits with his fellow to calculate the money Do-won has to repay right now. Including the principal, plus a week's worth of interest, the amount due is 155 million won. Seeing this figure, Steven seems perplexed. He thinks that it's amazing that Do-won had the audacity to go off the grid without repaying that much money. For the last 3 days, the Bora Maedong representative hasn't been responding to their calls either. Infuriated at the boy doing such unnecessary things, the Naxiang Daedong representative vows to do whatever it takes to get it back. No matter what happens, principal, interest, collateral, everything will be theirs. Elsewhere, a man with a burned scar across his neck arrives at Do-won's house. Backed by a group of bullies, this is Lee Jin-young, deputy representative of Naxiang Daedong. Suddenly, the intruders get confronted by a man who inquires what they are doing at his brother's house. The bullies question who he is, hearing the guy remark that their tteokbokki is quite sweet and anyone can enjoy it without preference. Not knowing what the man is talking about, the bullies approach him, getting choked out. Announcing that he will switch to the spicy side from now on, Si-hee lets loose on the battlefield. Dude is so cool, man. Meeting with Si-yoon and Si-hee, Do-won tells them to be careful and avoid danger, instructing them to just stay the way they are now. Proclaiming that he alone is enough for now, Do-won gets labeled a buzzkill by the girl. Si-gun scolds him for acting so smug on his own, since Bora Maedong isn't as weak as he thinks. Panicking over this, Do-won tries to say that it's not what he meant and gets told that they are not the ones he needs to protect. He chimes in to do his best as well, announcing that he can't let his brother carry everything by himself. As Do-won gets moved by this, Steedy talks about doing it for Kang Si-hoon as well, who is watching from afar. telling him to not talk like their friend's dead. The Bora Maedong representative asks Si if he's okay with the fact that it might be hard to avoid a fight. Even though the guy doesn't like to fight, all this is for his brother and sister. Ultimately, it's to protect himself as well. Surely, they would have told me to fight back. Even grandfather, who's watching from afar, proclaims Si, once again talking like the man is dead. He then requests for Do-won to do something, to not get hurt. Now, Lee Jin-young sees his underlings get choked out by the Bora Maedong member, remarking that this is tough since he isn't good with spicy food. Preferring another hot taste profile personally, he commands the group to finish this quickly as they need to catch the leader soon. Surrounded by enemies and unfazed, Si issues them his first and last warning. If they back down now, he will just let them go, just oozing Giga Chad energy. However, his offer is refused. Left with no choice but to fight to protect the ones he loves, Si begins pummeling the attackers. The bullies continue coming in waves, calling the Bora member cheesy for his lines. Is it? Wonders Si, announcing that he rather likes that part as it's more appealing to him. Dishing out as much punishment to Lee's underlings as his cheesy lines, Si leaves the bullies calling for their papas. Naxion Daedong's deputy looks on, intrigued at Si finding his own quirks appealing. At his high school, Lee was ostracized because of the burn scar on his neck. Just for being different, he was unable to fit into a group, becoming a target of ridicule and mockery. Being alone day in and day out, Lee comes across Steven. Instead of being embarrassed by his way of speaking or his face, the Naxion Daedong ruthlessly beat down anyone who dared to ignore or mock him. Thinking this sight to be appealing, Lee asks Steven where he learned to fight. Turns out, the latter never really learned formally and picked it up naturally while living abroad, where discrimination is much worse. Learning that Lee has never fought before, Steven tells him to use a weapon as that's the easiest way. He reveals that even students carry guns in the US, so it's no big deal at all. As Lee picks out a weapon for himself, Steven wonders if he is really going to be using that as one, making the Naxion Daedong deputy representative question if it's bad. Though, Steven only means that it suits him well, delighting Lee in his choice. Seeing Seihi tower over his entire group of underlings while embracing his quirkiness at the moment, Lee charges at him. Barely missing his target, the attacker announces what a waste it is as he was about to burn his skin. Feeling the weird sensation pass by him, Seihi is left confused at the weapon that was used. Questioning about it, he finds Lee's choice of weapon to be a soldering iron. Yep, this man is a complete weirdo. I told you, I like it hot, proclaims Lee, swinging at Seihi with the fiery equipment. Getting scarred left and right, the Bora Maedong member gets mocked by his enemy. Suddenly overcome with a menacing aura, Seihi becomes enraged and says, "This is really burning up, isn't it?" Meanwhile, at the Naxion Daedong office of the underground parking lot, Steven instructs his underling to get ready for the repossession operation once the deputy brings back Do-won. In case Lee fails, the rep vows to do it himself. Right then, the Bora Maedong representative arrives before Steven, holding a bag supposedly full of money. He wishes to pay back the money. The Naxion Daedong representative believes that it's impossible to repay that huge amount and looks through the bag, finding internet coupons inside. Suddenly, Do-won punches through the bag and strikes Steven, getting his attack blocked. Getting asked what this means, the boy announces that it's time to fight. The linked quest, Cash and Hit begins, having the goal to defeat Naxion Daedong's leader, Steven Seagal. Having gotten away with his ruthless business practices by exploiting students all this time, Steven Seagal finally gets confronted by someone unwilling to take it lying down. Blocking Do-won's fist, the Naxion Daedong representative confirms that he doesn't intend on paying back the money. He questions Do-won if he didn't think about how coming to fight like this might become a problem within the bully council, getting told that there is no need to worry about that. After all, Steven has already betrayed them. Caught off guard, the loan shark questions the grounds of the claim. Testing the waters, Do-won questions if he really has to spell it out for him. Steven declares the boy's statement to be nonsense, kicking him away. As Do-won's feet drag across the ground, the Naxion Daedong representative instructs his underling to head to the office and retrieve important documents. Not knowing what Do-won is up to, Steven vows to collect the borrowed money and the collateral, no matter what it takes or what he has to do. Sure, buddy, keep telling yourself that. Looking at his Cash and Hit quest, Do-won tells his foe that it won't be easy. After all, he too has to knock him down no matter what it takes. Charging forward, the Bora Maedong representative swings at Steven. The loan shark blocks the bow with his arms, complimenting how heavy it is. In a flash, Do-won redirects the punch through the gap below Steven's arms, catching him right in the jaw. As Do-won brags about his strike being quite substantial, his foe remarks that it's just good enough for its size. The Naxiang Daedong rep then swings at the boy with a massive kick, sending him flying into a nearby car despite his best attempt at a block. Towering over Do-won, Steven declares that his long limbs give him an advantage during this fight. Getting up, the Bora Maedong mockingly comments that he's so jealous of him, all the while cooking up a counterattack to exploit his weaknesses. Do-won realizes that despite Steven's physical advantage, he can land a blow by getting within his fast swing radius. However, the point of Steven's statement isn't about the physical traits, but rather experience. Kneeing Do-won in the chest, the Naxiang Daedong rep remembers his time in America. The racial discrimination there was severe, with Steven being labeled a monkey and put down for looking different. Not only in the US, but he had a similar experience while staying in other countries. Never ever be ignored, fight back. This is the conclusion that Steven came to back then. Having traveled many countries, he faced various people, continuously gaining experience and learning from it, win or lose. While dodging all of Do-won's attacks, Steven continues to pummel him. Compared to those foreign countries, the fights between Korean teenagers are like child's play to the man. Declaring that he has only ever shot a gun in the game, the mixed guy then sends the Bora Maedong rep flying with a massive uppercut. Do really got knocked into the next weekend. Having dominated most of the fight, Steven asks his opponent if it's clear now why he is the representative of Naxiang Daedong. Just now, you were talking about games, right? Questions Do-won suddenly. Declaring that he has accumulated quite a bit of experience himself, the boy launches his counterattack with a thunderous blind spot strike. A combo of multi-strike destruction follows, leaving Steven with blood spilling out of his mouth and nose. Leaping into the air, Do-won prepares to finish off his foe with a falcon drop. Despite not expecting this, Steven announces that his experience is superior and grabs the Bora Maedong rep's leg to cancel this skill activation. "No, it seems I am the superior one," remarks Do-won. Hanging by a pipe, he switches to putting Steven in a chokehold with his legs, just like kills are done in assassin games. Though since choking is effective against taller opponents anyways, Steven has already experienced it. Standing on the ground or hanging from the pipe, the Naxiang Daedong representative wonders which of them can endure their situation longer. However, Do-won never planned on enduring in the first place. Letting go of the pipe, the boy begins to fall and activates Stun Smash, announcing that this might be Steven's first experience with something like this, even if he has spent a lot of time living abroad. And so, as the move was activated in a falling state, it was enhanced to Stun Slam. Over with Si-hee, he's still dodging Lee's attacks, getting called out by him for doing so as he wants to finish this before the soldering iron's battery dies. Assuring the deputy representative that there is no need to worry as they will finish before that, Si-hee lands a thunderous punch on his face. "That's not it," mutters Lee, claiming that the Bora Maedong member is deliberately stalling. Putting his soldering iron near Si-hee's eyes and getting stopped, Lee calls him out for making the seemingly plausible excuse of fighting in order to protect when he actually just enjoys fighting. Dropping his weapon from the hand that Si-hee is grabbing and picking it up by the other, Lee swings but misses him yet again. Kicking his opponent in the face to counter, Si-hee inquires his reason for fighting. In response, Lee simply throws his soldering iron up in the air and blocks the attack from reaching with both his hands, proclaiming that it's probably just a job for him. Ignoring him, he just looks at the falling weapon and concludes that Lee can't win with such an approach. Stuff like this is always a red flag. Much to his dismay, the Naxiang Daedong member tricked him by throwing up an e-cigarette. As Lee stabs Si-hee's leg with the real soldering iron, the latter desperately kicks away with his other leg. With only one bar of battery left in Lee's weapon and Si-hee being exhausted as well, the two decide that it's time to end the fight. Clashing with his enemy, the Bora Maedong member remarks that both of them might have just needed a justification for their actions, a reason to fight. And so Si-hee punches through Lee's soldering iron to strike his face. Towering over the bloody bully, he reiterates that his reason to fight will always be to protect. And that's it. Back with Do-won, he activates the Stun Smash technique while falling down, turning it into a massive Stun Slam. Turning into a handstand position, his legs with which he has Steven in a chokehold lift the lone shark in the air. After a complete flip, the head of the Naxiang Daedong representative goes crashing into the ground. Do-won gets up and shakes himself off, looking back at the bloodied Steven. Even in that situation, The experienced bully managed to absorb some of the shock using his arms, albeit the timing being off, damaging him. Steven begins mumbling a bunch of foreign languages, going on about gouging out Do-won's eyes and then tying him naked to a chair. After this, he vows to snap pictures of the Borma Dong rep in such a condition and spread it to those around him, including his parents. Of course, being the pure Korean that he is, Do-won doesn't understand a single word that the mixed guy utters and simply sends him rolling away with a thunderous falcon drop. Walking towards Steven, the boy tells him that he shouldn't be able to fight anymore. Moreover, at this point, the glasses-wearing underling that Steven sent to retrieve the documents from the office must have been caught by Jaemin and Manchun. Standing over Steven, Do-won declares that it's all over now and there's no way out for him. Still, the Nakseong Daedong representative is defiant, shouting out that he can make a way out if he needs to. Steven hurls the internet tokens that Do-won brought earlier everywhere. He then pulls out the fire extinguisher, letting it rip on the boy. While Do-won tries to get back his senses, he sees that Steven has made a run for the car. Why are you running? Rolling down the window, the Nakseong Daedong rep instructs his foe to remember that the interest is still accruing even at this very moment. Promising that he will come back soon to collect it, Steven drives off. Panicked, Do-won questions how he is supposed to chase after the car, refusing to let the loan shark escape. At the same time, Steven drifts through the cramped Korean parking lot, crashing into every corner along the way. He vows to not let this end so meaninglessly and soon busts out of the place. However, Do-won has caught up to him using his fast booster. Hugging the car's roof, the boy contemplates how to get inside, deciding to just make a hole through it. A long time ago, Lee and Steven worked together, terrorizing anyone and everyone in their path. The former is convinced that, at this rate, people can't ignore them any longer. Suddenly, Steven tells his partner that not getting ignored doesn't come from only being good at fighting, but also requires one to have money. He has learned a truth from decades of experience. Race, gender, status, and age. All things fall equal in the face of sheer wealth. A year later, Steven sits in his van and hears a knock on the door. Opening it, he welcomes the customer and asks how much he needs, instead meeting a mysterious man. The entity remarks that under the pretense of supporting the revenue model of their affiliates, the Bully Council of Wonok District takes a substantial amount of the profits. He asks Steven if he isn't dissatisfied with this, considering that his greed for money is particularly talked about. Confused, the Nakseong Daedong rep inquires about the man's identity. The latter ignores his question and just wonders if he plans on continuing to pay tributes to the Bully Council. "I asked who you are," announces the infuriated Steven. Hearing this, the mystery man smiles and introduces himself late. This was the first time that Steven Siegel rep met the ominous entity, who has a demonic, monstrous tattoo on his hand. Now, the Nakseong Daedong rep drives around desperately, refusing to let it end like this. He thinks that they just have to act quickly now, essentially through him. Calling the mysterious man, Steven informs him of getting ambushed and about his defeat at the hands of Bora Maedong's representative. Bro really snitched on himself. Lee Jinyoung has also been taken out, meaning that they know something. Remarking that there is a need to respond immediately, Steven wants to head over to him for now. "No," proclaims the mysterious guy, telling the Nakseong Daedong rep that he doesn't have to come. Expressing his disappointment in Steven, the man simply hangs up on him. Frustrated at how he has been thrown aside, Steven starts smashing things in the car. Right then, he spots a hand outside the window and finds out that it's Do-won, preparing to smash a hole in the roof. Hard swerving the car to shake off the persistent tick, Steven bids the boy farewell. Falling through the air, Do-won wonders if he is going to die like this on the cold cemented floor, though the sensation that hits his head is instead a soft one. Having gotten extremely lucky in various ways, Do-won falls right into Si-yoon's chest. Riding her bike, the girl tells him to move aside. Questioning why he's hanging on the car's roof instead of walking out the main entrance, Do-won maneuvers around the bike to sit behind her and begins explaining, getting met with a never mind. Instructing the boy to hold on tight, Si-yoon remarks that it's going to be rough this time too. Steven looks back through his rearview mirror, seeing Do-won chase after him on his friend's motorbike. Declaring that it's like trying to catch a whale with a mackerel, the loan shark slams the car sideways, right into the two. Instead of backing down, Si-yoon opts to slam the bike back into the car. She crazy. While Steven thinks that the chaser's brains are full of mackerels as well, Do-won worries that just chasing after him won't get them anyone. Borrowing Si-yoon's helmet from her head, the boy decides that it's time for him to go rough too. Using the helmet, He begins to smash the car window right in Steven's face. Do-won succeeds in breaking the glass and prepares to land the final blow, but the Naxiang Daedong rep continues to be persistent. Announcing that they can't catch him with just this, Steven speeds up and gets some distance. "No matter what you do, it's useless," declares the lone shark, getting shouted at by Do-won. "Look forward, you idiot." These words echo in the air as Steven's car goes flying out through the road's barricade and crashes into the field below. Do-won tells Si-yoon to stay on her bike and goes to check out the dangerous wreckage, having always seen these things to explode in movies. Right then, another car drives onto the field, alerting Si-yoon. A mysterious man comes out of it, declaring Steven's desperate attempt to escape to be pitiful. Being a goofball and not hearing these words, Do-won thinks that it's a witness who might have a wrong idea about what happened here and begins explaining himself. "It's you, Ha Do-won, representative of Bora Maedong," mutters the mysterious man, all the while approaching the boy's direction. Si-yoon looks from afar, wondering the identity of the man heading towards Do-won. Overcome with a bad feeling, the girl starts rushing towards them, getting stopped by someone announcing that she can't pass. Wearing a black eye patch on his left eye, the guy demands that Si-yoon doesn't interfere as he wants to listen to their conversation. Meanwhile, the mysterious entity questions if Steven being driven to this point was because Do-won is more capable than he thought, or due to the Naxiang Daedong rep being beneath his expectations. While the bloodied Steven gasps for air with his head stuck in the car's airbag, Do-won asks the mysterious man if he is with him. The latter reveals that they are the Traitors Alliance formed to bring down the Bully Council, so it's basically a union. Being aware that Do-won has been following them since Nunhyang-dong, the man remarks that he is just like a dog obeying its master's orders. He tells the Bora Maedong rep that he is completely in the dark about the relationship between the Gwanaku Bully Council and the Sunshine Rest, and also your father, the man known as Ha Jino. Hearing these words leaves Do-won utterly stunned. Remarking that he isn't here to fight him today, the mysterious entity turns around, deciding to call it a day here, as no more time can be wasted. Do-won shouts at him to wait a moment, wanting to finish their conversation. Suddenly, a gigantic man, who is holding Steven on his shoulder and speaking in singular words, stops the boy. Getting agitated, Do-won demands that he lets go but spots Si-yoon with the eye path guy, controlling himself from doing something rash. At least he is smart. Walking off, the mystery man remarks that there is no need to rush like this. After all, they will have a chance to talk again before long, given that Do-won keeps following him like a dog. With this, the linked quest of cash and hit gets completed. After the guy's car drives off, Si-yoon comes to Do-won and inquires who he was talking to. The Bora Maedong rep reveals that the man, in his own words, is part of the Bully Council's Traitor Alliance, so he took Steven with him. Si-yoon asks Do-won if there are any injuries, getting told that he is fine. Though, the boy wonders what they are going to do about the car wreckage. After a moment of silence, Si-yoon utters one singular word, "Run." Afterwards, at the illegal loan office of Naxiang Daedong, a low-ranking bully tries to explain to Do-won that he is just an insignificant extra that was just doing his job there. He insists on having no idea that their representative was attempting to betray the Bully Council. Unsung thinks that the underling isn't lying, since the plan would have a higher risk of leaking if the lower ranks knew about it. "That's all from me," remarks the Silumdong leader, having been on a call with Choi Sunjae the entire time as well. While someone holds the phone for Sunjae like a slave, the HQ affiliate thinks how pitiful and sad Steven's situation is. The Naxiang Daedong rep scraped together so much money by exploiting teenagers all this time, only to lose it to the Bully Council. Meanwhile, Do-won has Jaemin and Manchun each hold a call for him as well, with Sunjae and Unsung. He then turns over to Si-yoon, who is also on the phone with Si-hee. Asking how things are with them, the Bora Maedong rep is told that the unconscious Naxiang Daedong deputy rep is with him as he might know something. Though, he soon realizes just moments later that Lee took advantage of the momentary distraction and ran off. Getting apologized to, Do-won just smiles and announces that it's okay, given that they have the traitor all figured out. With a thorough scheme of fake loaners, the boy has verified that Naxiang Daedong originally received their funds through the Gwanaku Bully Council headquarters. However, they always moved to a different location whenever the money in the car ran out. So this means that there is a supplier who provides them with funding. Unsum and Sunjae chime in, having sifted out the traitors by comparing them with the current status report of the affiliated Gwanaku neighborhoods. And so, they have a total of 5 betrayers. Steven Siegel's Naxiang Daedong, Nun Hyang-dong that is represented by Kim Ho-seon, Seo-dong being led by Gun-jin Kang, and where Yoo Jun-jin is the representative, Jo-dong. Last of the traders groups is Mi-seon-dong, where a mother brings strawberries and milk for her son's teacher. She remarks that his son Jin always quits quickly whenever he is sent to different academies, but strangely comes home on the day of his private tutoring. While the gorgeous teacher softly nods along, the son shouts at his mom to leave him alone as his exam is approaching. However, behind closed doors, Sung Jin forgets about the lessons and instead grabs the teacher's hand. Do got that harassment. Biting on a strawberry while the girl trembles, the creep says that he will just carry on with the lesson. Do-won checks to see what rewards he has gotten from the quest completion, obtaining a legendary golden key. There's also a second reward this time around, being a scattered piece of the seal. Seeing the mythical item, Do-won remembers the reward from the previous quest. Towering over the defeated Glass's pervert and his hounds, the boy gets a mythical sealed box that needs 6 scattered pieces to open it. Successfully inserting the piece of the seal into the box, Do-won receives a prompt announcing that 5 pieces are left. Wondering what this thing is that requires him to go through all this trouble, the Bora Maedong rep is bothered by the mysterious man's earlier statements. He wants to know what the members of the Traders Alliance meant about the relationship between Sunlight Shelter and the Bully Council. Though, since there is no choice but to keep chasing the snakes for now, Do-won takes a nap. The next day, he visits Si-yoon's place in broad daylight, meeting the girl messing around with her bike in a tank top and shorts. Do-won is desperate to know more about Mi-seon-dong. Satiating the boy's curiosity, Si-yoon starts walking towards him and reveals that the bully group is notorious for seducing the opposite sex. Startled by the girl getting in his face all of a sudden, Do-won falls back. Though, Si-yoon just picks up a tool and heads back for the motorbike. She reveals that the Mi-seon-dong members lure women and use them for money via private tutoring. Do-won gets confused as this approach for a revenue model of Bully Council doesn't sound all bad to him. Si-yoon then reveals that these tutors are minors, and the tutoring is anything but ordinary. Nah, put them in jail. Indulging in the pleasure of using their parents' money, guys like Sung Jin get carried away and are caught by their family. With this, the real purpose of Mi-seon-dong comes into play, while the mother shouts at teacher Kim for deceiving her innocent son. The tutor exposes Sung Jin's father doing the same things to her as well, demanding for the money to be transferred. The dad arrives soon after, promising to transfer the money to teacher Kim if she leaves quickly. Though the damage has already been done and the shocked mother falls unconscious. Leaving the house tired, teacher Kim meets with Sung Moon, the crimson-haired representative of Mi-seon-dong. Suddenly, the guy hugs the girl and expresses how touched he is that she would go this far for him. In the same vein, Moo tells Kim that it's okay to stop if she's having a hard time. Blushing, she thanks the rep for worrying about her and vows to continue for his sake. And so, the cruelest aspect of Mi-seon-dong's crime is the fact that the exploited women are willingly cooperating in the illusion of love. The next day, a meeting is scheduled for Moon with 17-year-old Min Ji-yeon. Waiting for him there is none other than Si-yoon, having her hair tied up in ponytails and wearing cutesy clothes. The girl is completely flustered, wondering why she has to do this. Earlier, while Si-yoon informs Do-won of Mi-seon-dong's business practices that start with dating apps, he asks her if she knows of the proverb, "If you want to catch a tiger, you have to enter the tiger's den." Albeit being aware of what that means, Si-yoon can't believe that Do-won is suggesting something like this. Nah, bro is out of pocket for this. Playing the character of little old Princess Minji, she must out Sung Moo's henchman to eventually get to the representative himself. As Si-yoon waits around, she promises to kill Do-won after all this is over. Suddenly, Moon approaches her and inquires if she is Minji by any chance. Remarking that she feels different than he thought, the representative leans into her ear and whispers to not do this here, wanting to go somewhere comfortable. Winning over the mind of the opposite sex and then controlling them psychologically, Mi-seon-dong's crime is one of sexual exploitation, roofing sex crime. Oftentimes, the victims don't even realize that they are being targeted for a crime. Labeling the Mi-seon-dong members to be disgustingly loathsome scums, Do-won wonders how handsome Sung Moon must be to pull off things like this. Si-yoon continues to explain that the group's profit model is similar to the previous one, where all of it is confuted through an overseas-based messenger app to make sure no evidence is left behind. Suddenly, Do-won suggests for the girl to go into the tiger's den, getting told to get out of her house in a heartbeat. Walking off, the boy guilt-trips Si-yoon by bringing up that he joined the Bully Council because of her and has been getting into fights every single day. Do-won waddles around disappointedly, remarking that he will just figure it out somehow this time as well. Do pulled out the guilt trip card, based. Embarrassed by the little speech, Si-yoon agrees to the plan, dresses up for the part. Now, Do-won lurks in the shadows while the girl awaits Moon's arrival. He apologizes to Si-yoon for doing this since he had no choice this time around due to his quest, sell your friend. Basically, Do-won has to deploy his party member, Si-yoon, to the crime scene of Miseong-dong to accomplish it. At first, a regular member of the group is supposed to show up so there shouldn't be any danger. Still, Do-won keeps his distance to watch just in case. Much to his dismay, a moment of him looking away has gotten Si-yoon out of his sight. Meanwhile, the girl continues to endure her situation with Sung Moon, who introduces himself as Kim Ji-sum to her. Going around, they sit down and have a meal and get spotted by one of Moon's women. Afterwards, Si-yoon heads to a fortune teller with Moon and receives a dreaded jealousy card. It's a woman's prophecy, stating a sword filled with deep grudges will cut off your breath. The fortune teller then addresses Moon, showing him a card of fascination. The former says that the latter is overflowing with peach blossom luck and red flame luck, having a lot of women around him ever since he was young. Even though this sounds like a dream to some, the reality wasn't nearly as delightful for Sung Moon. At the time when he was a 6th grade student in elementary school, minding his own business alone, the poor boy gets sexually harassed by older girls on a daily basis. One day, one of the girls follows Moon home. As the young kid's parents always come home late, the girl takes advantage of being all alone and has her way with him. That was the moment when Moon first became interested in women. A twisted coping mechanism, or something else entirely, a flip got switched inside Moon. With a crazed look in his eyes, the 6th grader commands the older girl to lie down again. Now all grown up, Sung Moon brings the supposed minor Minji to a room cafe, basically a motel, all alone, receiving a call from Ma Jae-guk, the buff vice representative of Miseong-dong. Jae-guk informs Moon that one of the tutors ran away and skipped today's class without saying a word, thinking that this might be a red flag. At the same time, Si-yoon stands in the restroom, sighing. She wonders how long this will have to continue and braces herself for the setting. However, coming back into the room, Si-yoon is confronted by a crazed woman, Teacher Kim. Her attempt to defuse the situation proves useless, as the maniac is consumed by a rage of jealousy. Why is no one normal? Swinging around a knife, the crazy tutor vows to kill the girl for seducing her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Do-won receives a text from Si-yoon about her whereabouts and arrives at the secrets room cafe. Hearing about the runaway, Moon breaks up with her, leaving Jae-guk to punish the girl with the dreaded room. Over with Si-yoon, the jealous girlfriend keeps swinging at her with a knife. Just as the Bora Maedong member is about to fight back, Moon enters the room and asks Kim what she is doing. "Should we talk?" mutters the Miseong-dong rep, dragging her out of the room to have a talk. Upon Moon's threat of a breakup, Kim falls to her knees and starts begging to him. Blinded by her loneliness and feelings of love, the girl refuses to live without him, tricking the poor lady with his sweet talk once again. Moon tells her to take some time off and have some rest, meeting back with him in a week by accepting the room reservation. Meanwhile, Do-won runs around the motel. Despite checking each room and terrorizing every couple in his path, he isn't able to find Si-yoon anywhere, wondering where she went. In light of the recent incident, Moon wants to head to karaoke with Minji to lift up the mood. However, Si-yoon thinks that this would just be a waste of time if they continued and wants to end this for today. Suddenly, Moon remarks that it's a shame since he wanted to introduce her as someone. Hearing this, Si-yoon remembers the procedure whereby the underlings meet with the girls and take them to the Miseong-dong rep once they fulfill the criteria. Unaware that she is with Sung Moon himself, Si-yoon decides to hang out a bit longer, informing Do-won of the development. "Oh no, not like this." Soon, the guy takes the girl to an abandoned and quiet karaoke room. As Si-yoon wonders why the place is like that, Sung Moon suddenly asks her the reason why she came out today. Not buying that she is just lonely, the Miseong-dong rep snaps and wants her to tell the reason. Earlier, when Jae-guk called Sung Moon, he informed him that there is no record of the girl named Yeon Minji. He is currently within her school, though just in case she was embarrassed and simply used an alias. The deputy representative put her phone number through to the detective agency to see if it's on the Bully Council data. Lo and behold, there it was, a member of the Bora Maedong, Si-yoon. Putting his arm around the girl's neck, Moon commends her bravery and takes her inside the room. He introduces Si-yoon to a group of masked creeps, being the VIP guests of Miseong-dong. Closing the door behind her, Moon leaves the girl inside the camera-ridden room. announcing that she won't be alone anymore with them. Lock up these monsters, man. What the heck is wrong with them? Siyun pulls out her taser and charges at the nasty freaks, getting disarmed and surrounded by the group instead. As the perverts get closer and closer to harass her, the girl gets scared. Right then, the door to the room slams open with a wild force, taking out one of the guys. An enraged Doan walks into the room, apologizing to Siyun for being late. "What have those perverts done to you?" questions the boy furiously, enveloped in his signature lightning aura. The end, for now. Ha Doan and his friends get involved in fight after fight, emerging ever stronger with each battle. Eventually, Doan falls into a conflict with Nakshanbaedong's Stephen Regal, coming out on top. All this finally builds up to Doan coming across a mysterious man belonging to the Traitors Alliance, who claims to know about his dad, Ha Jigano. Not giving him any details, the man heads off in promise of a later meeting. To this end, Doan now plans to take down Mi Seong-dong. Ma Jae-guk, the vice representative of Mi Seong-dong, watches the camera feeds when an underling suddenly approaches him, asking what kind of place the room is. Letting out a sinister grin, he remarks that it's a place to make use of the ones that are no longer useful, for the very last time. Meanwhile, Sung Moon sits in a huge stadium. Solving a Rubik's Cube, he believes that the room is a place to test the girl's love for him. Though, in the end, they will be destroyed there. Over with Doan, he apologizes to Sion for being late, inquiring what the perverts have done to her. Seeing the boy, the creeps start questioning if he has come to save his girlfriend from them. They seem to be enticed by this situation, weirding Doan out. The men then warn the Boromedong representative that although he knows a bit about how to use his fists at school, yet they were also quite good in their old times. Walking up to the boy, one of the masked men proclaims to smash him up if he keeps acting up. In a flash, the old pervert is hit with a thunderous uppercut by Doan, followed up by a huge stun smash. The latter vows to make sure that the men aren't able to do something like this ever again, to the point that it becomes impossible for them to even live their daily lives again. Damn, blood is not playing around with them. Witnessing the demonstration of Doan's might and ferociousness, the creeps begin running and beg for mercy. However, the Boromedong rep refuses to let such scum walk away unscathed and questions how people like them can even exist. Dropping one of the perverts with a monstrous falcon drop, he wonders where they are going to run. Suddenly, Sion shouts at him to watch out. Though, it's too late and Doan gets handcuffed to a stripper pole by the sneaky perverts. Remarking that they didn't expect to use it like this, the men snark at the boy to stay tied up and be obedient. Nevertheless, Doan attempts to swing and announces that the perverts should be the ones to wear the handcuffs. Through sheer force, the boy bends the pole and shatters the cuffs, leaving the creeps in utter dismay. Punching a creep in the face, Doan sends him flying. In a move of desperation, one of the remnants runs towards the seemingly defenseless Sion. "Don't do anything stupid," shouts out Doan, using a booster to catch up to him. Though his efforts weren't needed as the girl is self-sufficient enough to taste the life out of the weirdo. Sion remarks that the man is weaker than she expected, while Doan breathes a sigh of relief, apologizing to her for not staying close. Untangling her hair back to how it usually is, Sion simply scares the Boromedong in return by declaring to kill him if he makes her do this kind of thing one more time. Afterwards, Doan asks Sion about the whereabouts of the guy that was with her. Confused, the girl wonders if he didn't meet him when he entered this place. Of course, there was no one there. Just then, the duo gets intercepted by a guy questioning if they are leaving now, wanting them to have played for a bit longer before doing so as he was about to give them some extra time. Holding a Rubik's Cube in his hands, this is none other than the crimson-haired Sung Moon himself. As Sion informs Doan that he is the guy who brought her here, Boy begins interrogating him. Sung Moon tells Doan that he is the same for using a girl as bait, despite knowing how dangerous it is, all in order to catch him, the representative of Mi Seong-dong. These words leave the Boromedong duo in complete shock, while Doan gets a new quest named Lash of Love. To complete it, he must knock down Sung Moon. Getting full confirmation that the ominous entity is Mi Seong-dong's representative, Doan turns over to Sion. "I know," mutters the girl, reminiscing their earlier meeting with the Traitors Alliance member. Not wanting to be a burden to him, Sion begins to walk away and promises to kill Doan if he loses to that red trash. As the girl leaves, Sung Moon puts down the solved Rubik's Cube, remarking that he really doesn't like to be hated. With a sleight of hand to hide his movement using the Rubik's Cube, the Mi Seong-dong rep suddenly leaps in the air. Swinging wildly, he kicks Doan in the face. Though, The Boromedang representative blocks the onslaught using his arm, telling his enemy why he does such nasty things if he doesn't want to be hated. "That is precisely the reason I am doing this," says Sun Moon, appearing behind the boy. Announcing that he won't be hated no matter what, the crimson-haired guy lands monstrous blows on the side of Duin's body. The latter bites his lip in agony, wondering how Sun Moon is so fast. Responding with a blind spot strike, Duin realizes that the Miseong Dong rep isn't just moving his body quickly, but is also responding almost right away to his every move, like a pure reflex. "Man got ultra instinct. Wish that were me for real." The boy then follows up with 10 consecutive strikes, still failing to land a single hit. Having been unsuccessful in hitting Sun Moon so far, Duin activates Booster. However, he hasn't passed the cool time to use it yet, and is left frozen in fear. Using this to his advantage, Sun Moon kicks the ever-living crap out of the Boromedang rep, remarking that human feelings are truly extraordinary. After all, the girls were so happy just with the fact that they could work for him, even when they were being used as a revenue model for Miseong Dong. Putting on a deranged look across his face, Sun Moon questions, "When people are willing to sacrifice themselves for their partner, isn't that what's called love?" Right then, Duin gets up, telling the red trash to shut up, proclaiming that a sex offender like him must be hit hard once to make sure that he won't be able to bullshit ever again. Duin bursts forth with a massive aura, activating a new active skill. Don't open your eyes. Earlier in his life, a team's ice hockey coach brings in Sun Moon as a substitute, despite the latter not having played the game once in his life. The reason being none other than the fact that he has outstanding nerve reflexes, making Sun Moon never get hit by any of his opponent's punches. On the other hand, the ruthless red-haired guy throws sportsmanship out the window and beats his opposition to a bloody pulp. Now, Sun Moon stands before Duin, who has suddenly closed his eyes. Confused, he smugly inquires if the boy is praying, getting told to just shut up and wait. What's really happening is that the Boromedang representative is gathering a whopping 200 mana for the active skill, Charge Shot. In proportion with time, this ability enables him to launch one powerful strike that cannot be avoided. Duin really keeps unlocking cheat codes. Though, the unbelievably absurd skill leaves him in a completely defenseless state during the charging period. Not willing to wait for Duin, Sun Moon unleashes his wrath on him. Despite this, the boy keeps his eyes closed. Confident that he will be able to endure it, Duin immerses himself in defense and totally gives up on attacking, charging up to the second level. "This is boring," mutters Sun Moon, showing up right beside his foe. Getting caught off guard, Duin ends up opening his eyes. Regardless, he brings forth his glowing fist and launches the second level Charge Shot at Sun Moon. Much to the latter's dismay, he is sent flying. Lying on the ground with a bruised face, the Miseong Dong rep is left utterly confused as to why he couldn't avoid it. At the same time, Duin remarks that he got surprised earlier and opened his eyes without noticing, promising to not do it again this time. As the Boromedang representative closes his eyes for another charge shot, Sun Moon rushes forward to attack. Wondering if it's a new meditation technique of some kind, he continues to pummel Duin, announcing that even if it's interesting, it's not going to be enough. Sun Moon leaps in the air, coming down with a massive elbow right on top of his opponent's head. However, Duin still doesn't open his eyes. Seeing that the boy is thinking of holding on like that to wait for another chance to strike, the Miseong Dong rep tells him to open his eyes and take a look around. Backed against a wall, Duin seemingly has nowhere to run. Sun Moon smugly remarks that at this rate, he is done. That's right. At this rate, this should be enough, replies the Boromedang rep, suddenly bursting forth with a murderous intent. Striking Sun Moon with a thunderous 5th level charge shot, Duin sends him flying through the building. The solved Rubik's Cube comes flying along with the red trash, who is left with a bleeding mouth and shattered ribs. Walking up to Sun Moon, Duin says how fun it is to be able to attack this intensely, despite the process being a bit annoying. "So now, one more time," says the boy, as he closes his eyes for the 3rd time. Meanwhile, Kim Ki-jin, the vice representative of Silumdong, stands at Siwandong's headquarters in the Gwanak district, having not known back then that the reason the group burned this place down was to erase the remaining traces of betrayal. He is accompanied by Unsung, who answers his query about whether Kong is doing alright there or not. The Silumdong leader remarks that the Traders Association is working actively right now, attacking the majority of the neighborhood groups and causing them huge loss. Eun-sung also reveals that during the absence of Jung Suk-young, Bong Qiandong was attacked to the point that they were almost fully wiped out. Ki-jin questions where Suk-young has gone off to, despite being a representative. After all, even now, the headquarters is giving its orders not to make any direct movements and telling the districts to just keep up with the profit model. Following up on the thought, Unsung discloses that the only neighborhood groups that are able to move freely right now are those without a profit model, Silim and Borome. Just then, he receives a ping on his phone. Over with Duwon, he has no choice but to open his eyes to a man labeling him mean for ruining Sungmoon's handsome face. Nah, bro is sus. Holding the bloody rep in his arms, this is Ma Jae-guk, the vice representative of Myeongdong. Upon seeing the man, Duwon gets shocked. Earlier, he heard from Sion that Sungmoon is the weakest compared to the other representatives. Jae-guk was transferred to Myeongdong to strengthen its power. This man is the legendary former representative of Sinsadong, now serving in the Traders Association. To make things worse, Sungmoon gets right back up, telling Duwon that he should have prepared everything perfectly until the very end if he truly wanted to catch him. Smugly wiping his face, the red trash proclaims that it's time to see whether the representative of Borome-dong will be able to fight against two representatives at the same time or not. So here you are, traitors. These words suddenly echo throughout the battlefield as Eun-sung arrives at the scene. Back when he was a representative of Sinsadong, Ma Jae-guk trains at night when he gets approached by Sungmoon. Having heard that the money earned from the group's profit model is terrible, he invites the man to join Myeongdong. Jae-guk takes offense to the implication of being Sungmoon's underling, announcing that he can crush the latter even now. Seeing the man bend a metal bar with ease, Sungmoon expresses his desire to strengthen Myeongdong and puts forward an offer that he thinks isn't a bad one. Not only will Ma Jae-guk make good money via the group's profit model, but he will also be able to do whatever he wants, especially fulfilling his hobby of peeking at people through the monitor. This makes Jae-guk have a change of heart, extending his hand towards the handsome representative and hoping to get along well from now on. Now, the Myeongdong duo stands side by side and gangs up on Duwon when Eun-sung arrives at the scene. Folding up his sleeves, the Silim-dong representative announces that he will take action starting now, credited to Sungmoon's and Jae-guk's betrayal of the Bully Council. In a flash, the former Sinsadong rep appears behind the scary Eun-sung and wraps his hands around him. Blood keeps getting weirder by the second. Someone kick his ass quick. Questioning how he can act so harshly with that handsome face of his, the creep licks Eun-sung's ear and asks him if he wants his mood to be lifted up. The Silim-dong rep responds just as quickly, striking Jae-guk's chest. "It hurts, it really hurts," shouts out the buff man, taken aback by the blow. However, this is quickly followed up by the perverted declaration that the pain feels good, leaving Eun-sung baffled. While Duwon looks on in awe, he suddenly sees the Silim-dong rep flying towards himself. As the boy catches Eun-sung, Sungmoon continues the onslaught with a kick of his own, revealing that the vice representative is irritatingly someone who likes to be beaten. Jae-guk just grins and playfully calls Sungmoon's words cruel, telling him to respect his preference. Meanwhile, at Gwanak District's Bongcheon-dong, Ji Baek-chong lies injured on a hospital bed, getting visited by a mysterious man. The entity towers over him, enraged that they dared to mess with his men during his absence. Back over on the battlefield, Duwon asks Eun-sung if he is alright and gets told that he was just shocked for a moment. Then, "I will start now," declare both men at the same time as they prepare to strike. Though, their winding fists end up getting in each other's way. "Nobody blocking people, come on. That bothers you, huh?" remarks Sungmoon, pummeling the crap out of Duwon. He tells the boy that fighting in tandem will backfire on both him and Eun-sung, considering the corridor is quite narrow. The Silim-dong leader still charges forward, questioning the red trash if that's why he lured them here and grazed his handsome face. Right then, Sungmoon changes with Jae-guk and the man rushes towards Eun-sung. Proclaiming that fighting in tandem also applies to the two of them, his Silim-dong leader throws a thunderous punch that digs straight into Jae-guk's chest. Leading from his mouth, Myeongdong's vice representative starts to shiver and feels like he might faint at any moment, commending Eun-sung for having a powerful fist. He then announces that they aren't as reckless as the Bully Council duo, having a clear division of roles in attack and defense. Jae-guk holds Eun-sung's arm in place while Sungmoon kicks him. However, the swing is blocked by Duwon, remarking that each word that comes out of their mouth sounds weird, as it's hard to fight because of the corridor being narrow. The Borome-dong rep decides to instead attack from above using booster, wanting to get this over with quickly before the enemy's weirdness rubs off on him. Duwon prepares to strike the shocked Jae-guk down with multi-strike destruction. Eun-sung agrees, grabbing a hold of Sungmoon. "This is the end," shout the duo out in unison, as their fists extend towards each respective foe. At the same time, in Gwanak District's Siwandong, Kong questions someone if the mission to eliminate the Bully Council went well. With a stern look in his eyes, he instructs the other party to not do anything that might bother him. Assuring Kong not to worry, they reveal their focus to be on ambushing groups whose representatives are either absent or lacking in strength. These are the Mad Three Brothers, under the command of Siwandong. Wanting all sneak thieving to be left to them, they inform Kong about their plan to sneak into Boromedon and take their revenge on Ha Duan for the incident back then. Suddenly, a voice screams in the Siwandong group's direction, "Got you." Seeing this, one of the three brothers rushes towards the mysterious entity who dares to stand in their way, inquiring his identity. Though this doesn't bode well for the brother, as he is left bloodied and sent flying by a single strike. The other two brothers rage at the sight and rush at the attacker, meeting the same fate, as bodies start flying all around him. Kong stares at the approaching foe and mutters, "You!" Questioning the Siwandong rep if it was him and the others who messed with his fellows, the man steps out from the shadows, and so, John Suk-young, the representative of Bong Qiandong, reveals himself. As their battle with the Mi-seong-dong duo rages on, Duan and Yeon-sung are left in awe at Jaeguk, having covered Sun Moon to receive both of their attacks all by himself. The red trash looks towards his fellow, questioning if he is alright. Bloodied, battered, and bruised, Jaeguk smiles and breathes loudly like a crazed pervert, being near climax. As Duan prepares to punch the weirdo, the latter smashes his hands together. With his loud voice echoing throughout the building, Jaeguk demands for everyone to stop what they are doing for a moment and help them. Otherwise, it will be the end of the room. While Duan wonders who the man is talking to, some hands emerge from one of the doors in the narrow corridor, vanishing along with the boy. Sun Moon grins and turns over to Unsung, proclaiming that he is alone now. Meanwhile, on the other side, there are a lot more people now. Right then, a horde of middle-aged men comes out of the nearby rooms and surrounds Unsung. The Silimdong leader inquires what they are doing here, not having heard any report from the Bully Council about this. While Jaeguk commends Unsung for still being able to talk about such things in this situation, Sun Moon reveals that it's because they didn't need to report it. After all, the room isn't made for profit models, but rather for personal curiosity. You just physically cringed at this. Previously, Jaeguk questions the representative about how he came up with the idea of making the room, considering that it isn't for money or to fulfill a fetish of some kind. "Are you curious?" responds Sun Moon, telling the man to look at Rubik's Cube, starting in an incomplete state. Its colors match after several tries. This happens little by little, until every color is matched and there's nothing left to change anymore in the cube's complete state. To Sun Moon, love is the same as that, adjusting oneself to their partner. Wondering how far his lovers can adjust themselves to him, the representative of Mi-seong-dong is curious if they can do it to the point of sacrificing themselves for him. His true desire is to find out one thing: what does complete love look like? That's why Sun Moon created the room. Remembering the harrowing voices of the women left in the room, the red trash thinks that it's a shame the place is getting destroyed before this complete love was created. Right then, Jaeguk remarks that this situation is turning out to be a problem. By now, Unsung should have started to get exhausted, but he isn't even panting, all the while beating the middle-aged men to a pulp. As the Silimdong leader is getting closer to them by the moment, the vice representative questions what they should do now. In response, Sun Moon simply pats Jaeguk on the shoulder. The latter has also started to reach his limit, so the former wants to get out of this place immediately, leaving the uncles to buy time for them. Understanding that Sun Moon wants to make the first move since they can remake the room anytime, Jaeguk begins moving with him. Much to the Mi-seong-dong duo's dismay, Duan stands before them, announcing that he had a hard time gathering all this energy as he almost fell asleep. The boy remarks that the game isn't over yet. Seeing Duan's closed eyes, Sun Moon remembers the fortune teller's prediction. The second card that he chose was called Eyes Closed, having the warning to beware of the man who closes his eyes. Sun Moon is told that the moment that man opens his eyes for one last time, that will be the moment of his destruction. Confronted by Duan, the Mi-seong-dong rep realizes his reality. Jaeguk tries to rile up the boy, but the latter ignores him, telling Yeon-sung to step aside if he is there as he might get hurt. Opening his eyes with a burning glow, Duan lands a monstrous charge shot on Jaeguk. Scared, Sun Moon can't help but scream out. As the ultimate level attack fully launches, the Mi-seong-dong vice rep goes crashing into the red trash. Taking cover from the rippling shockwaves of the mighty attack, Unsung is left awestruck. The battle is over, as both Sun Moon and Jaeguk are put down by Doon. "We can call this the disposal of the trash." "Right," remarks the boy with a smile. "Holy Giga Chad, tell him." And so, the quest named Lash of Love is complete. At the same time, Kong is getting choked out. The Siwandong rep is unable to believe that the little kid who once ran wild with just his confidence in the body he was born with, that Jang Suk-young, has become this strong. Breaking into a sweat, Kong inquires if the orders to catch the traitors have been issued. "Traitors? What's that?" remarks Suk-young, proclaiming that he is just here to kill those who mess with his guys. From the distance, one of the three mad brothers shouts out that it wasn't them who ambushed Bong Qiandong. Hearing this, Suk-young drops the Siwandong rep and heads on his way, leaving him enraged. Back over with Doon. Yeon-sung tells him that he will be taking the Mi-seong-dong duo back to headquarters for interrogation to find out more information about the Traitors Association. Having heard of the Bully Council headquarters multiple times by now, the Boromei-dong rep inquires where it's even located. Afterwards, Choi Sun-jae gets off a call, having been informed of the capture of Sun Moon and Ma Jaeguk. Right then, he gets distracted by a bear's head on the wall and asks the man with him if he is hunting as a hobby. The mystery person remarks that it's just an animal costume he wore briefly, just one time when he wanted to meet someone. Teasing the creepy hobby, Sun-jae runs around the room and questions if this someone was a girl. Suddenly, the mysterious man puts down his pen and asks the affiliate who it is that is heading there with the Mi-seong-dong duo, possessing a stern aura. This entity is none other than the representative of the Gwanak District's Bully Council headquarters. After the fight is over, Doon asks Yeon-sung how he knew of him being there. Earlier, the Silim-dong rep talks with his vice representative about Silim and Boromei being the only neighborhood groups without a profit model and hence being allowed to make a move. Suddenly, he receives a call from Sion, informing him that Doon is currently fighting Sun Moon, as Ma Jaeguk will be joining them soon. She wants Yeon-sung to help the boy out. Now, while Doon and Yeon-sung tower over the defeated Mi-seong-dong duo, Sion arrives there. Confused, the former questions if she didn't leave earlier, getting told that there was no way she could. Stepping on Sun Moon's head, Sion declares that you can't just leave trash anywhere you want. It's pointless, mutters Sun Moon suddenly. Being sure that their goal is to reclaim the Mi-seong-dong, the representative reveals that there is no real form of the group, being an anonymously managed organization. So even if the Bully Council were to get him and Jaeguk, they won't be able to get what they really want. Yeon-sung responds, telling Sun Moon that he will just find every information about Mi-seong-dong and all the instructions he has given so far in his phone. Despite the Silim-dong rep being right in thinking that it's all in his phone, Sun Moon grins. Having worked his ass off in building the system all this time, he refuses to give up the password so easily, proclaiming that they will never unlock his phone. "But I have unlocked it," remarks Doon, showing Sun Moon his phone and leaving him in complete shock. Dude is the biggest fraud ever. Previously, the quest named Sell Your Friends that Doon had to complete by dispatching Sion to the scene received a follow-up delegated quest, Unlocking. As the task was to find out the password of the perpetrator's cell phone password in a very confidential manner, Doon bravely asked the pissed-off Sion to do it for him. The girl reveals that she accomplished it by coloring the face lock sensor, making use of a coloring marker for motorcycles. Whether it's because of Mi-seong-dong's profit model or because of the communication with the girls, one thing was for certain. Sun Moon checks his phone a lot. Forced to enter his password when the Face ID failed, he ended up giving away his secret. With nothing left to the red trash's name, the delegated quest is completed. Over at the Bully Council headquarters, its representative hears news about Jang Suk-young's return to Bong Qiandong. Curious how much he has changed, the mysterious rep tells the caller to find out if there's any other information. Putting down his phone, he turns over to Yeon-sung standing before him. The entity questions about the Boromei-dong representative who brought Sun Moon and Ma Jaeguk with him, getting told that he has been sent home. After all, only members who have permission are allowed to know the location of headquarters. Suddenly, the mystery man questions Yeon-sung if he's close with Ha-Doon. After a moment of pause, the Silim-dong leader replies that it's just a cooperative relationship and nothing more. Is that so? Mutters the headquarters representative, commending Yeon-sung for a job well done and permitting him to get some rest as he would be quite tired. Bowing down, the Silim-dong leader starts heading out. Also, continues the representative, thanking Yeon-sung for always working hard for headquarters. Going out the door, the latter replies, If you have anything else you need, please just tell me anytime. Meanwhile, Sungmoon and Ma Jae-guk sit before Choi Sunjae on the sofa. Both of them are seemingly beyond scared, breaking into an uncontrollable sweat. In a nonchalant manner, the affiliate assures them that they can talk comfortably with him, inquiring who's the head of the Traders Association. Sungmoon and Jae-guk swear that they don't know, revealing that they only joined them because of the attractive offer and never got any additional information about their identity, no matter how many times they asked. Hearing this, Sunjae stands up, bursting forth with an ominous aura. Picking up a knife, he wonders why they are acting like this when he just wanted to settle this through a talk. Jae-guk panics, promising that they are not lying. As he moves his arm in a panic, some of the sofa cover comes along with it and reveals a stream of blood stains underneath. Sharpening his knives, Sunjae remarks that he replaced that sofa cover not too long ago. "I guess I need to buy a new one," declares the affiliate, flipping a switch from his goody attitude to a sinister one. Over with Doowon, he receives 2 rewards for the competition of the delegated quest that was accomplished by Sion: a gold key and 1 piece of the seal. Aside from these, the boy is also supposed to get the main quest reward. Excited about what item he will get this time, Doowon waits but gets nothing. As the boy wonders if it was dropped in a weird place again this time, he sees Sion approaching his way. Doowon goes to greet the girl, spotting the assistant window in front of her stating, "1, Sion." Moments later, Arin, Minhei, and the white hair from way back all arrive at the scene, with each girl having her own system window with a number. Panicked, Doowon looks around and questions why they have all come there. Surrounded by the girls, he receives a prompt. Please choose one of the 4 rewards. Let bro just have a harem, please. He has earned it. Is this serious? Mutters Doowon, unable to believe that he is supposed to choose one out of these 4 people. How can this be called a reward? Shouts out the boy, quickly panicking at the implication and explaining what he meant. Right then, the system window tells him that his time is up. So, his reward will be randomly selected. Suddenly, the girl's clothes start ripping apart. Doowon closes his eyes and blushes, swearing that he didn't see anything. Though, upon opening them, the Boromedong rep sees that the white hair was selected and that the others have vanished. As he questions what just happened, Doowon gets kissed by the white hair. She then phases through his body, making the system reveal that she is selected as dealer number 4. Turns out, this is a type of game called Shell Game. The white hair brings out a floating tray with 3 cups, under one of which is a bead. Doowon must guess the correct cup to get the reward. Realizing that the white hair is not a real human and some sort of NPC, the boy gets impressed. And so, the game starts. The girl shuffles the cups and asks Doowon to choose the one with the bead. Though, it was very easy to do so, as the Boromedong rep picked the right option without any problem. In a new experience, the dealer questions him if he would like to go to the next stage. Succeeding there will grant him a better reward, while failing will forfeit his current one. Understanding that it's the same system as gambling, Doowon declares, "Of course I will go on." Sometime later, the Boromedong rep succeeds on the 9th stage, and feels his eyeballs almost popping out of his skull. As he thinks about stopping here, the white-haired dealer announces that the next one is the final stage. Even though Doowon's current reward is legendary, succeeding in the final stage will get a mythic level item. Overcome by greed, he goes on without hesitation. Doob wasn't pretending to love gambling. Much to his dismay, the 10th stage of the Shell Game begins with a crazy increase in the number of cups. The dealer doesn't hold back in shuffling them at all, moving the cups around at a speed that is impossible to see with the naked eye. Settling down, she asks Doowon what cup he will choose. Remarking that he would have missed it if he had been just a little slower, the boy selects a cup, having used the fast booster on his eye to keep up. Of course, his choice is correct. Whitehair congratulates him on his reward, handing him a mythic item, the Bead of Transcendence. Elsewhere, the eye patch guy drives around the man with the tatted hand, informing him that they have lost contact with Sungmoon and Ma Jae-guk from Myeongdong. Looking back at the mysterious entity, he questions if the latter wants him to go to headquarters and get them back. Though, the mysterious member of the Traders Association simply remarks that he already thought of this kind of thing happening in the first place. Even though it's a bit of a shame, he makes the decision to give up on those two as it won't affect their plans in the slightest. Understanding this fact, the eye patch guy continues to drive. Moments later, he informs the entity of Jung Suk-young, despite it not being something really worth reporting to him. Some time ago, the representative of Bong Xiandong barged into Suwon-dong and attacked them all alone. However, The damage was minor in the end as he left right after finding out that Xiuandong wasn't who ambushed Bong Qiandong in his absence, realizing that it wasn't an order from the Bully Council, but revenge that drove Zhang Sukyung to barge into enemy lines all alone. The man with the tatted hand exclaims, "What an interesting fellow." Meanwhile with Duwon, he goes to the sea eatery with Xian, getting introduced to a new item on the menu, an egg-bearing snake. Of course, it's just an interesting way to express the menu as the actual item itself is a combination of egg, tteokbokki, and sundaes. Though, poor C's excitement is shut down by both Duwon and Xian thinking no one would spend their money on something like this. C then quietly mutters that this recipe was developed by his grandma, making the duo sweat about their prior comments and do a complete double take. Good choice, people. Respect your elders. After they are done messing around, C apologizes to Duwon and Xian for not being there to help them in the fight with Mi Xiangdong. They assure him that it's no problem, as he must have had his hands full with the eatery. Upon Xian's complaint about the personnel in Boromedon being very few, Duwon wonders if the time has come to increase their numbers. Though, the girl doesn't think it to be possible, given that no one would be idiotic enough to join a group that doesn't even have a profit model. While Duwon and Sihi joke about the reward for joining being able to eat as much tteokbokki as one wants, a customer walks into the eatery and gets told that the place is closed. However, this isn't a customer but Jang Suk-young. Marching up to Duwon, who is munching down some sundae, he inquires if they are the ones who ambushed Bong Qiandong. Questioned about whether they were the ones who ambushed Bong Qiandong, Duwon inquires Suk-young's identity. Suddenly, Xian asks him what he is doing in Borome, having heard previously that his group was attacked a while ago and suffered damage to the point of not being able to function as a group anymore. "So, you know it well," mutters Suk-young, grabbing Duwon by the collar to lift him up into the air, announcing that he is there today for revenge. Suk-young tells the grunting Boromedong rep to give up any hope of escaping from him, while C wonders if the latter is having a hard time because of the sundae he was eating earlier. Duwon nods, spitting out a long line of sundae onto the tray that C is holding. Breathing a sigh of relief, the boy remarks that he almost died from choking up, all the while Xian gets completely flustered by the embarrassing sight. Turning back over to Jang Suk-young, Duwon recognizes that he is the Bong Qiandong representative and remarks that he has changed a lot. The boy notices that not only is he being held up in the air with only one hand, but that there's a new scar along Suk-young's right eye. Telling Suk-young that his face looks even more brutal now, Duwon inquires what exactly happened to him. Infuriated by this statement, the Bong Qiandong rep begins to strike, announcing that he will show him what happened to his body. Right then, Duwon informs Suk-young that it wasn't them who ambushed his group. Instead, it was the people called the Traders Association. Shaking himself off after being let go, the Boromedong tells Suk-young to at least do proper research before hitting someone. Annoyed that he was wrong again this time, the Bong Qiandong rep announces his leave. As he starts to move away, Duwon invites him to have some tteokbokki since he is there anyways. "Even now, every time I close my eyes, I still remember the night you defeated me," remarks Suk-young. With a stern expression, he vows that Duwon will be next after this matter is over. After the Bong Qiandong rep leaves, the boy says that it's dangerous. Questioning if he is talking about Suk-young, Steve proclaims to just let him handle the situation. Though, it turns out that Duwon was just talking about the new menu being so bad to the point that it's dangerous. Sometime later at school, Duwon spectates Arin and Minhee in their sports practice. Though, he has to cover his eyes as every time he sees the two, memories of the reward he got for completing the main quest keep popping up in his mind. Remembering the scene when their clothes started ripping off, Duwon begs for it to stop, swearing to Jihan that he really didn't see anything. While his friend looks on in confusion, the boy overhears a guy boasting to his friends about his big profits at a treasure warehouse. Confused, Duwon gets told by Jihan that it's a popular place for some people these days, being an offline private gambling warehouse. This leaves the Boromedong rep even more bewildered, as it should be impossible for students to enter such a place. Right then, Jihan reveals that it's actually quite the opposite, as the place is exclusive to minors. By calling it a treasure warehouse, they attract lots of students who need money and thrill. In order to avoid getting busted, the location is also changed often and the place is managed officially. Aside from this, Jihan doesn't know many details himself. While Duwon gets impressed that such a place even exists, a student sits nearby, enveloped in a depressing aura. Elsewhere in the Gwanak district's Jowon-dong, a man announces that phones need to be handed over to the storage counter when entering the building. People get instructed to keep the order according to the waiting list, as this place is none other than the treasure warehouse itself, filled with miners gambling away their parents' money. The depressed guy from earlier is also here, convinced that he will win something today. Heading inside to the place advertised as being filled with dreams, hopes, and joy. The boy wishes that he comes back with both hands full of money. Meanwhile, a man plays around with some cards, informing his superior that the gambling business and the treasure warehouse is running smoothly today as well. Though, the increasing number of customers and sales is accompanied by the problem in the bully council. Receiving no response, the talkative guy asks the representative if he is even listening to him. Respect your time, king. Possessing a seemingly quiet, samurai-like demeanor, the representative of Zhou goes by the name of Yu Jin, being a member of the Traders Association. As he still sits with his back turned to the cards guy, the latter reveals information about Yun Sung from Silendong and Ha Duan from Boramedong tracking down traders. Since Zhou is no exception, they move the location of the treasure warehouse from time to time. Having given his entire report to Jin, the man takes his leave and heads off. Moments later, the Zhou rep stands up, expressing interest in Ha Duan. Having heard that the boy knows how to use weapons, Jin wonders if he should choose Borame as the next group to target after Bong Xindong. Duan walks around the school hallways trying to chew the mythic item, the bead of transcendence, spitting it out after experiencing its bad taste. The boy wonders how he is supposed to use it. Suddenly, Duan comes across the depressed guy from earlier. The latter is standing over the bag full of gambling coins that the other dude was boasting about to his friends. Just for a little while, mutters the gloomy guy, wanting to borrow some and put them back after he wins himself. Moments later, the bag owner comes rushing back to the class with his friends, having left the most important thing behind. As he retrieves the bag, the friends wish him success for the gamble that will decide his life. Meanwhile, Duan hides nearby while holding the depressed dude's mouth shut. During this time, he overhears from the group that the treasure warehouse this week will be located in the basement of a building in Zhouandong. Afterwards, Duan questions the grateful guy about what kind of place the treasure warehouse is. The dude reveals that he first went there because of an invitation from his friend, getting told to just bet as much as he is told to. However, the terrible betting advice ends up losing the poor guy everything, including the money he needed to pay for his academy tuition that month. Speaking like an addict, the guy's delusional friend is convinced that they would have won if they just bet more. Classic gambler cope. Right then, the duo gets approached by the man with the playing cards, willing to lend them more money after confirming that their parents are alive. And so, the dangers of the treasure warehouse reveal themselves to the miners. With the place's house mortgage system, there is no limit to the amount they can get as a loan. Regardless of the amount, it is free from interest and comes with special benefits like extra chips and whatnot. In order to get it all, they only need two things: their parents' passbooks and ID cards. Not feeling like they are borrowing money, they get trapped and feel like they are making it instead. Things only take a turn for the worse when the boys start to think of the chips as gain money, resulting in them not paying any mind and losing it all. Cowering in fear, the guy turns over to his friend that introduced him to the game, wanting him to say something. However, having taken much more chips from the loan than him, his friend kills himself just a few days later. Duan is left in complete shock after finding out the reality of the treasure warehouse. The depressed student continues, revealing that those who can't pay the borrowed chips by deadline have to apply for a loan from a private moneylender using their parents' passbook and ID cards. So despite the minors being the ones involved in gambling, it is the adults who end up paying the price, being the ultimate hostage situation. Whoever came up with this scheme is smart as heck. No. Saying this, the guy starts shivering. With only a little time left until his deadline, he worries about what would happen to his poor family if he can't pay all the money back. Afterwards, the depressed dude sits at the treasure warehouse. Despite losing everything in Zhouandong's profit model, he is convinced that winning a lot of money at a gamble like this is the only way for a miner like him to pay back his debt. Right then, someone causes a huge ruckus after losing to the dealer's hand 7 times in a row. This is the bad guy from earlier who was boasting about his chips to his friends, losing all of them while gambling in one night. Infuriated by the fraud, he goes crazy and puts a knife against one of the employees' necks. The guy calls out the house for cheating and being rigged, demanding that they bring back his money if they value the employee's life. This outrage sparks doubts amongst the other miners, convinced that they always get bad cards because of this gambling fraud. Suddenly, the man with the cards approaches the crazed customer and tells him to calm down, shaking a joker card in his face. Enraged, the miner inquires about his identity. "Ah, me? "I am the manager of this place," proclaims the card-playing Kim Joseph, being the vice representative of Jo Won-dong. Getting his knife taken away from him in an instant, the guy breaks into a sweat and tells the others that the manager jumped out right away because the house got caught tricking them. With a smile across his face, Joseph assures everyone that there is no way they did that. After all, the treasure warehouse has been managed by prioritizing the trust of their customers until now. The man announces that if the guy accuses them with no evidence whatsoever and makes the other customers lose their trust in them, then they have no choice but to take action. Just then, Doon walks into the building. As the depressed guy looks on, the boy sits down on the only table that's empty, right near Joseph. Proclaiming that you only get one shot in life while placing down a heavy bag, Doon declares that he will be going all in on his first bet. With this, the quest named Treasure Hunter begins. Earlier, after hearing about the details of the treasure warehouse, Doon asks the depressed guy to take him there as well. However, the latter passionately refuses, remarking that he had no other choice but to gamble so far and shouldn't have stepped foot there in the first place. Complimenting the dude for being a better person than expected, Doon announces to have no other choice, just like him. After unlocking the treasure hunter quest that involves him placing his bets on the treasure warehouse, the Boromedong questions the guy about his name and finds it to be Yang Yang-woo. Completely messing up the poor dude's name, Doon once again asks him for help. Now, Yang-woo sits nearby and sees the boy going to the table with the supposed gambling fraud, baffled at why he would place an all-in bet. They don't know his son. Meanwhile, Kim Joseph eases Doon into his first-time gambling experience and shows him an easy, simple game. Among the 52 Joker cards on the table, only one is colored. So, the one who chooses that one circled will be the winner. Moreover, to ease the people's suspicions about the treasure warehouse games being all scams, Joseph puts on a blindfold and covers his eyes. Of course, this is all just an intentional performance. In the first place, the game doesn't require sight as the colored Joker card has different detailed textures. "That's it," shouts out Doon, acting as if he is dumb and thinks that this is part of the game. The boy puts on a blindfold as well. The game begins and Joseph chooses the cards first, being the dealer, as it would be suspicious if he chose the colored Joker card from the start. The man deliberately picks a black and white one. Doon in turn arrives, and he takes a card as well. Much to everyone's surprise, it's the colored Joker. While everyone discusses the insane beginner's luck, the boy understands that he is getting a system peek this time around. At his side, Whitehair sits on the table dressed as a dealer, but no one else is able to see her. Right then, Joseph congratulates the boy on the win, thinking to himself if it was just a coincidence, as he'd only have 2 chips this time around. The dealer assures him that there are still many chances to earn ahead. Suddenly, the special game of the day named Snail Race begins. Having seen this game before on online illegal gambling sites, Doon is told by Yang-woo that this is the appeal of the treasure warehouse. Not only do they turn online games into offline, but also create stuff that has never existed before in any gambling, along with other things that are more provocative and dangerous. Soon, it is announced that the betting is about to end. The gambling veteran runs to bet quickly, as special games have high dividend rates. Doon then asks Whitehair which number it is, getting informed that the peak of the game this time is number 2. The snail game starts, and Doon stands beside Yang-woo to spectate the show, all the while Joseph observes them intently from afar. Grown-ass man stalking teenagers. Sus. Afterwards, the Boromedong rep eats out with Yang-woo and gets questioned how he can make the right choice every time. He simply calls it his sharp instinct, making the depressed guy envious as he would have been able to pay his debt way earlier if he had it. Doon wonders why Yang-woo can't just ask his parents for help, finding out that the poor guy's father left him when he was young. Ever since then, his mother has struggled to raise him. So, Yang-woo doesn't have the heart to tell his mother, who works every day until late night, that her son is in debt because of gambling. "You are indeed a bad child," remarks Doon, telling Yang-woo not to worry too much as everything will be fine in the end, thinking that Jo Won-dong will collapse soon. The next day, Doon stands in the warehouse and inquires until when Whitehair is going to follow him around. While the dealer reveals that she will be active until this quest is complete, others give the boy weird looks, seeing him talking all alone. Doon looks around for Yang-woo but doesn't find him, not thinking much of it at the moment. However, this soon changes when the special Treasure Warehouse original game of the night begins. Called the Execution game, there are 5 ropes, only one of which is collected to the guillotine, and the bet will be to pick the correct rope. To make things interesting, someone's arm will be put in the guillotine. Doon is shocked as the arm belongs to none other than Yang Wu. Coerced into doing this by Joseph as his only chance to repay all the debt in one go, the poor guy braces himself for what's to follow. Soon, the betting ends and the ropes are about to get cut one by one. As the countdown begins, Duan remembers his conversations with Yang Wu, bursting forth his aura. While Yang Wu prays that he is able to survive through this one, the execution game begins. The first 3 ropes get cut, all being wrong choices. With only 2 ropes left, the employee begins to cut the 4th rope. Suddenly, Duan shows up to her and takes the axe away to cut the rope. Instead of the 4th, the boy cuts the 5th one and starts throwing a tantrum, shouting out that he accidentally cut it because he thought it was the right one. With the disaster averted and number 4 being the correct bet, the special game of the night ends. Thanking Whitehair for her peek, Duan suddenly gets approached by Kim Joseph, commending him for such an impressive and intrusive performance from a customer. Enraged, the Boromedong rep grabs the manager by the collar and demands to know how he could order a kid to do such a dangerous game. "This is such a confusing situation," remarks Joseph. After all, there's one person holding his collar, and another one is bowing low. Looking to his side, Duan sees Yang Wu thanking the vice representative of Zhou for this chance. The boy finds out that the desperate guy agreed to do the dangerous game himself with the condition that he won't have to pay for the chips he borrowed. At the same time, others in the building start questioning if number 4 was actually the correct answer and wants to see if the rope is even attached to the guillotine. "You're all crazy," proclaims Down, disgusted by Joseph and everyone in the place. Hearing this, the manager picks up the axe, cutting the rope. As the guillotine comes crashing down, Joseph announces that not being crazy in this place is the abnormal thing. "Isn't that right, customer?" remarks the man, looking towards Yang Wu, who has hopelessly gone back to gambling again. "Not like this, please." Afterwards, Joseph goes to meet Yujun Jin, who has just taken a VIP customer's chips and finger in a game. The Zhou rep asks his vice rep about the thing that brings him there, getting told that it's because of the person who kept acting up in the treasure warehouse. Revealing him to be the representative of Boromedong, Joseph remarks that the boy has no idea that they already know who he is and pretends to be into gambling. Going on a rant about gambling's 101, Joseph wonders what card Ha Duan is waiting for. Some days pass, and the Boromedong rep continues to win consecutively at gambling, trying to complete the associated quests and aims successive victories. Having his own little fan club at the treasure warehouse by this point, the boy questions if the quest wants to turn him into a gambling addict. Moments later, Duan wins another bet with a royal flush. Suddenly, the system prompts that the quest is completed. Announcing that her role ends here, Whitehair begins to disappear, expressing hope that they can meet again another time. Seeing the girl disappear like usual with her clothes ripping off, Duan closes his eyes and swears he didn't see anything. Right then, he gets approached by an employee, informing him of another gambling place that has been prepared for customers with large-scale betting amounts. Realizing that this was the purpose of the quest, Duan asks that he be taken there immediately. Later, the closing time arrives, and Yang Wu sits at a table with some chips in his hand. Going out of the treasure warehouse after being told to, he comes across his mom, asking why he hasn't slept and is just standing there instead. "Nothing," shouts out Yang Wu with a smile, telling his mom that he came out because he missed her. Throwing away all the gambling chips down a gutter, the kid goes with his mom to have some food. Things aren't hopeless after all, huh? Afterwards, Kim Joseph makes preparations as the time to bet has arrived. While the representative of Boromedong will be stuck in the VIP gambling place for a while, he plans to ambush the group similar to how they attacked Bong Qiandong. Heading to the place where his forces are gathered, Joseph finds himself in an unexpected situation instead. Zhang Sukyung stands surrounded in the middle of the room, announcing that he has come for Bong Qiandong's revenge after finding out everything properly this time. At the same time, Duan heads to the supposed private gambling place for VIP customers. Putting all of his earnings from gambling so far on the line, the boy questions, "What about you, representative of Zhou Yujun Jin?" Earlier, Ha Duan ties up Yang Wu and threatens to cut off his hands with an axe, promising him that it's all for his own good to keep him off gambling. The latter assures the former that he isn't addicted to gambling, despite going to the treasure warehouse every day like an addict. Yang Wu suddenly remembers that there was actually a single day when he didn't go, when the place was randomly closed. Upon finding out what day it was, Duan goes to meet Zhang Sukyum at the employment agency in Bong Qiandong. Reminiscing about the time they fought each other, the boy asks him why he ignored his neighborhood group and let it get to such a mess. "Just say your point," exclaims Sukyung, telling Duan that it better be something important. The Boromei then reveals that he has found the ones who ambushed Bong Xiandong, being the Zhouandong group. Now, Suk-young issues a warning of revenge to Joseph, getting mocked for being slow and only just figuring it out. Nah, bro got violated for no reason. Doing card tricks, the vice representative proclaims that he doesn't feel threatened by a king from a ruined kingdom. Unfazed, Suk-young declares to bury all of Zhouandong here without exception. His short height, being all alone in the fight, gender of his opponents, or even the limit of humans as a species, nothing hinders the Bong Qiandong rep as he begins thinning down the herd. Bro really turned into an alpha bully, huh? Taking care of all the underlings in a flash, Suk-young turns to Joseph, reiterating that they are all going to equally die here. Hearing this, the manager changes his opinion from earlier. To him, Suk-young isn't the king at all, but the Joker. Meanwhile, Duin sits down before Yu Jun-jin. As the two already know each other's identities, the boy curiously asks what games are prepared at the VIP gambling place. He also wants to know what the Zhouandong rep is going to be betting on, not being interested in chips. Mumbling, Jun-jin begins listing the reasons why people fall for gambling: pleasure, desire, challenge, escape, regret, greed, and above all, danger. Swinging his blade at Dumon and making him jump back, he announces that the thing that will be wagered on in this game is each of their lives. The Boromei rep takes a sword off the wall and asks his opponent if this is going to be alright for him, announcing that he's pretty confident in this. Showcasing his weapon mastery of the sword, Duin unleashes a barrage on Jun-jin. As the cannibals in the room go out from the shockwaves of their clash, the two come to an impasse. Despite this being first for him, Duin has no choice but to do it. And so, the associated quest's final part begins, Sword Duel, requiring the boy to knock the Zhouandong representative down. Getting into middle school, Yu Jun-jin showcases that he is a true kendo prodigy and soon tops the middle school division, despite the instructor forbidding them to use one. A jealous middle schooler coerces Jun-jin into a duel with real swords, hoping to strike fear into his heart. Though, the kid panics when the prodigy doesn't block a strike and starts bleeding from his arm. As he rushes to get some help, Jun-jin is overcome with an ominous feeling. Picking up his sword, the latter remarks, "No, let's just continue this." Uttering the same words in his duel with Duin in the present day, Jun-jin swings with the intention to kill, given that it's the only way the former will have the intention to kill him too. A fight that puts their lives on stake, one with all their might. That's real gambling to Jun-jin. Slicing even the cannibals cleanly in half, the Zhouandong rep continues to push back his opponent and masterfully grazes his face. "That's what you call gambling?" questions Duin, wondering how it's possible that the Traders Association is filled with crazy people like Jun-jin. Fiercely bringing down his sword on the enemy, the Boromei rep lands a clean blow. However, he doesn't celebrate upon realizing that Jun-jin intentionally exposed himself to the strike. "Let my flesh cut to break the opponent's bones," the Zhouandong rep takes the saying literally and applies it in his swordsmanship, seemingly catching Duin with a deciding swing. Don't think that's the intention of the saying, but hey, as long as it works. However, the Boromei rep avoids the attack using his fast booster and sends Jun-jin flying with a punch. Making literal statements to mock how his foe used the saying earlier, Duin cuts him up. Dragging him across the floor in a defensive stance, Jun-jin asks him why he stopped in his last attack and didn't use all his might. Duin throws the question right back at him, inquiring why he hasn't been using all his strength yet, remarking that it's because the Boromei rep hasn't been striking with the intention to kill. Jun-jin hopes to make him desperate and informs the boy of Boromei's current situation. At the same time, the advance party affiliated with Zhouandong arrives at Duin's neighborhood group, having been dispatched as an ambush. There, they come across Sion in her jogging attire and start crushing on her. The leader of the advance party, Park Tae-hong, announces that his heart aches in pain as he's going to have to snap such a pretty flower. Bro has no riz. Hearing about this, Duin inquires if the advance party is also targeting Sion, getting told that there are no exceptions. "Then now, has that increased your desire to kill me?" questions Jun-jin. However, Duin instead shocks the Zhouandong rep by expressing relief that they are targeting the girl. Turns out, the boy is currently sharing all the system's passive skills with Sion using Approval Stamp, an active skill he got after defeating Sun Moon. Over with the Zhouandong forces, Sion proves to be a flower that has thorns. Feeling a hot sensation inside her, the girls begin ripping the guys a new one with her jumping rope. Through the weapon mastery that Sion now possesses through Approval Stamp, she tells the attackers that all of them will die. Previously, Sion exercises when Dune comes to offer her a cucumber for rehydration. "You wish to die?" Using this sentence like a habit, the girl asks him why he is following her around. Expressing that they should exercise together, the boy actually has another purpose, not knowing when the Traders Association will rush into Bora Maidan. Dune wants to prepare an insurance plan beforehand to keep Sion safe. Much to his dismay, the approval stamp can only be activated after it's stamped on the target. All the while Dune's stamp location is on the lips, the boy gets flustered, wondering how he will accomplish the absurd task of putting his lips against Sion's. Fortunately for Dune, a bird suddenly comes swooping in for the cucumber in the girl's hands. Caught by surprise, Sion goes crashing into Dune and both of them fall to the floor. Though she apologizes to him for being so startled, yet the Bora Maidan rep couldn't be any happier. Now, Sion throws the Jowon-dong attackers around with a skipping rope. Having no idea how she suddenly got stronger, the girl tells the advance party that they are all dead now. The leader, Park Tae-hong, instructs his men to not panic as there are many beautiful flowers with thorns. Announcing that it's now time to harvest, Tae-hong riles up his troops to charge. Sion laments her luck that always puts her up against creepy weirdos, spinning around the skipping rope at an intense speed. Pummeling the advance party, Sion realizes that her body is reacting on its own, feeling like she isn't going to lose anyone at the moment. Soon, the only enemy left standing is Tae-hong. With the remark that one needs to cut off the dangerous thorns before holding a beautiful flower, the advance party's leader brings out a knife and slices up Sion's jumping rope. As the effects of weapon mastery don't apply to damaged weapons, the girl feels her body losing energy. Tae-hong begins harassing Sion, prompting her to slap him in the face. Unaffected at first, the creep soon moves flying into the nearby lake, with a lucky critical hit that leaves Sion herself in shock. The system prompts that the battle has ended and the approval stamp is lifted. Getting back up, the girl stumbles upon her words, wondering if this could be the status window. Busted. Meanwhile, Jang Suk-yeon lies on the floor. Towering over him, Kim Joseph remarks that he shouldn't take him easy just because of his status as vice representative. After all, his strength far exceeds that of the vice rep of Bong Cheon-dong. In a demeaning manner, Joseph asks Suk-yeon if his friend is still in the hospital, having left a strong impression on him with the way he strongly resisted desperately until the very end in his representative's absence. Furiously getting up, Suk-yeon remembers his earlier conversation with Ji Baek-chan. The latter assures the former that there is no need for him to feel guilty, begging him not to go through with taking revenge. As the vengeful rep heads off, Baek-chan tells him that he doesn't want to see any of them getting hurt ever again. Now, getting up against Joseph, Suk-yeon proclaims that what's going to follow won't be anything like revenge and will be solely to vent his personal anger. "Well, it's all up to you," remarks the Jowon-dong vice rep, unconvinced that Suk-yeon would be able to win against him with his level of skill. Though, Joseph soon learns that during the time that the Bong Cheon-dong rep was away, he didn't learn something trivial like how to win. Instead, it was how to destroy. Blood thinks he is Beerus. Flipping Joseph on his head, Suk-yeon vows to send him to a room worse than the ICU, the morgue. A few days after the fight between Ha Do-won and Jang Suk-yeon ends in the Bora Maidan rep's win, the Bong Cheon-dong rep goes to his grandpa's place. Recognizing the gloomy look on his face, Suk-yeon's grandfather tells him about his father having that expression often, on days when he came home after getting beaten badly by someone. The grandfather offers to help him, getting rejected. Suddenly, Suk-yeon gets flipped inside out by the old man who goes flying into the water. Even though the body that Suk-yeon's grandfather has is that of an old man, what's inside it is still in good condition. In comparison, the Bong Cheon-dong rep is empty inside, despite being in possession of an extraordinary and youthful body. Not willing to let his grandson go around getting beaten up, Suk-yeon's grandpa promises to release at least one carp into the empty pond inside him. Ayo? What did he mean by that? Now, vowing to send Joseph straight to the morgue, the Bong Cheon-dong rep lets rip a massive punch. Going crashing into the distance, the Jowon-dong vice rep can't believe that there's someone who actually uses that technique in battle. Exploiting the strength of his opponent's movements to use it for himself, Suk-yeon even makes forces collide in reverse. Despite realizing that he would have suffered immense damage if he didn't block the attack, Joseph continues to provoke his foe. In the following moments, the tide of the battle seems to change as the Jowon-dong vice rep alters the course of his attacks at the last moment, preventing Suk-yeon from taking advantage of them. However, the Bong Cheon-dong quickly recovers. crushing Joseph's shoulders with his grip alone and making him scream in agony. Suk-young promises that he won't be able to speak anymore. Trading with his grandpa, Suk-young had to face a raging bull, getting told to end its life with his bare hands. Back then, his grandfather's advice was to destroy the bull's sharp horns first and foremost. Following those words of wisdom even now, Suk-young crushes Joseph's shoulder with sheer strength. He reveals that his technique isn't based on taking advantage of his opponent's strength or anything like that, but on pure destruction. Pulverizing Joseph with a crushing chop, Suk-young leaves his body deformed, deciding to stop it there. Having released his anger on him for messing with his guys, the Bong Qian-dong rep heads out. Meanwhile, the battle between Jun Jin and Duan riles up, with the representative of Joan-dong complimenting his opponent for using the sword as well as he does. The Boromei-dong rep does the same, unable to believe that the man is keeping up with his weapon mastery. POV: a cheater meets another cheater in the same lobby. Despite Jun Jin's masterful sword skills, Duan is confident that the fight is leaning in his favor and announces that it will be over in no time. Though, Jun Jin thinks that the battle is just getting started, throwing his sword at the enemy. He then disappears behind a curtain, making Duan wonder if he is running away. Rushing after Jun Jin, the Boromei-dong rep ends up inside a room, assuring Duan that he wasn't running away. The representative of Joan-dong unties his hair and reveals a long chain whip with bladed edges, reiterating that their fight will start now. Closing the escape with metal bars, Jun Jin proclaims that no one can escape here. So, this is the perfect place to kill or get killed. Telling Duan to prepare for his death, the man swings the chain around and lands multiple clean cuts on him. While the boy bleeds, Jun Jin gets excited that he is finally giving him that kind of stare. "Alright, let's do this," shouts out Duan, readying himself for a battle to the death. When humans feel extreme pleasure, their body secretes many chemicals. The heart beats fast, every hair on the body bristles, and the entire being heats up. Same goes for when humans gamble, or uniquely, feel the horror of death. Now, overcome by these sensations, Yu Jun Jin lets out a sinister grin. Spinning his weapon around, he reiterates that neither of them will be able to escape from this room unless one of them dies. The battle riles up, and Duan wastes no time to strike. Cutting up even the walls with his blade, the Boromei-dong rep unleashes on his foe with intent to kill. Pleased because this was the type of fight he wanted, the representative of Joan-dong dodges the blow and counterattacks with his chain whip, once again cutting up Duan. However, the boy continues to push forward, as Jun Jin's new weapon is much weaker than a sword despite being faster. Swinging his sword, Duan grazes the man's neck before his blade is blocked by the latter's chain whip. Letting out a villainous smirk, the Joan-dong rep reveals that he really likes using his weapon because he can feel death from a closer distance this way. On the other hand, Duan doesn't seem to know much about the blade he has been using non-stop so far, given that it's already nearing the end of its lifespan. "Your weapon is dead already," announces Jun Jin, shattering the Boromei-dong rep's sword and stripping him of the effects of weapon mastery, repeatedly inquiring his foe about how he feels now when death is getting ever closer. Jun Jin has no problem overpowering Duan and sends him rolling around on the floor. Left bloodied, Duan thinks that it's impossible to handle the Joan-dong rep with his bare hands, wanting to find another way to deal with the situation. Plot armor finally kicking in. Right then, the bead of transcendence falls out of Duan's pocket. Jun Jin sees this, remarking that he is really enjoying this. Earlier, the Joan-dong gets visited by the Traders Association's mysterious member with the tatted hand. Albeit being uninterested in his offer to betray the bully council at first, Jun Jin soon comes around after getting promised fun situations where he can be closer to death. As such conditions are what makes him happy, Jun Jin is upset that his fight with Duan will end in no time. "You don't need to feel that way," proclaims the Boromei-dong rep, assuring him that it's still a long time before this fight ends. Picking up the mythic item, Duan unleashes his weapon mastery of Bullet, with the bead serving as a substitute for it. Regardless, Jun Jin cuts it up without any problem, declaring that the boy's 50% chance of survival has fallen to a measly 1% now. "So this is it," mutters Duan. However, these words weren't him accepting his death, but instead realizing that this is how the bead of transcendence was supposed to be used. As Jun Jin goes for the boy's neck, the effects of the mythic item kick in, granting one of his random skills, Transcendence. And so, Duan's Falcon Drop transcends to Falcon Revolve. Using this new skill, the Boromei-dong spins on the ground quickly to throw Jun Jin off his feet and separates him from his weapon. Well, R.I.P. Bozo incoming. Telling the Zhou and Dong rep to understand how it feels when death gets closer himself, Duan lands a monstrous punch on his face, activating critical hit. As Zhou Jin was flying through the room's metal bars, the battle comes to a rousing finale, announcing that a 1% probability can be better than one expects in games or gambling. Duan decides to spare his foe's life as a tip for his victory. The boy breathes a sigh of relief as the treasure hunter quest is finally complete. Just then, the room starts to shake wildly and bursts apart. Startled at first, Duan soon realizes that he is only being escorted to the rewards room. Standing before 3 golden doors, the Boromedang rep gets prompted by the system. Which door will you choose? The end. For now.